me.
Let me hit you with the bleed blue. Let me hit you with the Let me hit you with the Yo, let me hit you with the bleed blue.
Birmingham is in the rearview mirror as RL Esports arrives at its next destination, the CRL 2025 Spring Championship. I'm your host for today's festivities, Vaudable, and joining me on the desk, we have Chicksa, Bass, and Taco. Welcome in, everyone. This is where the action gets started, and I'm so excited to share this with you and everyone else watching for the top 8 teams in North America.
It's exciting to be able to finally get to this point because we've had to space out the events a little bit more than we usually do because RLCS is in the way. Who even wants to watch that? When collegiate action has been at its peak, and that's why it is really nice to be able to wait all this time. We get to April, and now we finally get to determine in the spring, based on kind of a topsy-turvy semester, who actually has what it takes to come out the champion this Sunday.
I like you saying topsy-turvy semester as if this isn't technically an easier semester than the last one. 4 different winners in our last semester. This time, only 2. It's one of them that's probably a usual suspect. Surprise, surprise, Northwood doing well again. But Seb, somewhere out in Canada, is screaming and pumping his fist right now. St. Clair finding themselves an incredibly successful semester, finding 2 wins, something that I think some of us maybe could have predicted, but still definitely a surprise.
It was certainly an odd semester. People that we thought at the beginning of the semester that would do well, that made their first appearances at the beginning of the Open, certainly did not deliver when it came to the end of the semester. But of course, we also got some surprises near the end as well. Some teams that really improved upon themselves in this Open format. I think they kind of figured everything out, and that's who we see today as our final 8.
There's a lot of great teams who have come through thick and thin to make sure their presence is known in Collegiate Rocket League. 750 unique rosters in collegiate esports competed across our 4 opens to make our 8 that we have remaining for this championship. Let's go back and recap the different brackets as they came along for the open format. We started with a double elimination bracket, then went into a day 2 of competition for only the top 8, where we showcased the top 4 in each of these broadcasts. But Chicks, why don't you kick us off for open 1?
Yeah, speaking of Open 1, I mentioned about those teams that we thought would make it further on through. WVU and Davenport make a 7-8 finish, but do not make a finish in our final 8 as we're heading into, of course, our final weekend. Of course, though, we see the resurgence of St. Clair. We mentioned them being a 2-time winner. Of course, we'll see their other Open win later, but they really showed us that they are back and better than ever in the spring. Their best finish in the fall was 2nd. They couldn't beat Concord. In fact, they lost to them as well during championship weekend, but now they're better, they're back, and honestly doing so well for themselves. I'm really excited what they'll do this weekend, as they are the favorite for a lot of people.
They're definitely one of the favorites here. Unfortunately, the narrative did get a little bit flipped in our second open here as Northwood reclaimed their throne. Maryville and St. Clair, consistency beyond compare though here, as again, they were able to find themselves some top 4 finishes, or at least close enough. As well as also Concord, our previous winners from the last semester, still doing well here in our second open. A couple of other familiar faces, but unfortunately, as we look at our third bracket, this is the last time we really see Maryville at the very tippy top.
Yeah, unfortunately, we did see a roster change come through, and because of that, adjustments do come, but not necessarily who is at the top. The one change that we do see is no bracket reset this time along. Northwood wins it and becomes the first team all year to win 2 events back-to-back. A bit of a rough showing from our playoff number 1 seed, St. Clair. Got a 3-0'd by Concord in the upper bracket. Got a win and then immediately got knocked down, but that's because they ran into the buzzsaw that is Fischer. Their singular peak performance within this semester that guaranteed them more or less a spot in this spring championship this weekend was because they won 4 series back-to-back in the lower bracket, but they just couldn't quite do it in the grand final against Northwood, who maybe was just a bit more rested.
We'll have to see once we look at Open 4, because Northwood, they weren't really anywhere to be seen at the end there as well. They got taken out by a rushing tide that came from Ball State, who went through that lower bracket run, almost pulled off what we thought was impossible, but they could not win after the bracket reset. St. Clair Green did come out on top at the end of the day. We do have to highlight another roster here that made their way into the top 8 as well. That is Cumberland, and shout out to Polar, Nex, and Nightya making their waves. They didn't have a chance to participate in the first open, but they still made it into the top 8 right at the end, kind of taking down some other competition. But we also need to mention Ole Miss, who used to be in Eastern Conference League play, had 0 points before this point, then got into the top 6, so close to making it far enough. They would have had to have a 2nd place finish to get into our top 8, but got taken out by St. Clair Green in a reverse sweep best of 5, then lost to Cumberland in that lower bracket. It was a photo finish for a lot of these teams to get those final points and secure their seeding and spots at the end of it. But Jix, I'm going back to you on this one. Let's talk about the cumulative standings. Some of the teams that were really standouts that we see here as well, that didn't quite make their mark onto the top 8, that had some potential, and maybe for next semester are ones to keep our eye on.
Yeah, of course, WVU and Davenport, the 2 biggest candidates of people we thought and often ranked in our top 10 overall. I guess placing 9th and 11th make the top 10 more real. But I think at the end of the day, Cumberland was our biggest surprise when it came to really that cutoff. They just beat the mark. In fact, they did tie WVU on the point standings, winning a head-to-head or tiebreaker to make it on through. But it's impressive to see. Of course, we saw some nice runs by ISU and OKC. But at the end of the day, I think our top 8 were, for the most part, who we thought our top 8 would be by the end of the season.
It's so rough for West Virginia seeing that they were tied in points with Cumberland, but it comes down to that latest performance as the initial tiebreaker. And West Virginia is a big enigma, I guess we could say, in results here, Taco. We expected big things from that roster, especially with Gyro subbing in towards the latter half of the season. What happened?
What happened is that everyone else is incredible within CRL this semester. We've had several great rosters come in, a new revitalized Fischer. We've had Cumberland. Ball State has been revitalized. Back in the day, they were kind of like just barely getting by, and now they're a true contender, just like pretty much everyone else within our top 8. West Virginia, I think they kind of just got a little bit unlucky. Something we talked about previously was that they became victims of everyone else getting better, and if you lag in your standings, if you're not consistently getting upper bracket, which guarantees you top 6, you don't get as many points. If you don't get as many points, your seeding falls. If your seeding falls, that means you go from being the top seed playing against pretty decent teams against now the 3rd seed in your pool, in which you basically have to beat 2 top contenders to be able to make it in. And sometimes if you're not able to do that enough, you're going to come to a tie with Cumberland, and you might just lose that tie.
And they lost a couple series against them throughout the course of the competition as well. So kind of looking forward to the horizon of our top 8 teams that we have here and now. St. Clair and Northwood traded blows back and forth as we saw during the bracket. They're kind of the number 1 and 2 undisputed. But Maryville is another thing that we got to talk about here, Bass. Different roster than those who might have seen them at the beginning of the season came to expect for this championship.
I mean, it's definitely one of these things where, again, as Taco was mentioning, the competition has continued to level up, and a multitude of these teams look a little bit unfamiliar in comparison to times past, but that's what makes CRL all the more interesting. Or even our team at the very top here in St. Clair Green had to switch up in between semesters, bringing in Arju, and I, for one, would say they did pretty well. I think that might have been a good change for them. Included also Cumberland on this one. I believe this switch out was Nightya for CRL. Yeah, people might remember that name in CRL. So, again, a lot of these rosters making switches. I think of our top 8, I want to say at least 3 to 4 of them ended up making changes in between semesters, and it worked out for some teams. Unfortunately, as we did mention, for West Virginia, they were not one of those teams that made a switch and were able to make it work out at the end of the semester, but, you know, they're not the only team that unfortunately didn't make the cut.
Let's take a look at the bracket for today and tomorrow for the CRL Spring Championship. We're starting bottom to top with our matches: Northwood Fischer, then Akron Blue Maryville, Concord Ball State, and rounding things out with St. Clair Green versus Cumberland. I'll go to you, Chicksa, on this first one. Which do you think is going to be the closest match out of these 4?
Concord Ball State for sure.
True.
Concord, for a team that was so strong last semester, of course, winning and showing up. And we expected a lot from Concord this season, but I feel like they've been doing slightly better. Open 1, 5th, 6th, Open 2, 4, Open 3 and 4, 3rd place finishes. So they've been consistent in that retrospect, but they haven't shown us that same strong winning team. Even though they are the same roster, they haven't shown us that same sort of, like power behind them. But Ball State showing up in our last and final Open 4 of the season, ended up with that 2nd place finish, did have to bracket reset in the grand finals, had a potential to take it all. Both these teams have had better finishes in the back half of the season. I really think that's going to be the banger of the day for sure.
7 out of 8 of our opens that we had from the fall into the spring were bracket resets. Only a single one wasn't, and it was the Northwood Fischer matchup here. Taco, talking about this one, we have a little bit to go till we get into it, but I feel like Fischer has a lot to prove coming into this bracket today.
Yeah, and the biggest thing for Fischer is that they have to prove that they're not just a one ride through the playoffs type of team. And that, yes, you have played Northwood incredibly well in that grand final. In fact, you destroyed a lot of teams that we didn't expect you to play that well against when you came into that bracket. And then really everyone on the desk, it felt like, man, this is the new Fischer contenders. They're going to be up in the bracket really deep into that seeding for a while, and then it didn't really materialize. So yes, they may have been able to sneak on in here and be able to play Northwood first round, which team, admittedly, they match up against fairly well within the past 3 events that they played against Northwood across competitions. It had to go the distance each time going to Northwood, however. So it's not that Fischer's outclassed, but it really is a matter of, are you actually capturing the true capabilities, or are you just coming in unprepared, or maybe you just do not match up against Northwood that well?
Talking about other matchups here, though, we mentioned St. Clair Green and Cumberland, but I want to focus more on Akron Blue and Maryville. These 2 teams have had a high and low, kind of a roller coaster of performances throughout each of these opens here as well. Bass, I mean, looking for Akron Blue, they just won the Bluegrass Boost Battle. Shout out to University of Kentucky for putting that on, and seem to be like land champions and land warriors, taking out most of the rosters that are in this championship bracket. How do they transition that into an online performance, though?
I fail to say that they do, unfortunately. It's been one of these things where Akron, as good as they might be, they really do seem to struggle online more than they do in LAN. You talk about their LAN performances. That's actually the third one of those BBBs that they have won in a row. In addition to that, if you look at other national championships that we've had around the collegiate space, such as CECC, they've gone to a top 4 at that 3 years in a row. Last year, only making it to top 4, but the previous 2 making it to the top 2, the grand finals. On LAN, they are fantastic. Online, they are shaky, but they are still a team that has won one of our opens before. In comparison, Maryville, almost the exact opposite path right now. Like I mentioned, they went top 2 in both of our opens to start the semester, and in the back half of the semester, granted, they had to make some roster shuffles as they did not have one of their players available for the 3rd and similar for the 4th, but they have just continued to fall further down the ladder as time has gone on. So yeah, Akron may not necessarily be as consistent online as they are on LAN, but realistically, Maryville's on a downturn right now. So I don't really know what to expect from that series. If Akron does show up like they do normally in offline events, I think they'll be doing great. But if they look at all like they did last semester where they got upset by West Virginia, I'm a little bit scared that Maryville might find a revitalization they've been looking for.
I feel like Knight has really big shoes to fill. Being in for Relating
True.
Wave, who has been someone who has pushed the boundaries of Maryville's offensive pressure at times. So although Knight is a phenomenal player, we have praised him time and time again, they originally went with their original roster because that's what they were most comfortable with and a team was confident with. So the switch, I think, is somewhat of a forced one due to availability, and that is definitely at a downside. We've seen their finishes be not as good since that transaction has been made between the two, and I just don't know if today they are finally comfortable enough with Knight to play to the level of normally with Relating Wave in that 2nd place finish, or with Akron Blue having, as we said, a little bit of momentum from a previous LAN win. That'll be enough today for them to kind of show us what we've seen from Akron Blue before.
So many questions to be answered during the competition today, but we have our first series on the docket. It is Northwood that will be facing off against Fischer. We talked about some shaky performances in the past from the Fischer roster. This last open, they didn't make it into the top 8, so they are looking for a resurgence of sorts. And with this Faris, Joven, and Justice roster with Stolen as their coach, facing off against Northwood with Creams, Hockey, and Zanil with Knox as their coach. And I think Nick as well, from what we saw with GK, also helping on the sideline as a coach there as well, just not on the official roster there. This matchup means a lot for both these teams, but Fischer, I think our eyes are focused in on them, Vast, to see exactly how they can step up.
I think it's a tale of two different sides of the coin here, basically. If you look at Fischer, like you said, they need to step up. It is important for them to be able to establish themselves as not only a team that is good, but a team that is consistently good. Like we mentioned, missing out on opens you wouldn't expect. That's incredible. I'm sorry. Can we go back to that camera for a second? Do they have 4 different trophies behind them that they're just flexing? No, 3 of them. Excuse me. Okay. All right. Well, maybe they're a little bit more confident than I anticipated. That is the greatest flex I have ever seen. Champion, champion, champion. All for last year, fall 24. All right. Maybe they're more confident than we thought. On the other hand, we'll look at Northwood here, who I do think it is important for them to also establish themselves for a completely different reason. Last semester, actually even before last semester began, this man, Creams, stated they were not going to lose a single tournament. Now, I will give them this. Of the 8 tournaments that we have had, the Opens, they've won 3 of them. That's extremely significant. Very impressive. But the fact of the matter is that last semester they did not win it all. They lost to Concord in the grand finals, and for a team that touted themselves as not only the best of the best, but almost undeniably good without any sort of faults, they kind of got to prove that again. So for Northwood today, I do believe this is a big test for them. If they go out in the first round, Creams, I hate to tell you this, you're never living that down.
Ooh, it's going to be tough for them as well. I mean, looking at this roster of Northwood, they have a lot to prove. They're trying to get back to the grand final and win it where they couldn't do it against Concord last time, as we talked about. So all eyes on them as well. Fischer may be a little bit more lax. They don't have as much to prove, but maybe to themselves, especially with all those championship trophies that we do see there as well. Taco, I'm going to start with you, then go down the line that way. Sorry, production on that. We just got to give Taco some time to shine here as well. We heard from you a little bit on the breakdown for this matchup, but who do you think is going to take this best of 7 at the end of the day?
I think for right now, Fischer has gotten so close. It's like kind of like Davenport, what we saw, where they play against Northwood and they're getting kind of creamed in the beginning, and then slowly they figure it out and they get closer and closer. And yet, Davenport is also one of those teams that has not figured it out. And I don't think it's going to be any different for Fischer. I have Northwood winning this one. I do think this is going to be a competitive series. I at least predict it at least going to 6 or maybe even to 7 if we get lucky. But I think Fischer's going to really have to dig deep because they've had a lot of inconsistencies, which, as much as we want to fault Northwood, their inconsistencies is basically just not winning.
Their floor is pretty high, pretty much is the statement there for Northwood. Do you think they will rise to the challenge here yet again, Bass?
Look, I think I'd be a little bit foolish if I mentioned anything besides Northwood just absolutely dominating this win. I don't think it's not just them winning. I think it is going to be quite the smackdown here. I think in our official predictions, I had this going either 4-1 or 4-2. Fischer, I think you are a very talented team, but the unfortunate truth is Northwood, when the going gets tough, they get more than tough. They become quite literally invulnerable, and I do think they're going to turn into that version of themselves this weekend. I have them winning the whole thing. I'm not going to stop in the first round.
Well, we'll have to see if they can continue it from here on out. But this is the first roadblock for Northwood. Can they overcome it, Chicksa, and how many games will it take?
Honestly, I'm feeling very confident with Northwood. I think, as Bass mentioned a little bit, when Northwood needs to win, when they have to win, when they want to win, they do indeed win, and they end up doing it pretty easily. I think this only goes to 5, to be honest with you. Creams looks locked in today. Fischer may be laughing, and it may be all jokes, but at the end of the day, I think we've seen so much more out of Northwood being that first 2-time winner as well.
Valid.
When it comes to Open, it is hard to deny what they've shown us so far in the history books this season.
We talk about 2 teams on a run to make their presence known in the spring. We saw St. Clair in the last Open. Northwood didn't see enough of them. This is their time to shine, and I think they're going to take this one at 6 maximum games. We'll see if it goes to 7. If it does, I feel like that might favor Fischer a little bit more, just based on how much Northwood's kind of struggled a little bit towards the end against lesser rosters. But either way, we'll have to get that all figured out once we get into the series itself. With predictions out of the way, it's time to start with our first series of the day. The former Kings of the North are back to reclaim their throne at Northwood. While it's sink or swim for Fischer, they struggle with all their might against the ferocious Timberwolves. This is a rivalry that dates back to the last CRL World Championship. It's a clash of 2 Titan programs, but only one will reign supreme in our first best of 7.
We find ourselves another championship weekend. Taco, it is you and I in the booth. Seb, I know you'd like to maybe be here, but you're going to have to wait until tomorrow. For today, it is Northwood versus Fischer, and Fischer, you might have the championship trophies to flex, but Taco, there's not a more winning program in the history of Collegiate Rocket League than Northwood.
Yeah, you're going to have to get the widest of angle lens to fit in the Northwood trophy case. So if you're going to flex on any team, maybe choose another one. But like you said, it's more of a matter of confidence from this team. And if you're going to predict against anyone, it's usually not Northwood. However, I do want to say that Northwood, they have not been as dominant. They've still been winning a lot of different brackets. They've qualified through a lot of different tournaments within the CRL scene. And yet, it's not really the 4-0s, 4-1s back in the day. This is very much the most competitive type of edition of CRL, or really just, I wanted to say era, and I guess I'll commit to that because, yeah, we are entering the era in which every team is capable of beating every other team, and Northwood's just trying to show that, no, we are still back in our glory days.
And this isn't an opinion that just us here on the desk have held. The teams have said this as well. This is the most competitive top 10 we have seen nationwide, as well as multi-nationwide, with Canadian and Mexican schools participating, that we've ever seen. Everybody kind of believes that if you're on for the right day, you can beat anyone, and that's what Fischer has to hold going into this matchup, because again, we swept the desk in favor of Northwood. I don't think anyone's surprised by that, but if Fischer wants to prove us wrong, they have to make sure they start strong. A goal here would go a long way, but Cream's not going to give it up that easy. Oh, but Jovan will do it instead!
And that looked like everything's rejected, but no, it is not clear till it is off of your line, and it's particularly not in the middle. Not only a double tap, it's off the dunk as well.
Okay, all right, Jovan, all right, I see how you're playing. You and the rest of Fischer have come here ready to play. And again, Northwood, this is the thing that I think has surprised the team more than anything else, is the teams that normally would maybe back away from an approach as soon as they see the defense of Northwood, which normally is a brick wall, teams are starting to get relentless. They will continue to press, continue to attack, and if Northwood aren't prepared for that, they're going to keep giving up silly goals like that. A minute in already, Fischer proving this is going to be a battle.
Ooh, Yovan's already cheating up in the corner. Nice pass out to Faris, but unfortunately it's a bit too far away. Just have to settle for, I believe, stealing that corner boost. Actually, no, he's going to forego it. Go for a demo. Creams is not going to befall the same fate. So instead, just going to play some Ring Around the Rosie in the corner for Northwood, a team that we've seen be incredibly comfortable playing out of their goal line. Typically, they are able to handle a lot of that pressure, but Fischer's finishing is on point, particularly with that man. Particularly keep an eye on Justice. He's been really their star striker along with Jovan for most of these series.
Yeah, we've asked for Justice to be included in this Fischer roster for a while. He's been at the university and they've tried other rosters without him, but I think it's definitive at this point. This is the best version of themselves when he is involved. A very successful player overseas. If you're not familiar with him, it's probably because you didn't watch a lot of RLCS EU. You watched RLCS NA though, you know this name, Zanil to tie us up.
Poor Justice, he's there and he's caught. He says, I could challenge that, but it's probably going off the corner. I'll play the pass. Oh wait, it's actually even further away from me. Zanil knows it's gonna be a late jump, so he's gotta put it extra high, top shelfer. And that's what shows with Northwood. They overcommit on one singular play, Fischer, and it's right down the field and into their net.
How many times have we had that exact scenario pop up? Oh, Northwood can't score from here. Are you sure about that? About halfway through this game, we are tied up in hockey, looking to maybe get another. Little bit of calamity on the line as two players from Fischer go for it, and nobody really prepared for the follow-up. Perez gonna have to go there very quickly and make a save, but on zero boost means more offense now for Northwood. Zanil to the backboard. Hockey a bit pushed too far up, so all he can do is contain it, and maybe get a flip reset. He will. It'll go to nobody into the ceiling. Jovan can take this one. Creams to do the same, and maybe he'll do something with his flip reset. Multiple approaches from Northwood, and none of them threatening the Fischer defense as they continue to take attack after attack.
It's a solid hit to the sideline. Creams' reaction is on it, and so is Zanil. He's already lurking downfield. That 50 is going to buy time for us to get back, though. We'll have to hand off. As they cut back into the midfield, fake pass one, flick pass another. It's wide open for Fischer, and there's the lead right back.
Just does, finding the right place, right time, and again, this is where these counterattacks are so lethal. Great dodge there, though, from Jovan, and that's going to be more than enough to get the defense a bit discombobulated, open up some space, give them the lead with 2 to go. Fischer kind of silencing the haters pretty quickly in this series.
And we have to really pay attention, of course, to these players when you might look at their names and say, well, I don't necessarily recognize them. Well, it's because they were making deep runs for the most part in EU. All these players coming together, being able to trust in the coordination that they can yield. And yes, they did get a top 2 finish, unfortunately falling short. But for the most part, this has been a team that's been a handful for a lot of organizations, particularly because they play in a way that is fundamentally different than every other North American squad that people face. So because of that, I think it does throw Fischer's opponents off a little bit. Northwood is no stranger to that, so luckily a best of 7 gives a lot of time for adjustments, which if it keeps up like this, Northwood might need.
Yeah, this is why I would say that this first game is going to be more important to Fischer. They want to establish themselves well, whereas Northwood, I'm never really going to count them out of a series. However, this will kind of ruin the predictions Chicks and I had for saying this will go down in 5 if all of a sudden Fischer are able to take a couple games early. They're looking to do so now with only about a minute to go, but that's a bit of an error. 2 players committed upfield and Zanil with some space to work with. A demo on the back line could give some extra help to Fischer, who desperately need it, and will make its way to midfield. Zanil trying to sneak one under, cannot. Creams with a full tank of boost is going to try to be careful with this one. Into Jovan's hands, who cannot keep it too close, and Hockey to take over. Pop out center again. Can they finally muster a shot? Instead, they'll try to take it to the backboard to sneak one past the defense, but still no luck. 30 to play, and Northwood still hunting for the equalizer.
Nice angles taken by the Fischer defense. They're not even necessarily beating Northwood to the ball, but they're jumping in a way that forces them to say, okay, if you want the shot, you're gonna have to go through this car. And if you don't, you're gonna have to lob it, which then slows the play down, which then makes us able to catch back up and then launch into an attack. Jovan was a little bit more anxious on that one. You can see him turn away at the last second. Luckily, that wasn't a more powerful hit. Otherwise, it could have been wide open, as Creams was hoping it would be on that fake play. Zanil near post, up to the middle. Hockey met with another immovable object in a Fischer 50. Final seconds. It's gonna have to come down to Creams and Zanil combining for something. He's hitting into the corner. Hockey's hitting into the middle. It is over Creams' head, and therefore it is out of his hands. Fischer taking game 1.
Every North American fan right now knows that feeling of watching the crossbar be hit one too many times, and once again, Europe will reign supreme as a result of it. Fischer taking game 1 here in our series, and again, a little bit of a surprising victory, if I do say so myself.
That's one of those situations where when you're watching the play kind of unfold, you're saying, okay, well, I see kind of these awkward moments where the defense is starting to go down. And we said, hey, we're looking for Northwood to finally get some shots off, but they had more than enough. They had 10. In fact, outshooting, almost doubling Fischer's total. It just, of course, we talk about the efficiency. Fischer's going for high percentage shots. They're not overcommitting, whereas Northwood, they get a lot of pressure, but credit to Fischer's defense. They're panning away everything to the sidelines, keeping things slow, and Northwood just doesn't really have an answer for that. So maybe the physical play might have to rear its head, or at the very least, they're going to have to wait for a solo play that they can actually sink their teeth into.
I mean, they had plenty of them. Like you said, shot differential between the two teams relatively vast. Pretty much everything else matched that. I believe 5 saves apiece, but 6 shots for Fischer means they're shooting 33% across the board. 1 goal for Northwood on 10 shots is, well, I think you can do the math on that one. Not nearly as efficient. They're going to need to turn that around, but it did feel like a slow start for Northwood in Game 1. Maybe in Game 2, they can hit the ground running. They're going to need to do so here on Forbidden Temple. Like we said, do not want to give Fischer a chance to start running, because if you do, they will eventually fly.
So as we load into Forbidden Temple, a gorgeous map. I always feel very serene casting on this, but of course the anxiety for these players probably through the roof, because now we've seen the preview. You know how the team is playing on the day. Now you got to really lock in, but I don't think anyone on the Northwood faithful who has watched their series is going to be too anxious. A lot of games dropped by Northwood, but they always seem to find a way. We keep repeating that almost like it's a mantra that they do always have the answer, but you know, all streaks have to come to an end eventually, Bass, and situations like this, maybe where you prove it in Game 2. Hockey, double tap, no contact. Creams is going to be denied. You see that orange trail. Defense just gets a bumper to it. Zanil on the follow-through is just going to be fast enough.
I don't really blame Fischer on this one here. You are not expecting Zanil to just catch this as cleanly as he does. Perfect through the 50, and then wave dashes off the wall to immediately take a shot. Perez, yeah, man, I'm sorry. That's a rough one. 1-0, Northwood going to find the lead they need and maybe revitalize their confidence.
It's a game of pixels because of that very reason. You do see that near post rotation. They come out, they just want to reposition so they can face the goal from a wider angle. And in that moment, that's what opens up the door for Zanil to sneak a goal through. So not necessarily a mistake, but definitely not expecting that 50. And maybe not expecting this touch from Creams. He's finding Hockey on this one. Cute little skip over one. Pass Justice as well, but Creams, not enough boost to be able to beat out that last defender.
We talked about the unrelenting offense of Northwood in game number 1, something that many a team struggle against, and you're starting to see exactly what we're talking about. Shot after shot after shot. Even when you do break out of your half, it is very difficult to establish an offense of your own. Fischer, though, still being able to do exactly that. Jovan, maybe going to try to get something here, but no, straight to Zanil and to the backboard. Low boost for multiple players, but Flores can't get the touch on the ball. Justice to take over, but by this point, it's a bit too late. Northwood established, and maybe now with a breakaway player of their own.
Just will try to get a pinch out, but unfortunately does not work out. So Flores gets the first touch. He will have to get the second one as Zanil's looking for something fancy. I believe flip reset double. And even though Northwood is seemingly getting their confidence back, necessarily one goal isn't something to hang your hat on and start to recline back in your chair. You have to make sure you're locked in, as Fischer's certainly still playing solid on these 50s, and only a matter of time for maybe something breaks, especially if Northwood keeps jumping in on this one. That's over Creams, but luckily well over their back post.
They're starting to play a bit more patiently, though. Northwood starting to feign these attacks over and over again. A fake challenge here or there is just continually giving them possession as they rotate back out to midfield. Even example here, Justice bangs that out, but Creams is well prepared for it, and Zanil prepared on the follow-up. However, Perez gets some extra space. If Justice had the bump, maybe a shot could have been found, but instead, the touch from Jovan to the backboard and to no further. Justice again to take over, but as I mentioned before, Northwood just so prepared for these attacks. They got to get creative. Something's going to catch them by surprise, because these standard shots to the backboard and on target are doing nothing for Fischer.
Honestly, just a lot of situations where it feels like you're trying to work your way through a labyrinth and they keep hitting dead ends. Fischer's really struggling to get anything on target, but I can really say the same for both. We are halfway through game number 2. We have 3 shots combined between both of these teams. So we're going to mark that one as another, as it's going to be easily enough to be saved, but it's a lot of the battles are taking place in the midfield. Creative buildups, even musty attempts, clearly not enough.
Nothing's been enough except for the singular goal from Zanil, and that did take a little bit of trickery, a perfect 50, and then a dash. Opened up some space. Not exactly the same here, but an eye for an eye as both teams find their goals through the corner.
This is one of those plays where your adrenaline starts to pump because you know you have 0 boost. Jovan gets that ball into the middle, and it is still a race to be able to get to the goal line, be able to finish that before the defender scoops it up and over the goal. They are able to do that, and it's off of a combination of playing off ceiling, playing on pure speed, but also getting a demo on that backline opponent. Demos continue to be almost the only way, it seems like, to be able to truly get through either of these defenses.
Hey, if you can't beat them, delete them. It's a saying for a reason in this game, and it's seemingly successful for Fischer thus far. They took game number 1. Can they now maybe find a little bit of revenge in game 2 after giving up the first goal? Creams, don't give up a second goal silly like that. That wouldn't exactly help your chances of winning. Maybe this will. Zanil looking for a pass down to Creams, but does not nearly have enough power. So Hockey to take over at midfield. He's met with a 50 that sends it to the ceiling, and Creams can only bang it out to the sidewall and no further. Both teams starting to find a presence here at midfield, making it more difficult for Northwood to hold on to possession. Despite that, Zanil will dive into another play, and a shot will almost be fired on target, but Perez to send it the other way.
And Perez had to really wait for that one, particularly because Zanil was peeling around trying to get that cute little finish, and that's really the thing you always have to be aware of is in these rotations, yes, it's usually one player swings through, then swings out, but sometimes the player will just linger around. Like Zanil, he's trying to make sure he's a hawk, swooping down on that read, but instead he's barely going to get contact. Golden opportunity, arguably the best of the game for Northwood, and they're not going to be able to take that lead, something you might be able to look back on with regret with this game still very much in flux.
We can still see overtime here, but with a minute to go and both teams absolutely firing on all cylinders, would not be surprised to see the ender before the end of regulation. That could have been it, and it still might be. Hockey, I think, trying to deflect it to the side. Instead, puts it on top of his car and forces Zanil to make the follow-up save, but they will. 30 to go. Flip reset out center. Creams to take a shot, but it's off target. Van, not much to do with this one, so Justice has to take over, but Fischer now an approach to work with. Just does low boost, so Creams will 50, and he'll muscle through the next one as well. Stealing the mid boost means he's got a 1v1 versus an awkward Perez, and now Zanil can look for a double of his own. 10 to go. Last approach here for Fischer. Can they end this one?
That's a clever one from Perez. Unfortunately, he gets no contact in the corner, which is why Yeoman will try his own. That's a weak clear. Justice into the middle. Perez on the back post. Zanil faster to it. I don't think he's getting a double, which means we're most likely looking over overtime. But of course, it's Hockey who's going to have the last laugh. Double tap. Rejected. Zanil on the putback, and he'll gladly spike that down, and we'll go to extra innings.
Do not blame him. Low boost for everybody on Northwood after their final approach. Had that gone the other way, Fischer would have had a clear opening to work with. They still might have one because this is real awkward for Creams off the kickoff. At least get it out to the sidewall, but Perez is there, so Creams will immediately challenge again. Kind of feels like Northwood right now are just not keen to give an opportunity. Even if they don't have a good angle, they're just not going to give clear and open airspace to anybody on Fischer.
Justice heavy touch, and that will still yield a productive 50, especially if no one's up for that double tap. Though, fortunately for Fischer, no one's able to make contact with that attempt. Justice goes to the corner, just misses on his demo, still has to avoid Zanil, and does, in fact, get that save.
I cannot believe that Fischer got back in time for that one, and honestly, I doubt Fischer can believe it either. Right place, right time, and dodging the demo from Zanil will afford them at least a minute into OT. Or maybe not. We're still approaching that, and it's more offense for them. Can they end this here, or can Creams flip reset over one, 50 around another, perfectly to the backboard, but Perez will not flinch. Defenses of both teams stepping up phenomenally here in this second game, which I think means we're probably in for a bit of a long haul here. Strap in, folks, grab some water, grab a snack. We look like we've got a classic to start this one off.
Especially if Justice connects on this one, but unfortunately gets forced back. It's going to be an inadvertent clear for Zanil to latch on top of Forrest with no boost, has to choose his angle correctly, and does. Now Fischer, with no boost, kind of splays on out. It's Justice and only Justice to take this forward. Dunk off the backboard, too high for the first player. Forrest taking that 50. Justice trying to get a pass, and Hockey just always seems to be in the way.
The only problem is Northwood having to expend their entire tanks in order to just stay in this thing. The crossbar ding will sound, and unfortunately for Fischer, despite the boost starvation, they will not capitalize. Shot a bit off target, and to retreat they will go. Shot on target, 50 in front of the net, and Hockey will tie the series.
And that's why you play predictively. Justice does nothing wrong here except not notice. Zanil already knows where that ball is going, hits it right back in. Hockey, it provides the body to block out any potential escape route. Northwood, a scrappy one, but still comes away with game 2.
That is not necessarily the cleanest play from Northwood necessarily, but it does feel like they're trying to play patiently at this point so that they don't necessarily give up mistakes. The problem that I've seen from this now as a result, Taco, though, is how many times do we see them without any boost to work with? Multiple opportunities for Fischer to maybe get a transition, to get a quick double touch off the backboard. Unfortunately for them, their greatest enemy was the crossbar, as their best chance all overtime smacked straight into that and reverberated around the stadium.
Yeah, it's a rough one as well because it's one of those situations where you want to go forward and be aggressive because obviously everyone might be screaming, why are they not crashing the net? Why are they not directly on top of every single one of these reads? Well, it's because of game one. We saw the counterattack goal, and that's really the difference, particularly now that that's the second straight game where it's a 1-goal margin, another 2-1 victory for one of these squads. So as much as it's tempting to say, well, let's just throw one forward, you know in the back of your mind, if I don't get there and another 50 gets lost because Northwood's pretty good on the goal line, we might risk it all. And so that's where Fischer maybe should have leaned a bit further into it. But again, the crossbar always comes out when you least expect it to help out on defense.
Unfortunately, that balance between risk versus reward is something that a lot of teams have struggled with against Northwood in particular. You want to play a safe game against Northwood, but if you don't take a risk here or there, you're never going to catch them by surprise. So diving in on a play where it may seem less advantageous due to maybe having low boost total, worrying about counterattack, whatever it might be, you need to take those risks at the opportune moments. Fischer missed their opportunity in overtime in the last one. Can they redeem themselves here as we get started in game number 3?
Particularly the main question for me is how these teams are going to be able to handle the midfield. A lot of these rotations are stopped dead on 50s, and a lot of these plays come down to moments like this. Open pass and first effort is going to be in.
Oh, this was so dirty. You can see it. Hockey takes this one all the way down, gets a good 50, and Cream just hesitates for half a moment. The entire defense has to also hesitate, and at that point, Zenil knows, I'm getting this ball first, I got an open net to shoot on, and I am not missing. Started the same way that we did in game number 2. Last time, though, Fischer did find an equalizer and turn this one around. Let's see if they can do the same thing here as we continue through our first minute.
Yeah, Creams is asking for the car change, and honestly, I'd let him do whatever he wants with his car as long as he's feeling good. He is such a game-changing player within Collegiate, arguably one of the best that we have in the entirety of the league and in this continent. So because of that, he does have that field vision. Love that first goal to be able to pick out that pass, and it just shows again with Fischer, you not only have to mind your goal, you have to mind the backboard, you have to mind the midfield, you have to mind 50 different options. It's why these top teams are so difficult, because they never make it clear where exactly these attacks are leading.
Well, you can at least predict that it's probably going to be Zenil at the forefront of these shots. He is the only player on both sides of the pitch right now that is averaging a goal per game. An absolute offensive monster, which, I'll be real, not usually what you would expect from Zenil. I feel like for a long time, people looked at Zenil as one of the best second and third mans in all of any league, whether RLCS or CRL. Now he's found a way to start getting himself involved in offense here on this Northwood team, and it's definitely revitalized the team. Like you said, the addition of Creams completely reworked the rotations and turn them into one of the best teams in collegiate history. They're well on their way to establishing themselves another title if they can keep playing like this, but I won't get ahead of myself. Only 90 seconds gone here in our third game, and Fischer do seem to be handling themselves, even if they're getting bumped off the ball and maybe giving up possession here or there.
Ooh, especially if Kareem is able to read that clear so flawlessly. Justice had a lot of time to think about it, and those are honestly the hardest clears to think about because you have so much time to just kind of stew in those decisions. That one is a bit more reactionary, which is why he wins through that one, and his teammate will follow suit. Gavon be able to chip this one up. He's got Forets behind him. Hockey is not going to be able to get that read. Luckily, Zenil, as you mentioned, the competent third man, always there to be able to clean up the mess.
He can play first man, second man, third man, all in the same game. That's how talented Zenil is, and that's why this Northwood team has been so difficult to beat. Like we mentioned, two-time champion in this semester alone. The only other team to take it is the other side of the bracket in St. Clair Green. Fischer, they've been up there before, getting a second place finish, but a win here would mean a heck of a lot more. Unfortunately for them, halfway through this game, they are still without a goal. And it might also go a little bit longer on the drought. Not even being able to break out of their half as 50 after 50 goes in favor of Northwood. And Hockey, drop down passes Zenil. Zenil, shot on target. Just kind of testing the defense at this point, and so will he with the follow-up. But at this point, Fischer, you got to break out. Gentlemen, this is not nearly enough if you want to try and beat this Northwood team.
Especially with Zenil taking that ceiling, be able to almost dunk that one down, but clear will in fact go on through. Hockey is going to lob this one for Joven to get. It will settle down somewhat, but you can see Fischer, they're spread out so wide on all these rotations because they don't truly trust in anything. And how could you? Even with this one, Hockey looks like he makes a mistake. He makes up for it by getting an awkward touch. And now, with a demo in the way, Creams might be able to plow it through, but instead, he's taking the finesse route off the bar on the double, deflection to the back post, and that should be handled, but should is doing a lot of heavy lifting, I suppose, in that call.
It's just so difficult. You anticipate after the first shot that eventually they're going to rotate out, and then the second man from Northwood immediately crashes the net. net, gets a 50, and keeps the possession in their favor. That's why we state that it needs to be Fischer who start to control the pace of this game and start to find possession of their own. Playing defense after defense after defense after defense is great, but right now the save total is 5-2. Overwhelmingly, they are being forced to make saves, and it's even worse when you look at the shot total. 8 for Northwood with only a minute to go. Fischer have only found 2 through 4 minutes.
And they might find another one, Hockey, if they have another chance at this
Oh, no.
one. Pinball in front of the net, and it's unorthodox, but they all count the same.
It counts as a goal, but it definitely counts as Fischer helping them along the way. Watch the ricochet out. It goes into Ferres, who's trying to flip off the backboard. He accidentally puts it into his own net. It'll count as a goal for Creams, but it will also count down the seconds to the death timer here. Northwood, after struggling a bit in Game 1, have started to dominate here in Game 3. Fischer, I don't know what you do at this point, but you gotta make adjustments.
It doesn't even sound like domination necessarily when you think of a 2-0 scoreline, but the way this game has been going, it really does. That's 9 shots now for Northwood, 2 for Fischer, and they're struggling to get out of their half, particularly because you've noticed when they're out of boost, Northwood can sniff it out. The Timberwolves have been demoing them so often, and it's even more frustrating because, yeah, you might get demoed, you might get some boost back, but completely resets the rotation and forces you to do stuff like this. Hit to the sideline where Northwood just steals it right back.
And they keep going with their possession yet again. Neil trying to snipe the corner. Not sure how we didn't get a ding on that one, but it'll at least count for another shot, making it double digits now for this Northwood team with 20 to go. Creams, oh, I love that. I love that as well. Going for some intricacies here at the end of the game and just rubbing salt in the wounds. What's worse than getting beat 2-0 with a disparaging scoreline? Getting beat 2-0 and then they start freestyling on you.
And this is where Northwood gets really dangerous. Not necessarily when they're hard sweating, it's when they're having fun, because that means they're playing fluid and they are not concerned. The anxiety starting to dissipate from Northwood. They're going to close in on a second straight victory. And Fischer, unfortunately, going to have to play from a deficit the rest of this series, trying to figure out what they can do, because it's not just a matter of Northwood excellence. It's a matter of Fischer not being able to show their own.
Not only being able to not show their own, but now being in a bit of a shutout drought for a hot moment here. Not sure where they scored their goal in game number 2, but I can confirm that it was at least about 2 minutes of overtime and then a 5-minute period without a goal here. That means 7 minutes at minimum since the last goal that we saw from Fischer College. Northwood, like you mentioned, once they get confident, they are difficult to stop. This team, the inertia they build through just continual good game after good game is something that a lot of teams in the collegiate space have struggled against, and Fischer are no strangers to this in particular. We did talk about how Akron had a really good last month here and playing in some offline events outside of CRL that maybe had instilled some confidence in them. Fischer went to the grand finals against them in one of those events, so this Fischer team should have confidence in themselves. They are capable of this, but the hesitations on defense are starting to make me think otherwise, Taco. They need to make adjustments. Like we said, they ended that game with 2 shots. That is not nearly enough.
And it's one of those difficulties where we talk about good defense. And a lot of people say, well, the best defense is the one where you obviously can rack a bunch of saves. And I would argue that's not the case. If you're getting a lot of saves, you're allowing shots. The best defense is the one where you're basically just stopping everything in the midfield because all the rotation is so locked in. This is where Northwood, it does to a lot of teams. They'll come out in game 1, you see Fischer take a win, you're saying, not looking too good. Then game 2 looks a little bit better. And then game 3 is where they truly figured out, okay, this is how we have to play against you. Now it's your turn to bring us something we don't expect. Every game you have to bring something a little bit different, otherwise the Northwood algorithm typically figures out pretty fast, and I think this is where the excellence of Fischer, what they've shown in other tournaments, can start to shine. They do still have a timeout in their back pocket, but apparently they don't think they need it yet.
I mean, look, it's 2-1. I think they've got some time to work with here. I don't necessarily recommend allowing Northwood to cook anymore. As we mentioned earlier in the show, they've got 2 world-class coaches on their roster. And they've also got Zanil continuing to score. Might I mention again, his 4th game in a row with a goal.
And just so good at this one, but unfortunately for us, just trying to get back that so quickly, and it's not going to be fast enough. He's going to get a weak clear, and that's where I've seen a lot of this from Zanil. He's been poaching on those back posts, just waiting for a clear, trusting that, yeah, maybe not everyone's going to be a little bit weaker, but if they are, I will be there to be able to put that finish away. And now we see Northwood again in the lead. This is such the demoralizing situation for Fischer. You got to feel for them. You're trying to get back in the series, and then immediately the first goal you give up is admittedly something that you're probably going to want back off a mistake.
And unfortunately, that's a narrative we've seen too many times. I think that is the third game in a row where we've seen Northwood score within not even the first 20 seconds of the game. So they just continue to be efficient early, and then they can continue with that possession play that we have mentioned, playing a bit more patiently and forcing Fischer to play at their pace. The only difference is Fischer at least have some possession right now. They'll get demoed for it, and the crossbar will ring off, but Jovan can try something here at midfield. And that's all he will do. He'll try something in midfield, and Crims will take over, get it to the backboard, drop it down, and Daniil to have some space to work with. An awkward shot, and Fischer, what's going on? I know we said make adjustments, but opening space on defense, I don't recommend that either.
It's something we saw a little bit of an element of in Forbidden Temple, where a player on Fischer, for instance, was trying to go across, take a wider angle, but the problem is in doing so, it puts them a little bit out, and sometimes you're not able to recover. Speaking of Northwood, a lot of commotion in front of the goal. They were not minding the torpedo being dropped right on them.
The Giants can still bleed occasionally here. You make a little bit of too much space midair, and Ferez will take full advantage of it. Awkward for Zanil on low boost, so you can't blame him for not really figuring out how to make that save, but you can state, finally, Fischer do find a goal. It was almost 10 minutes without them finding their last, but they're back in this thing and have a fight left in them.
It's a good job to be able to make that through a solo play. If you cause commotion, you can just put it on target. That's really all you need. Force the defense to make a save. Don't just put it somewhere. Hockey trying to do the same thing, but that's a quality 50. Zanil dodging the demo. Reset in the back pocket. Justice trying to hold on to it. Zanil just trying to freestyle as that's 2 resets almost getting through, but the post again will ring true.
Yo, Fischer, put a hand up, man. You can't let it do double reset on you in front of your goal. Yes, the shot went off target, but as we mentioned, do not let Northwood build confidence. The longer you let them get shots like that going, the more confident they will become, and the more likely they are to hit a shot like that. Maybe Fischer can get one back of their own. Dive into the corner, though, makes no contact, and now Creams with space to work with, and Hockey out center, out of the corner, looking for a double, won't find it, and Jovan can try to take over. Shot to the backboard. Is anybody there to cover it? Hockey and D, but Forrest there as well. Pass it, just a shot on target and in! And Fischer starting to find ways to use the counterattack.
The one thing Fischer does incredibly well, better than I would say arguably any team, is they find cute little passes like that. Just be able to lob it into space. It's not even directly to the bumper of their player, but it's away from all the Northwood defense, gives them options, and most importantly, if you want anyone taking that shot, you have Justice able to pick their spot. Does so wisely, even hits it low beneath everyone because they know that in-and-out save is not going to be able to get back. That's kind of the one downside of that squishy save. You have to be able to travel extra far to get anything rolling across the turf.
And unfortunately for Northwood, they're starting to go further and further into dwindling boost. It's not necessarily a great idea to try a play that requires you to have a lot of boost and go fast. Northwood starting to find some chinks in the armor. Maybe Fischer can keep this going, but with 2 minutes to go, I'm a bit hesitant to say that they're not going to find an equalizer here with the time remaining. You keep challenging Zanil like this in the ceiling, though, it'll make it a lot harder. And Jovan to take over now. Oh, or not. Creams, long ball downfield. Zanil is there, and Justice is there as well. Good thinking from the youngster. Had he let that shot go on target, he would still give up a goal.
And again, it's something difficult where sometimes, yeah, you're expecting these shots to go on target, but sometimes Northwood knows, hey, let's just drill it near target. Trying to catch that one on the near side is a tough ask. It's even worse when you're traveling as fast as possible. You touch the ball, you fall off the near post, and unfortunately, there's going to be someone there to dunk. Northwood showing that just overwhelming pressure eventually will make any defense break.
They are very good at that overwhelming pressure indeed. They have found themselves the equalizer and maybe an extra one for the road. Off the backboard, where's the follow-up? Hockey, a couple touches in the corner, but can't get any further. And Justice just kind of muscles through that bump to give his team some extra possession. Or so I thought. Zanil, the first one there, touch to the backboard, and Hockey overextends, question mark? Forrest is happy with it. He'll find a way out of his own half, and Justice will make a very bold challenge, and Zanil will get the demo to follow it up. Chaos erupting out at midfield, and I think it's to the benefit of Northwood.
Creams, automatic off the double tap, and that's saying something considering the bounce this one took. He not only gets the dunk, but then stays with it, hits the lip, and he still gets that read away. One of those situations where Jovan on the back post kind of shakes his head, says, all right, well, I could contest this, but it's Creams. It's going in the net. We might as well just restart from the kickoff.
Yeah, you can contest it, but good luck. Honestly, that's all I've really got for you advice-wise right now, and I'm hoping somebody in the Fischer camp has got some more advice for them. They are making the adjustments we have asked for, but no matter what little adjustments they make, Northwood seem to make one in counter, and it's working out for them. 3 goals, their highest goal total so far in this series, and they're not letting one go in favor of Fischer again. Pass out center, 50 as well. Anybody there to follow? Forrest indeed, and a couple in the corner will make it awkward, so Jovan can take over off the ceiling, looking for an extra touch. He will not find it as Zenil fakes him on the backboard. 30 to go. Fischer, desperate for a shot, will find it, but it will go off the bar.
That's one of those plays you're just trying to reach it desperately and not really pay attention to how high you are trying to get that one. Jovan trying again to bump play. Creams on the goal line will get the save as the back post wasn't there in time. Still alive though. Pass middle. Pass to Neil. Justice. The soft touch. The finesse for the tie.
They have to go off the bar. It could go off the bar and in, but no matter what, Fischer just like to paint the woodwork here. Beautiful shot, though, from Justice, just painting the corners and giving the tie with 12 to go. Could we see another OT? Pay attention. This kickoff's important.
We've had 2 2-1 games, and then we even continue that trend with even more closely matched games. But then we see an explosion here. Is it enough? Fischer finally outshooting Northwood, but you still got to last through regulation. Justice, another double. I don't know if Sunil's going to feel brave enough to take this one, but with a bounce, he might have to. Justice was chasing it, but even he is not that fast with boosting his tank. Overtime for yet another game.
3-3 here, and again, this is a more important game in my mind for Fischer than for Northwood. Northwood move on to this one. They go to series point, and for Fischer, you do not want to let them get there. As we've mentioned, extra breathing room, whether in the game or in the series, is a mistake against a team like Northwood. And letting them have 3 match points in a row is a terrifying prospect. They're starting off this OT strong, though, as Justice, a couple touches off the ceiling, and Hockey, that deflected the corner. Awkward for everyone on Northwood, so Forrest is going to break down the pace of play. Look for a pass. He will find it, and Jovan will end the OT quick.
This is what we're talking about. Looking for his using the empty jump to boost just high enough. Keeps it close. Hockey is reading the double, and when none comes in, he's going to get bullied. Cyberbullied even into the back of the locker, and now that ball is in the back of the net. Fischer answers back strong. That was having to take some doing. That's both strategically having to adjust mid-game, but also always trying to be creative to trip up that defense.
That is the best we have seen Fischer play, and honestly, it kind of sucks that it was only for like a 30-second period. We've been asking for them to play like that, aggressive in the face of their opponents, and finally they do seize the moment. And again, it's not just seizing the moment with the aggression, keeping up on offense, and continuing to make the attacks. It's the fact that they saw a mistake from Northwood and went, bet, this is mine, we're taking over, and they did. Fischer, this is what we're talking about. This is the type of version that I need to see of them the entire series. This is what got them to second place, Taco. If they can keep this going, I could see the series going to 7.
And that's why I predicted this series to not end in just a simple 4-1, because Fischer has a way of playing in a play style that Northwood doesn't often see. Yes, we have more Europeans than ever within CRL and admittedly within RLCS as well. But there's something about how European teams like to dissipate pressure, how they take 50s, how slowly they build up some attacks. And I think sometimes it really does throw a team like Northwood off a bit. And that last play is a great example. That touch goes into the middle. It looks like Frizz more or less has a touch where he's just playing for a simple 50, but instead he does a tricky thing, uses his empty jump, beats a 1 player, fakes a double, and all of that combined is just the singular moment of magic that Fischer needed to get over that hump. But now they got to restart. Much like every game, it's a fresh 5 minutes, and just because you got to win does not mean Northwood hasn't an answer for you. Game 5 for Wasteland, determining who takes the lead and moves on to match point.
And similar to the last scenario, I'm going to state this is definitely more important for Fischer again. They really do want as much buffer room as possible against a Northwood that have been clutched time and time and time again. On the other side of things, we're going to go back to the point I made on desk earlier. Northwood, if you go out in the first round, you will never hear the end of this. They have got to start clutching up because, Taco, I think we got to mention it. They're starting to make mistakes. Another good one. What happened there?
It's one of those situations you don't get that touch, but it's still a credit to the rotation trying to pass it off. But even still, not every touch is going to be flawless. About how your teammates adjust to you and make sure you cover all those options, much like Creams. Not having boost, does not move off from the goal line because he knows that shot is coming in. Jovan also knows that's coming. And what a read off the ceiling, and he gets another one as well to force Northwood packing.
Long ball downfield for S. Great catch into the reset, and he's got a couple extra touches. Almost a pinch. I think he had the pinch, so tried to save a little bit of boost for some finesse, but he'll at least give his team some possession. Notice, pretty good boost totals, if not full, on everyone on Fischer. They're starting to read these plays at midfield and not really being surprised by the possession play that Northwood have had through the first 4 games. It's definitely a flip of a switch. You were right, Taco. They didn't need that timeout. They figured out how to make adjustments even without it and start taking shots on target. Great save from Zenil to keep us even.
And a clever shot as well from Justice. Good job to be able to spike that one low and a little bit more touch down instead of just powering it through, making it a bit easier sometimes to deflect away. This one might be a little bit harder as Creams had to deal with, I thought, a 50, but no, he will be able to clean beat as well as the follow-up as well to be able to let Northwood try and get forward, especially with a 50. Back post, Hockey's going to try to force this through, and there was no slot available.
Maybe that's the one time we can say that the patient play from Northwood is going to come back to bite them. We've talked about them crashing the net often, but on the one play where they do not, they kind of give up an opportunity. The good thing is they've got 3 minutes left in this game, so plenty more opportunities to come. Maybe even here, Zanil on the ceiling, trying to read that touch from Perez, but he will not. Hockey, though, has got some space to work with and at least a 50. Creams, though, beat out by Just Does, and now Zanil on a 2v1 has to make a quick move, but he does. Both teams now starting to dive midair over and over. The question is, who finds the first open net and opportunity? Could it be this? No, a bit too high, but Zanil on the follow, denied by Perez.
And as Northwood starting to reach for some of these attacks, I don't think they have the clear shot, but they're just saying, oh, you know what, if we can get it anywhere close to goal, it's good enough. But right now, it really isn't. Fischer covering a lot of those options. Even when they get flicked over, they usually have someone to be able to take this one down. But on a pre-jump as the last defender, he needs a contact and does get it. Zanil peels back from the back post and is able to get that catch to keep things going. But the thing is, the ball still not clear. Even with this one, Joven trying to reach this one and can only get the single extension.
You can see, though, Northwood starting to have a bit of a different approach on these plays. They're forcing shots on target, not necessarily to try and get them in, but to test the defense and then swing through for demos. They've noticed probably the boost totals entirely in favor of Fischer, so they need to remove them from the pitch, get these players out of the way, and give themselves at least a little bit of breathing room to work with, because through 3 minutes play so far, they have not had much success. A chance here, Zanil on the ball, can get at least one more touch in Hockey to get it to the backboard. Where is Creams on the follow? He doesn't dive again. Less aggression from this Northwood team as before. They were diving on every play. Now they're afraid to do so because they know how quickly Fischer can counter.
Zanil. Catch and carry up into the handoff for Creams. He should have one more touch, which actually does deflect pretty close, though. No angle will really be able to score from there. So instead, it's going to be a weak touch into Furious, trying to maybe touch away Hockey, if nothing else, though. Physical play, the creative build-up from Fischer is more or less just meeting its death in the midfield. We've had a scoring bonanza, but it seems like we're now down to a calmer game. 0-0 still as we're approaching 70 seconds remaining, seeing if whether or not we can actually get a true kind of like full-throated attempt at goal, as most of these shots have mostly been just deflections or kind of lobs. Maybe this is a golden opportunity because no one's shutting him down. The dish rejected.
You might be a madman for calling this a calmer game. I'm just going to say it right now.
Is.
This has been chaos. I mean, yeah, it is if you say that no goals is calmer. In comparison to the amount of look at this. Like, this is the regular plays. It's like 3 bumps in a row. We got a car crash in the middle of the field, and then we just go back to normal play. Maybe it's just the series itself has no calm at all. No chill in this series on either one of the teams might result in our 3rd overtime in the series. Unless Creams can do something here. Reset in the back, pass out center, maybe from the 50, but again, Northwood just do not want to send that second man unless they have to.
Justice giving me heart attacks there. He had a really heavy touch, and then there's no touch by Creams. Backboard, dunked down, almost recovered, but it's Fischer trying to rescue this game and steal away a win.
We said there was one thing that Northwood needed to clean up in this game. Their offense, their defense, everything good, but the mistakes are killing them. Every time they make even the littlest error, Fischer smell blood in the water and go hunting. They find their goal with 20 to go. The kickoffs have been intricate for Northwood, but they need a miracle at this point.
Usually this is the miracle man. Creams with the reset, fakes underneath one. He's not able to get it. Another clear Hockey. He's going to be able to get this save, but that doesn't do anything for the scoreline. Perez trying to just kill the clock down, put it into the corner, but unfortunately he can't even do that. It's going to be one last carry for Northwood, and unfortunately it's going to go right into the waiting hands of Joven. Spiking this one down, trying to just end this one. Northwood still resilient, Bass.
How on earth have they kept this up? Oh, okay, they haven't. Never mind.
Okay.
Fischer on to match point. Taco, I'm going to keep it real with you. 8 billion ideas in my head how this series plays out. I never thought I would utter the words Fischer match point.
Speak for yourself. I saw this going 7, so in my mind, I saw this going. I think admittedly my official prediction was 6, but that's already been blown out of the water. If Northwood wants to come through, which is the team obviously we all predict that goes through, then yes, they're going to have to really bring this one back, but a phenomenal game from Fischer. Just staying resilient, getting your saves. It's a little awkward, but they're not giving away anything too egregious, and then they just get one clear. And that's why, even in the highest level, you want to keep the ball close. You want to keep in possession, but every once in a while, lob one deep. If the defense is too high up the field, you test Creams to see, can he make that one read? I think he's getting a little too cocky onto offense. He misses it. That opens the door. Bang, 1-0. And now we have to see if Northwood is determined whether or not, yes, indeed, they want to take a timeout to be able to think things through before getting to Champions Field.
Yeah, I'm going to be real. They definitely should take this timeout right now. And again, I'm going to go back to a point I made before where, yes, some people might be looking at this and starting to panic, going, what's going on with Northwood here? But this is a team that is not just depth within their players, it is depth within the rest of their staff. They have 2 world-class coaches here. And I'm not saying world-class like, oh, they're complimentary, you know, like very, very good. No, literally coaches that have taken teams to the World Championship. Knox is a longtime coach in the SSA region, has taken multiple teams to at least the last chance qualifiers or the wild card as we had in the past. And, well, I think everybody probably knows who Nick is. He just took a team to a top 8 at our last RLCS major. Both of those coaches work with Northwood as a part of their coaching staff. This team, if any team, should be prepared to make adjustments and get ready for Game 6 here on Neo Tokyo. It is this Northwood squad.
Yeah, I got ahead of myself, I said, before Champions Field, because I just assume a series like this goes there, but we don't really know that. Plenty of times we've seen Neo Tokyo be the heartbreaking roster map, really, when we see the rain come down on the weather effects, because this is the sad finish for a lot of teams. They think they can get it together. We've seen timeout buffs work, especially for a team like Northwood, but this is definitely Fischer keeping it close, and it seems like they do have that edge. The mistake has to be tilting, but that's half of the reason you call the timeout. One, to talk about how you want to change your game plan, but more importantly, sometimes if you get tilted because you lost a singular mistake, you just need to take a deep breath and get your heart rate back to normal.
Yeah, they just got to take a deep breath, get ready for the next match. Because again, you mentioned it, heartbreaking map, Neo Tokyo. I don't want to remind Northwood of where they lost our last national championship on. It might be somewhere in the region of Japan. We'll find out. It could be another heartbreaker here for Northwood now as we get ready for Game 6. It is do or die for the Timberwolves. They lose here, their championship is over. And as we've reiterated multiple times, losing in the first round, I don't think anybody predicted this.
Well, it's a great way to be able to, if anything, start off our championship weekend with something that no one saw coming, and especially a lot of channel points are going to bankrupt some people, but at least we'll have to figure out if we even have to dwell on that possibility. 5 minutes with a timeout buff engaged, potentially. Northwood, what do you have to say against the resurgent Fischer?
Oh, please don't give up a goal early. Look, there's a lot of things that can happen in this game, but Northwood, if you give up a goal early, you're going to break my heart. Instead, a couple of good 50s at midfield. Creams continuing to muscle his way through, and Hockey looking for a pinch, will find one, but Jovan drops it down almost to his opponents. A little bit of a scary scenario to start this off, and it will continue. Creams, space to work with, face out of the board, boost steal, and won't take it. Hockey instead will take a 50, but again, Fischer, props to them. The step up on defense here has been phenomenal from this team.
Now the creativity on offense. Jovan from the ceiling to the backboard. He's going to miss it, but Faris will not. 1-0 within the first minute.
Okay, we're really flipping the script now. We talked about it. Northwood, multiple games in this series. They have started off the scoring early, not even within the first minute, but the first 30 seconds. Now it is Fischer to get the goals started early. Last game, they got it with less than 30 to go. This time, they get it with less than a minute gone. Can they hold on to this now, though? Northwood are definitely going to be on the prowl.
It's more or less the team talk. Hey guys, we saw Northwood score first. Do you want to try that? And they're like, I mean, it's worth a shot. We can go for that one now, but we just go off the backboard after the ceiling read. Jovan trying to do another one. His Creams is going to get a kind of a weird half flip, but maybe just slow himself down. He will, in fact, retain possession and go for the bump. He almost gets Faris on this one, but luckily for Fischer, they're not going to have to deal with any shot coming after.
Yeah, the physicality is something we haven't seen a ton from Northwood, but it definitely hasn't been absent either. I'd like to still see a bit more of an uptick, but if Creams can just stun on him, that'll work too. 90 seconds in, and it is another offense from Northwood here as they've seemingly held on to all game outside of the one goal that they've given up. A good 50, Hockey pops it up, looking for a bump, and doesn't get the challenge from Zanil in time. He did not have a ton of boost, so that's everything he can muster, but we need to see a shot here from Northwood, and maybe we'll find one. Off the backboard, Hockey the drop down, and tries to take the reset instead. An opportunity missed, but still, possession continues for our blue half.
As a commentator, I actually like to watch these games in fly cam, but recently I've actually been pivoting specifically just to Forace's camera because I love the way he's positioning on defense. He's not rushing anything, he's saving his boost, and he's honestly just playing patient. Like there, most players will rotate out, but he knows exactly where that touch is going for Northwood. He's gonna stay around. He's just gonna provide that kind of thorn in the side of Northwood just to make everything they're trying to do that much more difficult.
He just won't leave the ball alone, and it's great when you see unselfish play like this, where even if he is close to the ball, he'll go, nope, I don't need to take this. Somebody else go and dive. He's playing a protective position, and that's what you want to do when half the game is gone and you still have your 1-0 lead. Everything can be gone in the blink of an eye, just like this, but Zanil, despite getting the bump, it does not get everybody out of the net. And speaking of everybody, out of the net, I was going to say open shot with a low boost Zanil, but unfortunately for Fischer, they can't find it.
It's one of those moments where your mouth starts to water because you're thinking, okay, that's the open goal, but then you realize that you hear that your boost is empty. Justice's isn't, though, but Cream still makes it happen on the save. Jovan, fake underneath, try to pass middle. It's too far away from Forace. The idea is great, but the execution just lagging a bit behind from Fischer as we see a double commit into the Northwood counter.
Zanil reset, but what more can he do with this? Not much, and Cream's lurking around on low boost. Can't do much either. 50 after 50 goes in favor of Northwood, but that's not going to be enough. They need a solid shot on target. Could it be this? It's an awkward touch from Jovan, and that might be enough. Cream's back center, off the backboard, fake out from Hockey, and it'll make its way in! Northwood end the drought and tie it at the most crucial of moments.
When you hear that ding, your heart skips a beat. You're not sure whether or not that's going to stay out, but unfortunately, Forace gets a little bit of a flick, but as you can tell, it's just a little bit weird on the positioning. He's not able to truly get it off the line. Well worked by Northwood, and of course, it's not going to go down without a fight. They're at least going to get one goal on. Now we have to see if this is another game where the second from either of these teams is the difference maker, especially looking like that in the final 90 seconds.
Oh, awkward spawn from Hockey. Creams was heading back and was hoping to maybe take that a bit cleaner, but instead has to take it off the backboard, and apparently that's no problem for him. He'll pinch one on target, and Jovan will try to escape another unfortunate demise. It may not happen, though. Great pass down in the 50, all that Fischer can get. They need to get off their half, though, and Creams will not let them. Pass out center, looking for the dive. Justus can't get it to midfield, but he's got no boost. A little bit of a different turn here, if you will, as it now feels like what was boost possession entirely in favor of Fischer before is getting a bit more even. It's giving opportunities to Northwood, but with a minute to go, I do not think they are keen to see yet another overtime.
And I don't know if we'll see that. If we see some misses here, Hockey was going off the ceiling. He doesn't get the read. Zanil going to be met on the 50 as well. Creams double tap, trying to maybe even get a reset. I don't think he truly got it through, but it doesn't really matter because the attack keeps on going up until it doesn't. Actually, up on Northwood back. You got to get up on this one. Zanil saves the double tap and keeps Northwood in it.
You know that myself, everyone else, the Northwood team, literally everybody takes a very deep breath of air as soon as they see Zanil get up for that one, because had he not, that is surely the end of the game, the end of the series, the end of the run for Northwood. But with 10 seconds to go, that could still happen. Long ball downfield, Justus boost to work with, and the reset. Hockey in the way, gets bumped off the ball. Creams the long ball downfield, but Jovan will not let it turn into a counter. Instead, to the ground it goes into OT. We go again. Neo Tokyo could be the resting place for Northwood if they're not careful, but off the kickoff, Creams in a 1v1 reset, and it's still not enough.
Nice patience by Justice. It's so tempting to go early, but he knows if he loses that 50, it just deflects. There's no one with enough boost or speed to get back, so it's not going to be that easy. Maybe this one will be off the double tap. Justice, again, going to be the one in the way, as Forace is going to leave that corner boost, maybe for Zanil to steal, but at the very least, he's going to get it clear. I think Fischer, as long as they don't give away anything easy, they're going to be happy with this game, but obviously the happiest outcome is if they're the ones who score this next goal. As a reminder, this is match point for Fischer. Northwood is out of a spring championship if they don't muster something. Zanil racing, and Justice, again, he's the only player getting the saves, it seems.
Apparently he can just do it from anywhere. Doesn't matter how, doesn't matter where. He's just going to make sure that Fischer do not give up a silly goal. I can't say the same about Northwood. That's how a lot of these games have ended, but at least Creams this time is not missing that one. He will get bumped off the ball by Jovan, and that could afford some space for Justice to work with. But Hockey, the immediate 50, and Forace not going to have nearly enough space to work with, so Zanil to take over. Never mind, Creams will cut him off and get one to the backboard, and again, Northwood just testing the defense of Fischer right now. They're trying to catch him off guard. They know with the stakes this high, they are bound to make a mistake.
So now it's about taking soft touches and making sure you don't get anything too out of your control. Maybe with this one of the demo, Justice, no boost. He's getting back on the near post. It's deflected to Zanil. Open shot over the bar. Hockey off of the bar. Zanil denied on the line. Fischer refuses to open their goal to any business. Northwood has to be scratching their heads.
Every single event, North America is cursed by the crossbar. How about you just get a demo and send us to Game 7 instead? Creeps to take us there. We're going the distance.
It seems like you're never truly safe. They move on out and then immediately get shoved back into their half. Speaking of the physical play, demo to lead the way. And you can say all you want about fancy flip resets, Mactivs, all of these musties you can set up, but sometimes you just need a car crashing really hard into another car.
I mean, look, we said they needed to remove Fischer from defense. I said they would probably make a mistake. They don't. Fischer, you have proven me, everybody on the desk, everyone wrong. You are much more worthy of an opponent here than I think any of us anticipated. We thought you would do well against Northwood. You have gone toe-to-toe with the former CRL World's Champions. This is an incredible feat of just talent, display, whatever you want to call it. The unfortunate truth for them is that we say that about a lot of teams, and then they still end up losing to Northwood. They are on the verge of the exact same fate. Game 7, Taco, and I hate to say it, I feel like if they wanted a chance at winning this one, they needed to close it in 6.
Particularly because, as we mentioned on the desk, this is a team in Fischer that has taken Northwood the distance a lot. In fact, their last 3 series went the distance. Their 4th one technically didn't, but that was still a Game 6. So clearly they're going really far against Northwood. They can hang, but all of those series were losses. None of them bigger than this one. Spring Championship, first round, first series of the day. And we have a chance for the headline event. Fischer, if they can just pull off 5 more minutes of excellence and keep the Timberwolves at bay, they have quite the upset. But of course, with Northwood, they have a lot of pressure as well. They're the heir apparents. They're supposed to move on. Let's find out if they truly can.
Ward can doing a lot of heavy lifting there. They can do a lot, but could they finally be the ones to knock out Northwood with the earliest exit we will have ever seen from them in the history of our playoffs here for Collegiate Rocket League? The National Championship is starting off spicy. A reminder, folks, we got 3 series after this one, so if you thought that this was the highlight of the day, this is just the premiere.
As we say, Zanil tries to get that touch away, and that was a little bit awkward. You can see Justice thinking about going for it, but I actually agree with that decision. In the midfield, you don't need to go for any deflection. You might want to go for a musty to be able to put that one a little bit further. And now off the ceiling again, Jovan loves to be able to go for these. Luckily, Hockey going to stay in the ground, clear that one away, and then wait for Creams to dime him up. That's wide open off the backboard.
This is how they were able to do it last time. A couple of good demos in the right spot. The only difference this time is that Hockey stays lurking downfield with a full boost and an open backboard. Beautiful stuff from the captain, the veteran for this Northwood squad. As, again, how did Northwood continue to get this early goal in like every game?
It's one of those weird situations where Fischer's saying, well, what's the worst that can happen? We can move forward. We see a little demo, see these long clears, but we don't anticipate a player just lurking. Hockey was trying to get another one, but that deflection not going to go in. Boris not going to be able to get past Creams without a little bit of trickery, which is why he plays for a 50. Only by Zanil, who grabs a demo, who looks for a bump. Justice, luckily, will be able to scrape away from this one. Tough situations from Fischer. They're down, and looks like Northwood is content to be able to just play aggressive.
Yeah, they're going to just keep getting in their face, and honestly, I do think this is the better of the 2 strategies we've seen from Northwood. We've seen them play patiently. We've seen them play with this amount of attack, and it seems like right now they understand 1 goal could win them this. They want a second one to guarantee it. However, they might have to do it from a 1-1. The pinch was just a little bit further left. A couple of feet, and it's a tie ball game, but instead we go on, and Hockey looking for one more. Drop down pass. Creams is there, but we'll back off and smartly let Zanil take over.
Govan going to tap that one down, hand off to Justice, who unfortunately has no more boost, so he's going to have to play a little bit more creatively. Fischer kind of just trying to play economically with a lot of these touches, but until they grab those pads, they can't do anything. But with boost, you got to get up for Hockey. You do not want to let him uncontested off the backboard for the double. They will stop that one. Zanil straight down, but Boris was almost baiting that one in, gets an easy clear and follow through.
Starting to feel like the nerves are getting to Fischer here, seeing double commits in odd places and defenses that are more reactionary than prepared. And that's not a good place to be against the Northwood that seem to be happy to keep attacking. Zanil, the double off the backboard, a bit too wide, and again, another double commit from Fischer. They got to be careful here. If they start jumbling their lines in the back half of this game, this series is over, and so is their run here in playoffs.
I'm getting shades of earlier in this series where Northwood kind of just locked into the strategy and Fischer's trapped in their half. They have to calm down, figure out ways to slow the play down, and maybe just make Northwood hesitate. Plays like that do a good job. 50s like that could do even better, though it's not going to get past Zanil. Hockey circumvents the first player, finds Creams in the middle. He's already up for it. Double tap is going to be wide. Justice is there just in case. And it shows, even when Fischer does want to put forward any members, Northwood can just as quickly counterattack and make it threatening.
Zanil's still averaging a goal a game at this point, so you would think him to be probably the striker for the team at the moment, but watch how far back he's holding on a lot of these plays. He's starting to turn himself into that second and third man we say that he plays so well, because he's looking for contained ball. He's happy to let Hockey and Cream keep playing offense if he can get involved just occasionally and take shots like that. It's a great strategy right now from Northwood, and it's unfortunately one that I don't think Fischer has any answer to. Individual solo plays are brilliant, but that's not a consistently winning strategy. And the more times you keep sending this to the air, the less time you have to find a goal. 90 seconds left to play. Fischer might have got on a match point first, but Northwood are looking to close the series out.
And watch those deflections. We've actually had Northwood lose out in open because of losing off 50s, so maybe something that's in the back of their mind as something to really lock on through. Same with getting in the way of these resets. Jovan trying to find Justice, and Neil saw it coming. He was already planted. Creams cherry picking. Justice, goal line stopped yet again as we enter the final 60 seconds.
So clever from Hockey, though. He knows there's players in net, so he sends it to the backboard, makes it awkward, and allows some space for Creams to rip one. It is off the bar yet again, but it's still possession in favor of our blue half, and maybe a demo. No, Jovan can dodge that one and give Fischer one last sign of life. 40 to go. Fischer, you gotta be careful. This might just be your last possession of this game.
So Justice trying to make it count. He's off the ceiling. He can't get to it. Not enough boost in the tank. Jovan, not sure if he knew how much boost he has. He's trying to pre-flip off the wall, but he's not going to get there either. Justice, lob, Bufaris. Hockey a little bit late. That's a great deflection down for Justice. He's too far away. Jovan in no man's land. It's a 1v1 against Creams, trying to keep his bracket hopes alive. Creams gonna squash him down.
Creams, like we said, has a vendetta this semester. He wants to prove they are not just the kings, but they own the throne. And with 17 to go, I don't think there's a better way to stamp this one off. Northwood, barring a miracle, moving on to the second round.
Poor Fischer. They have all the different positions they want to be in, but they're not quick enough to them. They're not keeping momentum and any boost, and that's just how the cookie crumbles sometimes. Going into Game 7, we were wondering if they had the steam, if this is the time they could go the distance against Northwood and come out with the dub, and it turns out the answer is still no. Northwood are still them. They're going to move on to a semifinal.
They move to the semifinals, even in the most dire of moments when it looks like everything was going wrong. Fischer, a 3-2 lead in the series. Northwood take a timeout, and Taco, I think we can confidently say they look like a revitalized team after that timeout. Incredible stuff, a phenomenal Game 6 and Game 7 from the team. We'll see them moving on to our semis. And look, I mean, hey, if there's one big takeaway to take from this thing is that last semester we went into this thinking, yeah, Northwood should clearly be the favorites. They should take everything home and really do so with ease. Once again, we are being shown how wrong that narrative really is. Every team in this bracket is capable of winning. Fischer, unfortunately, when the clutch was needed, could not show up, but Northwood still being tested by everyone surrounding them.
Yeah, the big thing that I keep talking about with Northwood and Fischer is that we're complimenting Northwood obviously because they are really just that good. They're that storied. They're one of the most winningest teams, or programs rather, within all of Collegiate Rocket League or just collegiate esports in general. The thing is, so is Fischer, and they put together a really solid team. So is Concord, and so is Cumberland, and so is all of the different wonderful teams we have featured in our top 8. Northwood really isn't just strolling through these series anymore. It takes everything in them to go through, which is just a testament to their quality. It's why we really hype up this roster so much, because even after everyone else upgrades, they're still able to find their way through. Whether that continues in the semifinals, we'll just have to see.
I really have no idea at this point. Again, my expectations are out my door and honestly all the way out into Canada at this point. I have no idea what to anticipate from this weekend, but realistically, that's the reason why we continue to state CRL is in its best form ever. There are no clear favorites at this point. Both sides of the brackets have got absolute demons in them, which means we got to keep the show going. When we return from break, we've got our second quarterfinal of the day. I can't believe it's been an hour, and we still got 3 to go. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Said, I don't need you no more.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the CRL Spring Championship. We just saw our first quarterfinal match of the day go to Game 7, where second-seeded Northwood took down 7th-seeded Fischer College. I have Creams here with me to get an inside look of how that series went down. Creams, did you expect that series to go to 7?
It's always dramatic with Northwood. We always have to make it a little interesting. So, and a part of me did, but I think we should have done better.
Yeah, I was messaging Slew in the background, a little nervous for y'all. I gotta know, how prepared were you and the rest of the team? Did you, look at Fischer, your previous games? It's been a while since Fischer had been able to beat you, but they certainly got close today.
Yeah, they got close. We've been scrimming occasionally. We haven't looked at Fischer specifically, or any teams really. We just kind of practice ourselves and try and be the best team we can be. But maybe we need to, because that was way closer than it should be with that team.
Yeah, how did you feel after the timeout that you guys took? What were some things that you talked about and tried to adjust?
Our new coach, Nick, told us to calm down, play calm, and try and play in a different way. I'm not going to say because we got the whole Nationals ahead of us, but we all felt good coming out of it, and we knew we could bring that series back from the get-go. We knew we were better than that team, so coming out of it, we were confident.
Well, that's good. I'm glad your coach was able to calm y'all down a little bit. What are your thoughts going into tomorrow? Are you feeling confident? Are you thinking about anybody in particular that you might be facing?
I think everyone's really good. I'd say I'm more scared of Akron because they can either be like the best team in CRL or like top 16. It depends on their day. But I think either team we play will be very good, and finals, I'm going to assume it's going to be St. Clair, and they're a solid team.
Well, interesting that you're worried about Akron. I'm sure the desk will talk about that later. Anyways, I'm going to open up the floor to you. Any shout outs or final words that you'd like to give everyone watching, or just, of course, your school and your team?
Shout out to my team. Shout out to the production. And Seb, reach out to me. I got a proposition. All right. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much for your thoughts, and of course, good luck tomorrow. Now, let's head back to the desk to break down, of course, the series that we saw further. I know I have a lot of thoughts as well as everyone else.
I got some questions about what on earth a proposition for Seb could be. A proud Canadian in Creams has found himself a W in the first round, and Taco, you and I were in the booth for this one, and honestly, I don't think either of us anticipating it being A, that close, or B, going the distance.
I mean, I did see it. You keep saying no one, but I was the one who was saying I'd see
What
this
was your
at least
official
in Game
prediction
6.
on CL?
I said it was going at least 6, and I was saying yes, Northwood was taking it, but I was like, at the end of the day, they have been going the distance every series, and again, it's just Northwood being a little bit better. You can hear from Creams the confidence, like, we know we're better, but usually that tilts a lot of teams. But I feel like with Northwood, they're the few teams that get angry about how are we losing this team and get better afterwards.
I mean, this is a team that continues to improve every semester, despite the fact that it feels like there's almost no way they can top some of their previous results. Again, CRL World Champions Northwood University. They are an incredibly talented team, and they proved their talent here again today. But they still have a tough road ahead of them, though. Despite getting a win in the first round, you can hear it from Creams, they still have threats in the rest of this bracket.
It's going to be intense for a lot of these teams. I mean, Akron, Creams really said it himself that they can either be the best team in Collegiate Rocket League or one of the shakiest teams out there. And that's what we saw during CRL this semester, is that they weren't really at the top of their game. They won a regional last semester. They didn't win anything in terms of CRL. They actually almost didn't find themselves in the top 8 based on their recent performances. But now they are back with a LAN win, and we're expecting big things from this roster.
We expect big things from them, but we expect big things from them tomorrow. That's the end of Northwood for today, but we've still got 3 other quarterfinal matchups to go through, including our next matchup on the docket here. As you guys can see just above, Akron Blue in Maryville, our next matchup here. And this really is 2 very different programs in terms of how they relate to CRL. Shiksa, Akron Blue have been around since almost the dawn of Collegiate Rocket League, whereas Maryville are a new addition into the space, but a team and a program that has been around collegiate esports as a whole for a very long time.
Yeah, we've seen many looks from both of these rosters. Maryville, for a while, felt like they were unbeatable, and they started off really strong this season, but as we mentioned, they fell off a little bit towards the end. And as for Akron, it's been a similar story where their best placement was in open number 1, and then following, they just never got up to that 3rd place finish again. I'm curious to see how they're feeling when it comes down to it. As we could tell, we were so strong about Northwood in this last one. The entire desk swept confidently, and then we saw a game 7 and lots of overtime. So anything happens day of, it matters is everyone's head in the game right now.
They better be, because unfortunately for Akron Blue here, their last time they made it to the quarterfinals last semester didn't exactly go as planned. They ran into a buzzsaw in West Virginia that took them the distance and went to Game 7, where they would eventually win against this team and knock them out of the playoffs entirely. As you guys can see, the team are prepared today. A couple of them in the studio that they've got built out in Akron, a couple of them at home. This man in particular, though, Taco, we're going to have to focus on him. 5 up. We said he can't be the star for Akron today, the entire offense, but he still has to be an incredibly important piece of the puzzle.
It's really funny because whenever we talk to top players through interviews or just through DMs, and we talk about, like, what do you think about with Akron? They're like, well, the thing is, it's kind of the 5-up show sometimes, and he just does everything. It can't work all the time. And yet that theory has a lot of evidence that it does. Sometimes you really just want to feed 5-up and go for it. But obviously Akron is at their best when those two players on his side, Bullseye and Patty, are playing out of their mind. They're both incredibly mechanical. I don't want anyone to look at 5-up and say, well, that's the player that's been making RLCS a lot. Bullseye and Patty both made an RLCS run with Tristan, their former teammate. So clearly they're capable of getting top 16 NA and going even further within the collegiate sphere. I really don't want people to ever look at a team like Akron and say, oh, they're carried by their one pro player. No, it is a team that has a great chemistry. They love playing with each other. And if you talk to them at all, you can feel that and why they're so successful after having just won a LAN this past weekend.
They are the singular program in the history of all of Rocket League to make it as a university into RLCS. However, pretty much everybody we're about to take a look at here on Maryville has not only made it into RLCS, but has made majors, has made top 4s, has made incredible strides in pretty much every capacity. It's a bit of an adjusted roster here, though, VOD. Knight in place of Relating Wave, which makes a couple of us question really how successful this team might be today.
They haven't been as successful. There is no question about that. But the biggest thing is that they still have that potential. They have showcased sparks of brilliance throughout other competitions outside of CRL, but with this specific roster in the last Open, they did not have the run that they were looking for. So this is their time to shine and prove to us and every doubter out there, this roster can go toe-to-toe with the best of them. Akron, they're on unstable footing. So is Maryville. This is as even as a matchup as it could be for this one, Bass.
It really is. This is, again, very different momentums on both sides, though. Again, Akron really on an upswing right now due to winning a LAN just this past weekend alone, as well as some other impressive results like MAC, where they have teams like Ball State. This is a very good team, and we know they are good. Again, we just don't know how good Maryville is going to be. Back-to-back top 2s to open the semester, and then after that, they would never make a top 4 again. This team needs to be careful on the day. Taco, if we are going to see Maryville succeed here, what's the keys to victory they got to focus on?
The biggest thing for Maryville is understanding that they are playing, obviously, with a sub, which they are fully aware. But the biggest thing is that they play very instinctually and that they know where they need to be and they know where they need to play. But when I watch Maryville go through a lot of these series, at a certain point, you can see the play styles are still overlapping just enough. When you have players that play similar roles, like Knight coming in, taking the place of Relating Wave, then you see these moments where, oh, actually, I thought I was there. Oh, actually, I didn't expect you to pre-jump that. Oh, actually, I thought I was there. And yes, they're all in comms, but when you're playing that quick, sometimes you have to play predictively. And I think Maryville, if they can keep it simple, they have the experience both in the RLCS pro scene and within CRL to make deep runs. But the thing is, Akron's skill base and coordination is on another level. So they need to match that. Otherwise, they're going to get buried with a lot of pressure.
Well, I'm going to throw it right back to you then, Taco. Do you think they do have what it takes to take down this Akron squad today, or are we seeing Akron get back to another top 4 as one of the most history teams in CRL?
Well, sometimes these are loaded questions because it's like, are they capable? Every team is capable of top 8 of upsetting. We nearly just saw Northwood, the heir parents to CRL, take that dub. But I do have Akron on this one, mainly just because in the past, Maryville actually kind of has Akron's number across program history going face-to-face. But the most recent addition was them playing a best-of-5 in the Bluegrass Boost Battle in Kentucky, a LAN in which Akron won it, and they swept Maryville 3-0. I'm going off recent form. I'm going with Akron.
Well, Chicksa, do you believe the recent form is enough? And do you think they're going to sweep them again?
You know, I definitely don't think this is going to be a sweep. If we thought last game would be a shorter series, it clearly wasn't. So if anything today, I think most games are going to 7 at the end of the day. I think this one is a prime example of one that has a lot of potential to swing back and forth according to momentum. But at the end of the day, I am going with recent history. I think Akron has a ton of momentum behind them. I think right now they are the more confident team, a more gelled team from what we've seen, other than Maryville, who just seems like they aren't as together as what we've seen in the past in Open 1 and 2.
But do you agree? Are we going to continue the trend here? It feels like these desks are swinging very heavily in favor of one team or another.
See, if I was in the host seat like you are right now, Bass, I'd be like, oh yeah, Maryville's probably got something. But no, I'm going with Akron all the way on this one. They are the demo demons, and that is what Speed just called them in the game chat. And that's what we're expecting to see from Patty and Bullseye. Going upfield, clearing out the back line, and taking charge of the entire offense. This is what they need to do to clear the way for 5-up to get the goals necessary for the victory. I think it's at most going to 6. I don't think we see another game 7, but who knows? That might be a long one for Chicks and I, the cast.
Look, I know you said in the host seat you think I should be going for Maryville, but I'm the host of another show in the Rocket League space called Champ League, and on that we did our predictions for the bracket, and I have to stick with the bracket that I made. I have Akron taking this one, I believe, 4-2 overall, and making it to the semifinals. It's not surprising to see a death sweep here again. Maryville really need to refine the form that they have. I think with Coach Calix, they've got a great chance, but unfortunately for them, they are running into a team that is flying more than just high. They are soaring through the stratosphere and straight out to space. Akron have looked phenomenal as of late, but is it going to be enough to take down the former Open champions? Akron Blue, 4-time collegiate champions, as self-proclaimed, but against the Maryville, one of the best programs in collegiate esports history. The two face off here and now in our quarterfinals. Only one of them can make it to the semis. The question is who? Let's answer that right here and now.
The only team left west of the Mississippi is Maryville, and they're facing off against the Bluegrass Boost Battle Beast in Akron. This is an amazing matchup to get started with for our second one of the day, Chixa, and could have asked for a more close series between these two teams as well.
Yeah, as we mentioned, the trends between these two have been so similar as of lately. Other than maybe outside of opens, Akron has shown they have ramped up a little bit and are confident and are putting out what they need to at the perfect time. The mention is time today. Are they ready? Are they prepared? Can they make a statement? I mean, I mentioned in my interview against Cream said he was nervous about Akron, so clearly there is something that they're doing right now that people are afraid of.
That is one team to keep an eye on, but so is the squad of Speed, Ixo, and Knight. Even with Knight, they managed to make their presence known as a previous roster at Maryville and went undefeated in the Western Conference back in the day when we had league play. So it can't be understated how well they are able to perform under pressure and prove their worth in Collegiate Rocket League. But got to see where that can come from in this specific series. It all matters most in this one best-of-7.
Yeah, I will say I'll take our predictions with a grain of salt. When we're deciding between these two teams, it is slim margins across the board for every single one. We may have all favored Akron in this one, but it can go any way, can go which way. And I mean, we avoided the curse the first time around. Dare I say, can we avoid it again? Ixo, the double tap off the backboard to start it off for Maryville.
Beautiful setup from Knight over to Ixo as he talked about the double tap comes through, and 5-up could have gotten the save but did not boost enough towards the ball, so instead they'll have to look away in shame as it goes over top of their head. 4 minutes and 2 seconds on the clock now, and still a chance for another kickoff, this one in favor of Akron. Not exactly how they wanted it to go though.
Yeah, Maryville, Relating Wave used to be and is such a good mechanical threat. It's nice to see someone like Ixo stepping up early and showing some of those mechanics, showing they still have creativity behind them. You cannot guess what they're going to do at this point. They have been hungry upfield so far, and they have stayed up. A little bit of a fake here, and 5-up just gets in the way to block, but certainly Maryville have all the pressure to start off in this one.
Akron has struggled defensively in previous series past, and we almost see another difficult touch for them to make at the last moment. The fake out from the offense of Maryville does not go unnoticed, so will be countered that time. But cheeky plays like that and the fundamentals that Speed always likes to talk about will be the path to victory for Maryville.
Yep, right now 50's in the midfield. It's been an important area of contention, of control. Ixo grabs that boost, gets a touch up. Bullseye, in fact, needs to even save just as simple of a touch as that. But Akron stuck on the back front. Patty has a nice look though, gets the flip, extends forward, shot is bar and down, and just like that, Akron Blue on the board.
exactly what we want to see from Patty Patterson himself. Gets the flip reset and the touch forward. The defense none the wiser. Bar down and in, and we have a series on our hands, Jigsaw.
Man, I remember when Patty was the new kid on the block and we were trying to predict, would he have a good game? Would he have a good day? Would he have his mechanics with him? And certainly he has grown and blossomed as a player and is doing great things for Akron to start off today as well. We've seen blow for blow, two very mechanically heavy plays to start off today, and I don't think this will be the end of it anytime soon. Nice clear field transition, bar down, but this one's not in. Akron now throwing so much pressure off the board.
The first ding of this series that we really get to hear ring around the arena for Akron Blue. They wanted that one to go through, to have the lead back in their favor with the amount of defense both these teams are having to play so far, especially 6 saves to the name of Akron Blue. It's not how they wanted to start out game 1.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of saves today. I think we averaged somewhere between 4 and 6 in the last series as well. Teams have gotten pressure, but teams have also locked down and been absolute brick walls on the goal line. I mean, I know it's just a sound whenever it doinks off those crossbars, but I swear we're hearing it and seeing it so much more than we used to. Pressure building for Maryville. They had the lead early, but they are still trying now to get it back.
Got to see what Knight can do on this play. A good setup towards that backboard, but a bit too wide for Ixa to do anything with it. Does get the boost in their favor to try and starve out the defense of Akron. And a good pass down to Ixo. Off the target it goes, though. Sigh of relief is what you can hear from the side of Akron, but not too soon. Boost taken again. Still a setup in sight, but the box is kind of in a good spot. An odd spot, though, for the defense after some kind of trouble in the back line.
Yeah, certainly chaotic right now on the goal line. Not much boost for Akron, so they're picking up as much as they can. That one missed by 5 up, and it'll open up the back. Ixo cleans it on up, and he gets a second for Maryville.
Just about to mention Ixo, so much proficiency with the ball, especially where they need to be on those centers. Nobody has been prepared for it, as they say, get over here, and it sets itself up for success. 1:04 on the clock. Still plenty of time for Akron to bounce back, though.
Yeah, still much time in this one. A minute feels like forever. We've seen so many overtimes already today. Why not one more to start off our second series? Of course, Akron Blue have gotten great pressure upfield in the second half of this game, but it feels like the momentum has swung heavily in the favor of Maryville, where they're still putting on more pressure. It's at the back wall and the backboard a couple times now, and Akron Blue just seems like they can't get it under control to transition upfield.
Stuck on their side for a lot longer than they would like to be, playing so much defense. As I mentioned before, Maryville feels most comfortable on offense, especially with all 3 of these players very well known for their offensive fury. But Bullseye trying to see if they can do anything to get the ball in a favorable position for their teammates. Not the best touches that are coming out. They're going for some sort of setup, and off the backboard it goes. 2 defenders up for it, and a good drop down, but Ixo is there prepared for it. Patty can't do too much with the ball, and with the time remaining on the clock, maybe one final touch.
Patty has boost here, has the potential, but it is touchdown, and Maryville does take game number 1. Still a 1-goal differential, so close. And so much to be had between these two. A lot could have gone different, but ultimately, Ixo, I think, had a phenomenal performance, in particular for Maryville.
I mean, yes, 600 score, 2 goals, 5 shots, and 3 saves. Did everything for this team in Maryville to carry them past the finish line and at least get that first game victory. First goal, though, so crucial. Set the pace of the series and at least game number 1, so they need to continue where they left off in the next one if they want to come out swinging.
Yeah, I agree. I think whoever sets the tone, as Maryville did in the previous one, gets a lot of momentum in their favor and ends up holding on to the possession. It felt like Maryville had everything under control for the first 2 minutes, where it swung for a little while and then they regained that control. I think Ixo is certainly bringing some creativity to this roster. It's really hard to predict how he's going to touch the ball, where he's going to be, how he's going to follow up, and he's been in the right place, right time to make an impact for this team.
We got to mention on Ixo's camera, you can see on the whiteboard on the back, it said GG easy, and that's what he made it seem like in game number 1. So as we go to Forbidden Temple, we'll see how easy it is for them to keep that momentum going. Will Akron get on the board first and at least have something to show for? or Maryville proved the entire desk wrong who voted against them, that they will rue this day? We'll find out now.
Yeah, interesting. The kickoff already starts off in Maryville's favor. Double commit out of Akron Blue. They'll need to get out of their half. The shot rings through. Bullseye with yet another save. Keep in mind he had 4 in that last game already, adding 1 more to this series. 5-up potential here to get out of his half. Again, contested early. Challenges have been quick for Maryville, and that's why they're still in the offensive half.
Good look for Ixo off the setup. Perfect corner touch as well. The demo in the back line, I was about to mention the demos from last game. We only saw a single one from Akron Blue, so if they can turn those up a notch, we feel a lot better about themselves and their pace of play. With the boost stars we saw, they didn't have enough resources to even go for demos last time, and that seems to be the case that they're going for those full boost pads every single time. So Ixo still continues to keep control of the ball away from 5-up. That's who they have to keep their eye on the most on this Akron roster.
Yeah, pretty quiet game for 5-up. Wasn't able to get even that many shots. Tries to do something there, not credited enough. But you mentioned if he gets the hot hand later in this game, certainly the person to look out for. This shot, just a basic one, right on target. Still needed to be saved and still more pressure. Bullseye, the demo, you mentioned them needing to apply more pressure in the form of demos, but unfortunately not enough boost. They can't get the ball in front of net, and now it's a clear for Maryville, and that pressure dissipates that quick.
I'll have to see what they can do on offense this time, though. Ixo does get beaten to the punch that go around, and Bullseye, start of the show, I'd say, personally, for Akron in Game 2. Still not enough boost to go anywhere with the momentum that was in their favor. Good pop-up, though, by Maryville. 5-up gets to it first, and Maryville are content with playing a little bit more passive than we saw in the last game, but for now, Ixo, if a shot does go wide, and they are going to want that one back.
Oh, he was able to do so much work upfield last game and so close to the mark. Fortunately, won't be found early, but that could be the difference of a game win or loss from what we've seen today. 5-up beats the entire defense. Can speed get to it? It's off the mark, and 5-up doesn't have the follow-up touch. Another missed opportunity on the transition. What are these two teams going to do to get a score on the board?
5-up needs a heads-up play at some point to keep them in this fight, but no, it'll be Ixo just gonna be flipping into success right with this touch. A good one off the backboard, the fake out from Knight, and the bump onto the defender opens up the pathway to victory, at least for now.
I really wish 5-up would have stayed on the backboard to defend that play, or dropped earlier. If he was going to place himself defensively there, then why leave that position? He gave up all flexibility that he could to defend most of the net, and now ends up not getting to it in time. That one could have been so much more simply saved, but now they have to look on forward as Maryville has the lead again and has momentum behind them. Knight, the follow-up shot goes wide, but Maryville still in pole position.
Credit is given where it is due to Maryville. They have put their homework in on how they figure out their synergy rotational-wise for this team in this lineup, especially with Ixo popping off on offense. We've seen 8 or 9 shots up to this point in time between last game and now, and they are not going to stop for a moment.
5-up taking his time, gets a little bit of a bump on Ixo, but he still has boost. Ixo, the save on Patty shot. Bullseye now off the corner, trying to just push his way on through, but Ixo still finds another clear. Patty, midfield side now, shot off after the save. Another opportunity, this one off the backboard again, but well defended. Maryville positioned perfectly to not allow any of those to be that threatening.
Not the best touch by Ixo. Does get stopped out before 5-up can set things up for their teammates. Bullseye countered every time they go for a play. A good demo on the back line doesn't do enough for them. Patty with solid touch forward. Bullseye again with a drop down, and nobody's there to stop them. 1-1 on the board with less than a minute remaining.
Really great, I think, determination when it comes to from Akron. They have been on the offensive zone for nearly the last minute and change, and just continue to get stop after stop after stop. But finally, that shot rings on home. They have a little bit here at the end of the game. Now they just need more to get back in the series.
They realize Bullseye doesn't need to be going for demos. They just need to be the one there to finish things off when they clear the back line. And that's exactly what we saw happen there. Their first shot credited with a goal as well. We need to keep up that consistency going forward in this best of 7, but time on their side to at least even things out in an OT situation, but they want to end things before then.
Great challenge by Knight. He'll have boost to work with and control. The messes up on the top, doesn't end up planting his wheels on the ceiling or getting a flip reset. So many different ways to approach that play, but loses control. Granted, Maryville still in possession of field and have an opportunity to potentially get the last shot before the end of regulation. 5-up though controls this one through midfield. Backboard here. Is there a teammate for follow-up? Nobody goes up. Instead, they'll try one more time from the ceiling. This one across the field, and it'll hit for overtime in game 2.
Not surprised it got to overtime at this pace of play between these two teams, but Maryville is in their favor. They can keep up the momentum where they left off. The demo comes through. Patty barely saves the day. No boost in the tank momentarily, and another demo on the back line for speed. Knight can't do too much to set things up, but does make it have enough time pass for them to get control of the ball again. Ixo, not enough for the second touch though, and they want to close out things there.
Again, Ixo right now, 6 of the 8 shots for Maryville. He has been the force offensively upfield. If it doesn't go on in, then how else can Maryville score, it seems? No one else has had that hot hand like Ixo, and for now, Akron has figured out how to defend against it. Now, Akron need to figure out how to score upfield, as it's been difficult to break down any sort of line. It seems every time an air dribble happens and Ixo has control of the ball, there is potential to end this overtime.
Knight was in no man's land for a moment, trying to get a full tank, but there was nothing to be found, just empty pockets on the field itself. 5-up, still not exactly in the space that we need them to be for this team to feel in charge and command of this series. Already a minute gone in overtime, and Patty can't do enough with the ball there. Speed of centering touch, but actually doesn't even get a single piece of the pie. So we'll be back in at the clutches of Akron for now, and resets towards the Maryville half.
Not the greatest touch by Ixo, but a great follow-up by Knight, and that one goes back upfield. Shot for speed, doesn't have the double tap read, and that could have ended it there. This one high, I think, nonetheless, but Bullseye deflects it away. Granted, 50 still won by Maryville until that one's pitched towards the other end. Does Patty have an angle? No angle to be found, and overtime continues to roll on forward.
Almost 2 minutes gone now, and we might see Ixo fake out the defense. No boost in the tank, but they don't know that. 5-up has to use everything to go up for this ball, trying to be bailed out by Patty on the midfield line. Knight again being such a nuisance to the other team, taking their boost, bumping them out of the position, and forcing them into awkward situations. And that's exactly what we need from this Maryville roster to keep up their lead and strengthen it if they can get the game win here.
I have to say, I already feel trained by Maryville that every touch could be a fake. Speed doesn't get contact in that last attempt, but gets it after following when you thought he may have lost control of the ball. So it's difficult to figure out, is Maryville going to fake when it comes upfield? Are they going to allow someone else to take over control, or are they just going to shoot the shot straight on? It's a lot to think about when you're defending for Akron, and so far they have done well to defend, but as this overtime continues, all it takes is one opportunity to end it, and for now it won't be Akron's.
Maryville is well and ahead, outshot their competition, but the defense of 5-up holds up for now. A good clear out into the Maryville half. Knight versus Patty, 1v1. Good bump into the air. Bullseye with nothing again, but still keeps momentum. Moving forward, demo in the back line, and it will be 5-up getting the goal to win the game and tie things up.
Oh my goodness, Vaughn, look at the save count for Akron.
Yep.
It's 12 saves for Akron in that one. 13 13 shots for Maryville, 1 in 12, saved everyone on target. 5 up, 6 saves all by himself, gets the overtime goal as well. That is just incredible performance defensively for Akron. Statistically speaking, they should have lost. A team that tends to shoot more tends to win more, but at the end of the day, it didn't matter because they were that much of a brick wall.
I'd say 13 demos probably helped somewhere in there as well compared to the one that we saw from them in the last game. This is peak form Akron. It wasn't even with 5 up playing at their best. We saw a couple of shots here and there. They were able to get the last goal, which was the most crucial one that they needed to get past that finish line and at least get a win in this series. But they need more where that came from if they want to confidently take the victory at the end of the day. Maryville have it out for them. They know their style of play, and if they can hone in on their accuracy and precision for these shots, they will be a force to be reckoned with for the rest of this best of 7.
Yeah, I'm, again, really hoping we don't get another high shooting, high defensive save game. That is just crazy to watch and think about and talk about and everything at once. I mean, I'm speaking more as a viewer right now. It is heartbreaking to watch and look at what is happening on the field in front of us. It is unconventional in terms of Rocket League play. And now we have to figure out, is this game going to be the same from what we've seen so far, or is everyone going to adapt and change that much quicker?
This is the expectation for when you have a series against Akron, that it is going to get scrappy. It'll be a brawl with the best of them, but right now, who's the best on the field? Ixo when it comes to scoring goals.
He has been the most consistent player on the field for sure, and speed sets him up so well. Manages to lay the ball perfectly on his lap in midfield, and he finishes it. Positionally, Ixo has been where he needs to finish off every single shooting play.
I was only 20 seconds into this one. Mac in the driver's seat yet again. The first goal every game is scored by Ixo. No one else could do it better, but we need the rest of their team to at least get on that scoreboard themselves. Confidently take a victory in this series. It was a close shave in game 1 and a close shave there for the defense yet again for Akron. They need control of the ball and some boost in their tanks to at least get out of their side for now.
My biggest concern for Akron is 5 up, as we mentioned, is so good offensively upfield, generally speaking, and has a lot of mechanical capability, but he has been stuck to defend a majority of these plays. He's playing very safely, and it seems like when he is in backfield, then Maryville has an opportunity to score.
40 seconds later on the transition play, 5 up, we talked about them. They couldn't get there in time, and neither could their teammate. It's been a bit of a struggle for them. You can only hold up so much defensively in a series, and this is what we are alluding to in the last game. After so many shots came through by Maryville, once they hone in just a little bit, it will be enough for them to overcome a defensive wall that we saw starting to crack at the end of the last game.
Patty does get that demo on the defender in net, but not much will come out of it. 5 up still working the corner, beats out 1. Ixo has the touch up in the mid, but Bullseye's there to clean up the play. Not a well thought out plan, and Akron Blue comes back a little bit more.
Awkward is how I would explain that defensive strategy from Maryville. They didn't know exactly who should go for it and when to challenge, and that led to them dropping at least 1 in this game to their opponents. Akron will happily take this back to their own side of the field and get some boost and slow things down a little bit, and I think that will benefit them a lot more in the long run. Keep the pace of play in their favor and how they want it to go, because they've been playing to the tune of Maryville, and it seems to be the case again on the transition play, but it does get denied by 5 up.
You know, yet another save for 5 up, has the savior medal already with all 3 for Akron Blue. Granted, now Patty has an opportunity upfield, tries to sneak this one in. 5 up doing his best to clean up the play, but speed in net stands tall, saves both back to back. Still in net, will get credited for yet another save as Maryville does their best to transition out, but he gets bumped. Bullseye wasn't ready. Now trying to bring it back into midfield, but unfortunately it gets touched away. Night shots on, and Batty now credited with a save. Akron, it seems like everyone's woken up for the second half of this game.
You talk about that, but so often we see the defense nowhere to be found, and this time that's the case for Maryville. 5-up will get it after the bump in the back line. Bullseye went back to their side, and instead you see Patty taking Ixo out of the equation. That's exactly what you need to do to get back into the game.
Patty has been a demo demon and a bump demon when it comes down to it, and you see it there working out perfectly. The finish is exactly what's needed for Akron Blue, and they're opening up different ways to score. So now you need to watch for the bumps and demos. You have to watch for the transition plays, for those 50 wins, because right now there are many ways to score, and we've seen just about everything from both sides.
Demo's taking out 2 players, 1 on either side. It does even things out there just the littlest bit. The Knight, soft touch into the corner. Speed with a good reception on their own box. We'll have to see what Patty can do with the ball, but not anything if they get bumped out of the sky. 5-up picks up where they left off. The pieces crumbling in front of their faces on offense, and they're left with just sand going through their fingertips and no plan.
So many air dribble bumps each and every time anybody tries to go for one. Certainly a way to get off the player. If you can't go for the ball, then may as well go for the person in control. Granted, this one's a great pop out. Knight has the read at the stop, and just like that, Maryville back with the lead.
Was waiting for Knight to pop off in this series. We saw the 6 shots from them with 0 goals. Now they have 2 to their name, and proving that it's not just Ixo that could score on Maryville today and in this crucial series. Both teams giving it their all, but so far, all cylinders of Maryville firing at full capacity, especially with no one in the back line. Knight just does get the hat trick there. A good setup by Ixo, and everyone making sure that they put in the effort for the victory for Maryville.
Yeah, I mean, well-deserved for Knight. He originally has the demo onto Bullseye. That's the last third man left for Akron Blue, so nobody left to defend that play. The shot is initially off target, but, you know, he's a right place, right time, so they managed to find a way to score, gain that lead even further. Ixo has the air dribble control. 5-up, well defended yet again, but it seems like defense will not save Akron in this one. They need some more offensive pressure. They can't keep saving it. They can't keep being on their goal line, because right now Maryville has figured out how to control this lead and how to play this series to their advantage.
Last minute of play in Game 3 might as well be a wash for Akron based on how we've seen things go so far, but they're not going to give out without a fight. Knight does get in the way of that one, does give it up to Bullseye though. And again, just gets served straight up to them on a silver platter. They'll say, thank you, I'll have seconds and thirds of a helping from the other team. But with the time remaining on the clock still ticking down, and no closer for Akron having any strategy of a comeback. It's do or die for them. Bullseye gets in the way, but Speed easily weaves and dodges away from it. With 24 seconds, not much time left.
Yeah, they need to score, and they have to score now. Granted, that touch to 5-up on the 50 looked like potential, but for now, huge clear up field. This one will be saved. Patty is up, can't deflect it on target just yet. Actually, can he? Almost finds a way on the way back down to get it, but time has run out for Akron in Game 3. Maryville will regain their series lead and certainly show more colors to how they play offensively upfield.
Maryville just wanted to get Akron involved in that last game. They're like, okay, you know, we'll give you the keys for now. You can drive it around the block and then just give it back to us when you're done. Don't have any scratches on it. And they got demoed for that and came back with a car that had been totaled, that they had to go back to the shop and the drawing board. That's what they did in Game 3 here, Jixa. They went back to the drawing board, figured out, oh, Ixo's not the only one who could score on our team. Knight can as well. That's exactly what they needed to do to come back on top. 2-1 currently. Could easily see them take the rest of the series.
I mean, those were my biggest reservations with Maryville. What could Knight do to really be an important factor of this team and play where he needed to be? It was clearly upfield, put him upfield, find ways to feed him the ball, and that's where he's most comfortable. He had deflections, he had 50 wins, he's had multiple ways now to score, and that is his success on this team currently. If they keep him there, then he becomes a control contributing factor, and that's the huge part about it. Everyone on Maryville is such a contributing factor to why they're successfully winning games. For Akron Blue, it still feels like the 5-up show, whether it's offense or defensively. Bullseye and Patty need to step up in other ways in order for them to be successful.
We saw the first goal be credited to Bullseye in the last 2 games for Akron. We need more from Patty as well. They have been relatively silent, shot saves and demos. No more a third man, but an actual third cog in the wheel for Akron to get their machine to victory started. Right now, a goal would definitely help them, but pinched off the posted away. There's still a chance for them to keep this going, but it does fizzle out.
Oh, 5-up the one, gifted with that opportunity, and it was so close, but credit where credit's due. Knight had a phenomenal save to stop that one from going on in. Akron, a lot of spite, looking to start off in this one, but they still now need to deal with the transition of Maryville, who have peppered a couple shots on target. This one finally goes back onto that side, and everyone resets for this one.
Already 40 seconds gone, and this is almost the longest amount of time that we've seen there not be a goal scored, except for game 2, where it took half the game at that point. And we saw what the end result of that was. So the longer it takes for a goal to go through, the more beneficial for Akron. But Knight centers things themselves. Nobody on their team wanted to overcommit. So Patty will easily take this back towards the back wall. Ixo with the last-ditch effort is enough for them to get it aside, and Speed saves the day.
Knight now with control, a little bit of a flick here. This one's on target, but Ixo just too far away to finish up on that play. Patty doing his best for the 50. Can't find more than that. 5-up taking time over one, but can't go over the other. Just like that, each team testing the waters with their mechanics, figuring out, can they get past the defense?
Poking and prodding. Trial and error, as you mentioned, that is the way to victory for Akron specifically. They had to also go back to the drawing board and throw out their previous plans, because defense does not win them this best of 7. They need to get things going on offense. A couple more shots, a couple more demos and bumps, but we saw the crucial demo go in favor of Maryville just enough for them to clear it out towards midfield.
Bullseye quick to this one, does have the touch and past one. 50. We'll leak this one out to Patty, who has another 50 to be made. This one's dangerous in front of net, but no follow-up yet for Akron, who's lurking on that midfield line. Granted, 5-up with boost. Patty has to take the back. The challenge comes through. A bump comes through as well. Patty is beat. Backboard here. Knight no boost, so this will be cleared out. This one leaks back into midfield, but Speed has nothing but the momentum of his car to get to it. Just like that, we're back in midfield, and we're back in reset territory.
Half of the game already gone in game 4. And almost halfway through the series for now. Akron, they want to tie things up. At least make it go to 6 at the minimum. Maybe eventually a Champions Field if they need to, but still, with the time remaining, 5-up. Not the best flicks that they could have hoped for. They'll have to give it up to the other team in Maryville again on the midfield. They've been giving them so much respect, and I feel like when they were going for those demos in game 2s, there was anything but respect shown on the field.
I will give it to Akron. They are out shooting Maryville currently 9-2, and those demos have opened up more possibilities. But for now, Maryville has been the brick wall instead of Akron like we saw previously. Across the team, 7 total saves. They have been doing well to defend, and every time Akron tries to change it up, it also seems like they're just boost starved to be able to follow up through on a lot of these opportunities.
Knight every time. You can see them in the cherry picker position, just waiting to take the boost, go for the demo, clear the way to victory for their team. But Ixo does get the touch that time and the full 100 boost. They'll easily go back to base and wait for backup. 5-up try to go for the bump onto Ixo. Doesn't matter too much when Speed has control. Knight on a demo on the back line. Bullseye does get one, but there they go at the last second. Isn't enough for them to scoop it out at the last moment. That they do. Bullseye maintained control for a moment, but Ixo quickly takes it away for the setup.
Oh, this one for Speed will be right on target, but he doesn't have any boost other than just put it on. 5-up the clear, but Speed is there now with boost to his name, has the flip, but doesn't maintain control to use it. This one back towards the backboard. Bullseye the save off the corner. Speed there first. Patty needs to send it away and still can't do so. Knight off the ceiling, no touch there. 5-up out here. Speed again, trying for a second time. Gets over one. The follow-up for Knight to sneak on through. And Maryville has the lead in the remaining 19 seconds.
Boost management has been the name of the game. If Patty had something, and even a better challenge, they would have been more confident going for that save. But no, they waited too long in the corner, didn't have the momentum in their favor, and they were caught just with their pants down that time, unfortunately. So 12 seconds left. Maryville looking to go onto a match point in this series where the whole desk voted against them with the time remaining. One last ditch effort if Akron can get control, but they can't do even that. Maryville are the ones to showcase their skill in this series yet again.
Yeah, well done by Maryville. Again, defense wins games. It can win championships. And at the end of the day, Maryville did what they needed to do defensively to keep this game at 0-0 all the way up into 19 seconds, where they gave themselves the opportunity to be ahead. It was such a close game, and every time we thought 5-up or Patty could score, they just couldn't get it on through. The demos have been great. We've seen so many different looks, but at the end of the day, there's one team that had better shots and one team that had better defense, and that was Maryville in this one.
What we do need to talk about is this feels like two players stepping up on Akron versus the entire roster of Maryville every time we see Maryville come out on top. Akron, you see this go around, 5-up not able to do as much as they would want, having to play more passively and really giving up some more space to their teammate in Patty, who we were expecting big things from. But even with all the shots we saw at the start, it quickly fizzled out and they found themselves between a rock and a hard place and no way to get out. It's a tough spot to find themselves in, and this is do or die for Akron. Match point now for Maryville. This is their time to shine.
A lot is on the line if you want to stay in the CRL Spring Championship. Only single elim. This is their last life. Akron need to win 3 in a row to find a way to stay in it, and for now, they cannot again start with a goal.
Off the post and out for the last two games, but not this time for 5-up, stepping up to the plate and swinging a home run. Exactly what we need to see from them. Knight with not the best of touches, dunked on by Patty, and 5-up there just for the follow-up and the finish.
The patience by 5-up to not initially go for that touch until it falls just underneath that crossbar was impeccable. Now he has another shot almost on target, if not for Knight to get in the way. 5-up has certainly been an incredible player all series long, and we will continue to look at him to see if he can be the favor of Akron winning another game in this series. For now, though, they need to defend, and Bullseye will do just that on the defense.
Still no boost for Bullseye. They were not in the best position defensively. Tried to go for a corner boost that just was not respawning in time. Had to go for the back line and defend as best as possible, and it was stolen away from them again. This is just how synergistic Maryville are on their rotations and suffocating the defense of Akron every time they go up to bat. So again, Maryville in the driver's seat, it feels like, even after the first goal was scored by Akron. But this is a good breakaway from 5-up. They might be able to finish it off if not for the defensive Ixo. Bullseye, though, on target, off the posted in for the first time.
Great work by Akron to keep putting on pressure. They've thrown a lot of balls upfield, and the difference is they've been able to follow up in the form of challenges. 5-up gets the challenge there, is able to set up his teammate, and the finish is made. Although very close, I may say, and may add, they're still able to put it on through. So even though there's a couple demos there, there's a couple flies, they've been managing their boost just a little bit better and managing their opportunities when it comes to the shots upfield.
I got to see what Akron can do here. Strengthen their lead. They don't feel confident with only 2 against this high-flying roster of Maryville, especially with how many goals they've been able to put up so far. Good stop defensively. The best clear out they could have hoped for. Patty with control. Does get that second touch. A decent setup for Bullseye, read from a mile away by Knight. One final follow-up for possession likely transfers hands over to Maryville, and that's exactly what Speed was looking for.
Bullseye towards the back wall. This one cleared out. Patty able to get in the way. Speed almost had a deflection himself in midfield. Couple of missed touches. 5-Up will pick this one up first. Has a lot of boost in the tank. Looking for the flip. Trying to get underneath with the bump too. But Bullseye can't bully his way through. This one off the ceiling and down. Patty trying to find the angle. Will have a double tap read, but clearly saved away again. Great transition and clear for Ixo. That gives them some space and time to regather boost.
Talking about that, Bullseye still another just resident on the back line with no boost again. They finally were able to pick up the entire tank that they needed to get something going offensively, but using it all and not the best position does put them in an odd spot past the halfway point of this game 5. But even then, still with the lead by 2, gotta be ever careful. A watchful eye on Maryville whenever a transition opportunity opens itself up.
Patty looking towards midfield, contested quickly, has some boost in the tank, but speed already up to read and deflect into that corner. Knight now dangerously in midfield, wins that 50. In fact, it's on target.
Wow.
Can anyone get to it? Nobody! Nobody even calls for it. The jump is late, and Knight, man, he is hot with the 50s right now.
When you need someone to step up on this new Maryville roster, it will be a Knight without a doubt. We saw it in the last game, how they were able to get a hat trick and push themselves to the brink for a potential victory. But 5-Up, speaking of victories, almost cementing theirs here off the kickoff.
1 minute 50 seconds is a lot of time, but all 3 players of Maryville go for that kickoff. We've seen a lot of kickoff strategies this year. Maybe it works out, maybe it doesn't. In this case, it certainly does not. And Akron regains their 2-goal lead. I will hold my breath for the first couple seconds of this kickoff. No score just yet. Granted, this one goes toward the back wall and gets very dangerous, but Knight the clear out. And for now, they'll be back in midfield.
That's a good takeaway by Knight on the back end. Otherwise, if they didn't get the best of touches on it, would have easily been a follow-up for a goal. Demo comes through. Clear out some of the space and traffic in front of the box. Speed, though, not as accurate as they would have hoped. Does get sent to the sky and comes straight back down. Not exactly where they wanted to find themselves on offense, but another fake comes out from Knight that go around. No boost to really work with, so it worked out in either way. This 5-Up does what they can to keep this momentum going on offense. Far down and in for Patty. 4-1. The formality at this point.
Yeah, great follow-up by Akron Blue. At this point, they're certainly hungry for the offensive field. They're where they need to be to follow up off of every single challenge. Patty is positioned in that one, and now every single player on Akron Blue has made some sort of impact towards goals or even assists this game. It has been a wonderful adjustment to see Akron make, and for now they will secure themselves, I believe, this game to extend it that much further. I mean, we've seen some pretty crazy things happen.
True.
But it certainly seems like the momentum is in the favor of Akron. I can't say anything just yet. Ixo slugs that one. What is happening in the final minute?
I think what's happening is you're cursing Akron at this moment, especially with how long that went on. Ixo puts it through eventually, and it felt like an eternity waiting for that ball to touch down, especially for Akron. 42 seconds and the time that's remaining. There is potential for Maryville if they get control, but 5-Up takes it away. Ixo tries to chase them down, but not enough boost to work with. The good touch by Patty, sent up to the heavens by Speed, followed through with Knight on the cherry picking position. Can't pump Bullseye out of anything. So the time remaining and the ball in the Maryville half. Still ever closer to an Akron victory, but Maryville not giving up without a fight.
Back off the corner, Bullseye doing his best to try to win out these 50s and challenges. Patty able to move it just that much farther upfield in space, finally, is what Akron has. In fact, they'll throw one more towards the goal, and I think we can safely say they've secured this game win to extend the series. But man, it was a close at times, and Maryville certainly did not give up to the final second now to try and come back in this one.
My question is now, do we see a timeout from Maryville just to make it so Akron Blue lose that momentum going into the next game? Could be a solid strategy from them. Both teams still have their timeouts available to them. So we'll have to see what happens during the transition between these games. But even then, Akron Blue do come out on top, 5-2, the most confident win we have seen from them so far. They just need to keep that consistency going.
Yeah, I still think timeout, no timeout. Akron knows how to adjust, knows the breaks and the environment. I mean, let's keep in mind, these players are all so seasoned when it comes to a tournament environment. Nothing should phase them at this point. And it certainly seemed like Akron was locked in this game. They understood the adjustments they needed to make, the challenges they had to do. It seems like they maintained boost control as well, much better than in the previous games. And it worked out to their advantage. You're right. I think this is the biggest discrepancy in score that we have seen all day today thus far.
It is, yeah. Most games in the last series were determined in overtime from 4 out of the 7 that we got to see. Now we get to see Akron on top and in charge, but they're still down by a game. They are not safe yet. They have to force their own game 7. I talked about it going into the series. I'm like, Akron, please don't make it go to 7, but they're making things entertaining, at least for now. Maryville, they showcased their skill in the last couple of games to get to this point in time, and they're confident enough that they don't need a timeout to reset on Neo Tokyo. This is where dreams live or die in a series. Game 6 is here and now, and Akron Blue need to force the issue, to force it to go to Champions Field.
Honestly, I'm saying it here. Whoever scores first is going to win this game. That's how I've felt
so far.
The momentum is just exactly what either team needs. And certainly that little bit of comfort can go a long way. Speed, controlling out of the half, and manages the first 50. Night No on follow-up, has boost to work with, wins this 50. This one straight down. Does Speed have the angle? He does not. He gets bumped away. And just like that, Akron managed the first bit of pressure that come from Maryville.
That's what we want to see from Akron. If they can go toe-to-toe with Maryville in the most crucial moments. And we saw that in the last game, but Maryville, they've proved that they have what it takes to be winners and champions time and time again. They've taken down the best teams in North America, like Northwood in the past. Had a winning record against them for some time with a different roster, but 2/3 of that still makes up this specific team. We got to see some inklings of that earlier on in the series. But as the game slows down, Jigsaw, it benefits Akron more and more, and that's where it's tending to trend for now.
Pace of gameplay is always important. Each team is comfortable with slightly different speed. And as for Akron, as we've mentioned, they are better with that slower pace of play. Maryville, the opposite. They do better when it's chaotic, when they can bump, when they can steal boost, when they can manage to find ways to challenge effectively. That's where they're most comfortable. And for now, it has been a pretty slow game. But at the same time, we often see this when there is a lot on the line. Both teams are being cautious at the end of the day. They don't want to make a mistake at this point in the series.
You can almost feel the tension in the air and the arena for Neo Tokyo. Speed trying to break it up, but does get stopped out by Bullseye. 5-up, bailing them out. Patty just trying to clear out the way, and that's exactly what they do. Goals coming home for Akron, and 5-up leads the charge.
Patty absolutely said, get out the way. He not only bumps Knight, but he also bumps Ixo to boot. 2 players completely out of commission defensively, and Akron gets on the board first. And who other to score than 5-up himself, who has been doing damage off field as well as defensively. Great start overall, great job as a team to play together. This is what we asked for from Akron, and they are absolutely delivering.
We saw a great performance from 5-up during the RLCS season, most recently getting a top 8 finish on Pirates on a Boat, and expect big things from them. But even then, got to see what the rest of this team can do. We heard from Bass earlier on that Patty and Bullseye with their former teammate Tristan even made it into a top 32 themselves. So a lot of great efforts throughout the scene. But talking about those, Speed and Ixo have made their name in the top 16 a number of times this past season as well. So all these players on the field have some sort of professional experience to them in Akron, trying to showcase that they have the better of it for now.
It's certainly what has made collegiate Rocket League so difficult to be in and so hard to predict at the end of the day. 5-up manages to get this doink. He has the hot hand today. I mean, you can't deny 5-up's ability to affect the field.
It was a great touch to send it forward. already past the halfway point of this game, and it seems to be slipping away even more so for Maryville as the pace of play has gone in favor of their opponents. More shots for Akron benefits them more than anyone else, and Maryville, not the strongest defense we've seen from them thus far. Only 2 saves for Speed, a single shot for both Ixo and Knight. This is not the best look we've seen for them so far, and that would have been a good comeback if it went through.
Just off the mark and out. Ixo still trying to push for Maryville. Knight is there, shot is off the mark, and Bullseye just sends it high. Speed, the quick touch, but you know what? Patty's there instead. Bullseye also coming up behind him. The trickery is there, and Bullseye puts it right on the mark.
It's not over just yet, but it seems like it's getting close to it. Patty tried to air dribble bump. A technical push into the net by the defense, but doesn't matter. It was headed that way at the end of the day. 1:30 on the clock this time. Speed, after a demo comes through, does have the shot denied by Bullseye, and there's not even enough time to take a breather between these plays.
Now 5 up now, in control over 1. The buff by Bullseye off field. 5 up, the hat trick himself, and you cannot stop Akron.
This is the team we saw win 3-time lands for Bluegrass Boost Battle, proving that they are able to clutch it up at the moment's notice. And that's what we've seen happen so far in this series from Akron. Looking to force a Game 7. Still technical potential for Maryville to come back, but they need a goal here and now. And that's a good drop down from Speed, but no follow-up in sight.
It just seems like, all the wind out of the sails of Maryville right now. Akron has just shown us, I think, pure confidence when it comes to their touches at field at this point. Maryville was so in touch with one another at the beginning of this series. They were able to be in boost control. Ixo was a demon, but now you can't stop 5 up, 5 goals for Akron.
If we don't see a timeout in between these games, then I don't know what's going on the side of Maryville, but maybe they needed to take one in between the last one and this game. The momentum has not stopped. Non-stop action for Akron on offense, 5-0. You talked about dominance in the last game with the scoreline. This is even more so, eclipsing it.
I know it's hard to not talk about Akron at this point in time because everything is screaming Akron right now. Maryville need to figure out a way to stop the offensive efforts of Akron. They have shown us so many different looks, and 5 up just so patient. It's almost like he's teasing us at this point. He knows how to control the game and the play. Knight will give us one here to end out this game. Likely the last goal, but at this point, we never know.
Yeah.
But
either way, getting on the board is a huge thing here, Chick. So that's exactly what they need to do, especially in the last few seconds, so that they can at least have something going into the next one. Getting shut out before a Game 7, momentum in the favor of your opponents is the worst way to start things there. But everything resets as you go into at least 60 seconds between these games. And well, we have potential for a timeout by either side, and if one is taken, very likely from Maryville. See if that is going to be the case. Either way, though, they got one on the board. That is enough to keep them at least hopeful for a win in Game 7.
Yeah, I mean, as some people know, I coach Rocket League, not to this level, but I coach a collegiate roster, and I tell them the same thing every time. Whether you lose by 10 goals or you lose by 1, a loss is a loss. So at this point in the game, Maryville needs to remember how they were winning the start of this series. Their keys to success, and yes, this game was a wash, but at the end of the day, it is just one game. They have to move on forward. Ixo had his quietest game of all, 90 points, doesn't even get past the 100-point mark, while Ixo had the hot hand for Maryville in this game. Certainly not what we wanted to see out of him, but if things change, so can this game. It is Game 7, and now it's in the hands of both these teams to rise to the occasion and do what they need to do when it matters most.
No timeouts called. Maryville say GG, go next. We have Game 7. We're not stopping until we raise that trophy. At least a little bit of an intermission if they come out on top in between today and tomorrow. Either way, though, Maryville, you talked about it. Ixo, this is the least we've seen of them. Only a single shot. No saves in sight. And 5 up was as dominant as can be. A complete eclipse of what we saw from the script in game 1. But now it comes down to Champions Field here, Chixa. Bullseye, 5UP, and Patty. Will they rise to the challenge, get 3 game wins in a row to come back for the victory, or will Maryville prevent the gentleman's sweep?
No surprise here that it goes to game 7, and I hope we see a close one at that. Speed, opportunity off the backboard, small touch, Bullseye able to send it away where 5UP is waiting. Patty, you could already see going upfield, looking for ways to bump and demo. 5UP as well sneaks his way up, and there's the deflection for the Akron goal.
Exactly what they needed to do, but not the touch that Knight needed. The worst spot to be in at that moment, and set it up for failure on the defensive end. Teed it up perfectly for their opponents, and it goes into their back line and demolishes their spirits in the first 20 seconds. But Excel, we talked about the performance in the last game. They need to step up the plate here, and they aren't able to do it just yet.
5UP gets to this one, is quickly challenged. Patty has some boost, but doesn't have control. He's challenged yet again, just as fast. A huge clear up field, giving Akron some space. Speed will start the dribble from the ceiling, brings it back down. A nice touch to Knight, but bumps his teammate as well after that touch. So a little bit disjointed on the communication front. Patty has an opportunity, will get there first, but Knight defends back in time, gets bumped to boot. This one sneaks on down, but is cleared right on out.
Bullseye wanted to go for the boost on that play, but got called off by 5UP. Said, hey, someone has to go for the save, otherwise that is an open net goal. And we've seen so many close calls like that where Bullseye trying to focus on keeping themselves topped up when it comes to those boost canisters. But Speed, a good touch, set up by their teammate. Still not exactly what they're searching for on offense. 1-0, the scoreline stays, but we'll see how long it keeps to be at that pace for now.
Patty has the touch off the back wall, 50s it into the corner of Maryville, where Knight is there first. 5UP up in time, will beat out Knight. Sends this one away, so actually misses the touch, and Speed will have to save him in order to get the save. Back at it though is Akron with more pressure. The shot by Patty off the mark, and send more of a pass maybe he was going for. With this one trickling back onto the defense of Akron, it has been close calls everywhere. Up the post, out, up the post again. Both sides of the net will not favor Maryville right now.
This is some scrappy play by both teams. Not as clean as they would want it to be, but if it's Akron holding on at a moment's notice, they will be able to pick up the pieces and build a fort with it and hold that defensive line. And that's exactly what we witnessed there. Ixo, though, with the flip reset, setting things up for Knight. Patty denies them access to the box for now. And Speed with a demo coming through. Not enough for them just yet. A good final tip. Patty, an own goal. No!
Patty, why? Why? I feel like we haven't seen an own goal in so long, and just turns at the wrong time. I think he panics because Bullseye ends up getting demoed, and we don't know if he'll be back in time. That is so unfortunate and such a heartbreak moment for Akron. This could be what changes the tides for Maryville. Do they get a mental block? Is the transition there? No follow-up though for Maryville, and this one goes straight the other way.
Talked about the sloppy play, and that's exactly how it came out from the side of Akron. Bites them in the butt that go around, and Maryville tried to make the most of it afterwards. They could not get it into another goal-scoring opportunity, so that does benefit Akron for a moment to calm down, but there's not much time remaining for them. They had the lead, they had potential to get the win in their favor for Game 7, a 3-game comeback by them. They need at least a goal and then some to feel confident in this final game.
A couple of wave dashes get 5UP to that ball, where it almost finds a way to get there. Instead, Knight demos Patty, so there'll be some space for Maryville to conjure up a play. This one, though, saved by 5UP. Knight will try for number 2. May have gotten that flip, but I don't believe so. Speed now, simple shot, 5UP still there. Credited with yet another save, 4 in this game thus far. He has still been the most impactful player this game and the rest of this series.
True.
And for now, he's holding on for Akron, as that one's just off the mark too.
we gotta say that the defense of Akron has been awkward at best in this last minute of time. They're still trying to recover mentally after that hiccup on the defensive end, leading into this tied game where could have just easily taken the victory. 5 up though off the backboard. Speed doesn't get the best of touches, but a follow-up is there. No boost left in the tank, but doesn't need it. Patty with another miss, starting to feel the pressure coming towards them. In Maryville, they are experts at performing at the best moments. 35 seconds here though. Will Akron be able to come out, or is Maryville going to take this before OT?
Oh, please, not another overtime. 5 up on the turn, wins the first 50, but Speed gets a clear out. Knight has boost, he has Ixo as well. Ixo, though, can't find contact with the car to get the bump. Knight has a way to get towards that ball, but the touch isn't there. Another deflection. Akron trying to live by their defense, but they can't defend Knight right now. Knight the savior in shining armor in the final seconds. 7 left on the clock.
One kickoff is all it's going to take for Akron to potentially force this to overtime or get sent home in an upset that we all were talking about. The entire desk went in their favor, but an own goal would be the last thing on their ledger. If things continue this way, 0 seconds remaining, 5 up with the flick. Ixo goes for the save, and there's nobody to touch it down except for Maryville. They pull off the victory here and prevent the comeback by Akron. It's so unfortunate for them, though, as it will be the own goal that causes their demise.
I mean, I gotta give credit where credit is due. Knight stepped up at the final moments in this series. He was quiet to start. He didn't know his place on the team. And then there he was, cleaning up play after play, finding ways to stay upfield, to bump, to demo, to win challenges in 50s. Knight may have not been the most consistent player this series, but he was the one that came through to ice plays at the end of the day.
Tough spot for Akron, but we do have to give the flowers to Maryville. They proved they were the better team on the day and in this series. They could have taken it earlier if 5 Up did not wake up and the rest of their team started working together. Akron, they seem to struggle when it matters most in these playoffs. Last time we saw them lose in Game 7 to WVU in the fall, but Maryville have proved without a doubt that this roster is almost as strong as their last one. They are here to play and make a statement, and that's exactly what they did with this win against Akron. Northwood needs to look out, because if Maryville cleans up some of the mistakes we saw in this series, we've seen their record against Northwood. They could take it all the way and make it to the grand finals.
Yeah, I will say Northwood, of course, didn't look like themselves at times today. So that matchup between the two, definitely going to be an absolute stunner. I mean, both games today so far have gone to 7, have had multiple overtimes, have been 1-goal games. And it's incredible to watch as the day continues on. I mean, can it get better? Of course it will, but it doesn't seem like it has that opportunity.
We'll have to see, as there are still more series to come. We have Concord versus Ball State up next, but we'll talk about that once we come back from the break.
25, another lonely night, don't know what to do. Finally see what it's like going out every night when it's not with you. I see you whipping down a 4-5. It was December, it was you and I can't remember how to feel alive without you. I wonder what I would say if you stayed, if the times all changed and the games we played went away for the day, but you hated me for everything. Yeah, I would do it all again if the clock restarted, knowing it'll end with us broken hearted. We could both pretend I'm in love with someone new, someone just like you. Someone just like you. Someone just like you. While you're with him, but you keep blowing up my line like I'm with you again. It's just like 1996 and you doing that thing you do. You keep on lying to yourself about everything we've been through. It'd be cool if you let off all this and emptied your baggage like you cleaning out your Birkin. You at the club and telling everyone you're working, but I know you're mad and honestly you probably heard it. I wonder what I would say if you stayed, if the times all changed and the games we played went away for the day, but you hated me for everything. Yeah, I would do it all again if the clock restarted, knowing it'll end with us broken hearted. We could both pretend I'm in love with someone new, someone just like you. 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 Someone just like you.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the 2025 Spring CRL Championships. And we just had another Game 7 thriller, and Maryville did come out the victor. And we have speed potentially to, I guess, say I told you so, as Maryville did take it despite all 4 of the desk panelists predicting Akron. And I suppose, Speed, what do you have to say about that?
Do you know what? Normally I call you out, but that was acceptable. They won thingy last week, the boost battle, and we've been considerably mid for quite a while. So that made sense. Still, pressure makes time.
Yeah, and with that said, I mean, you said about I believe exactly a week ago, you played Akron in that LAN, the Bluegrass Boost Battle. You got swept in that one, and obviously with Knight, you've seen a little bit of different performances. It's just hard to change someone out mid-semester. What is the difference in preparation that took place from that 7 days ago to now with a much higher stakes match online?
Do you want the honest truth? Not a clue. I think we just we played one scrim and then played it, and then we went, wait, why don't we play like this in Kentucky? I was like, oh, okay, we'll just do that this week on Saturday. All right, thank you.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, certainly there was a lot of adjustments that were required, particularly because Akron, as you have said and many other pros have said, incredibly tilting team to play against. They were bumping so much. They had a lot of demos racked up throughout it. How do you deal with a team like that without throwing your controller through the drywall?
I mean, yeah, staying level-headed is the most important one, and then Ixo had some really good comms about actually how to beat them, which was primarily stop giving their second man the ball. Like, if their first man's challenging, don't donate it to the person behind. Which we kind of almost forgot in Game 5 and 6. We gave them about 12 goals, I feel. And then we went, hang on a minute, and figured it out. But the worst series I've played individually in like 3 months. Gonna own that one.
I mean, it still comes out. As long as you get the win, you can just recover and go into it tomorrow. It's particularly one thing that kind of shocked us within the Parade Room specifically was no timeouts from either team throughout that, especially after Game 6, where, as you mentioned, you went on a run leading into that 7th game. It was a double-digit lead almost in terms of goal differential across those games. What was the discussion that led to the ultimate decision to not take that timeout and just go through it, just clean up with 60 seconds?
Well, the decision was that we were 5-0 down with 2 minutes left, so we already had a timeout. We spent the 5 goals. We were just like, smack the ball around and talk about what went wrong. So then we talked about it, kind of came to a conclusion. It was like, okay, we got it. Next game. Like, there's no need to sit and wait another minute and kind of ponder on nothing. Just go.
All right. And so with all that said, I mean, yes, you did get the win. It was a little scrappy, but ultimately they all count the same. Glad you guys are moving on to the semifinals, which you'll be facing Northwood. Also having to go to Game 7, so clearly no easy runs into the semifinals within the Spring Championship. How is the sentiment of the team? Naturally, you guys are focusing on the current moment, but is there anything about saying, yeah, we got past Akron, but now we got to play Northwood? How is the confidence within the team room?
I feel like now we've won that. I honestly thought, in personal opinion, I struggle more against Akron than I do against Northwood on an individual level. I die 20,000 times a game against them. I don't get to get into the flow of the game. Northwood, they're better individual players, but you know what they're going to do, which at least if you play pro level and stuff, it's easier to play sometimes against better teams. So I think we're actually confident about tomorrow.
All right. Well, then I wish you the best of luck against that competition in Northwood, as you'll have a full day's rest. So congrats on your win yet again, and have a good rest of your day.
Thank you.
And with that, throw it back to the desk, and we hear it from Speed and Bass as we come back into it. Clearly, they knew what to do, and they did it.
I am beyond impressed. Again, like we said, at BBB, this team did not look like the same version of themselves as we saw here today, but Maryville, maybe scrappy, still get it done. I'd also like to point out, by the way, the whole time that interview is going on, Knight in the background's just grinding ranked. Dude won the series and immediately went, all right, it's time for me to grind some more. This Maryville team, their dedication both to the squad as well as also their drive to win, unparalleled here. Jixa, I mean, we didn't necessarily think that this was going to be as close a series as it was at times, especially with the way that they flip-flop back and forth.
Yeah, I was gonna say, sometimes there was so much momentum and we're like, oh, this series is cooked. And then, the other way, and we're like, oh, Akron's unbeatable. No way you're going to be able to stop them. And that's just how it seemed to go. There were so many times of swings of momentum and so many times where players in particular kind of showed up as they needed. Knight in particular, a little bit quiet. We were wondering, oh, he's kind of the forgotten third. He only came through at the second half of the year. How is that going to affect the team? And then he stepped up when needed. We mentioned a little bit about 5-Up during this series and how consistent he was as a player. I still stand by it. He was the best player on the field for those 7 games straight. He was the most consistent. But at the end of the day, Bullseye sometimes didn't know what to do or how to do or even how to get boost. And then Patty made a major mistake in that Game 7. And as soon as that was made, it didn't matter if they were winning or losing by that mistake. That mental block in itself is just so hard to come back through.
Yeah, we kind of got to talk about it, unfortunately, here, VOD. Not only was that maybe the mistake of the series, and unfortunately the downfall here for Akron, as watching it back does not make it any easier here. Not only that, but valid.
I was just having my hands the entire time. I don't want to watch it. I'm just happy to watch this train wreck at the end of the series. I'm like, okay, after that goal goes through, it's almost over. The mental's a wash there for Akron. We saw it happen in the fall against WVU. In Game 7, they lost there as well. And it just comes up to that clutch factor, right? Maryville have that with them, especially with Speed and Ixo, and even Knight we saw before in the old Maryville roster way back in 2023. Now seeing this whole team together, they talked about it. They had one scrim. That's all they needed to adjust their playstyle from Bluegrass Boost Battle. And had that confidence from them. We didn't have enough confidence out of Akron at the start of the series. Eventually they woke up, and then it just wasn't enough to clutch up at the end of the day.
Unfortunately, again, it's one of those things where you could really see the exact moment that things started to go wrong, but we're not going to dwell on the past here for Akron. Their second exit in the quarterfinals here throughout the year. They had the exact same sort of result in the fall, but for Maryville, they get to yet another semifinal. We have other quarterfinals we've got to focus on, including our next matchup just above, Concord and Ball State. Now, look, if any of the matchups we have today is a rivalry, Concord and Ball State is the rivalry uncompared. Not only for the sake of the two of them constantly facing each other, but Taco, it's a rivalry that most people would probably expect the former national champions to be on top of, but really it's Ball State who seem to have their number.
Yeah, it's the awkward part about watching this team play is that when you look at Concord, you're thinking, okay, well, based on the pedigree, they should be doing better. And then in the beginning of the semester, they really were doing better. But Ball State found their footing, and almost every team in CRL has that one team they can't really shake. There's something about their play style that really clashes with how you like to play. And for Concord, that is very much so this Ball State team. They have a great rotation. Too Fast as the coach has had these guys dialed in the spring and made the best results that we've seen, almost even winning one of the opens, but fortunately they did fall, and for the most part Concord is just trying to say, we talked to Smas off stream and basically was just saying, hey, how's team confidence feeling? He says, we still think we're the best in this nation, but the placements aren't necessarily living up to that quite yet.
Their placements itself may not be as high as what Ball State are having right now, but one of the biggest things that they do have over Ball State that, they don't have is that Ball State has not won not only an Open, but not a national championship. Concord won an Open in the last semester, won the national championships last semester, and they come into this one still putting pretty high placements, multiple top fours, some really good events across the board. The question is that enough to take over a team that is surging? Like we said, a top 2 finish from Ball State cannot be understated. It's incredibly impressive. Do we think that's going to be enough here today, though, Chicksa?
It definitely could be. I always like the hot hand, the team that has momentum behind it. And there's something about Ball State that just likes to make those salty run backs. We mentioned it in the last and Open number 4, how they made it all the way to second place and even bracket reset, almost winning the entire thing. But they had made a similar one in the past before. And it always seems to be at the right time, at the end of the season, where they just play their hearts out. And you're like, man, where is this Ball State the rest of the season? They've won as well championships before, just not in CRL, but they have won and they know what it's like to get things done. I'm excited to see these two. When I was asked earlier today what the best game of the day would be, I picked this one because I truly believe, although we've had game 7s, the back and forth in this one is just going to be absolutely out of your mind.
The unfortunate thing for Ball State is that they tend to do well in one specific format. Lower bracket runs in double elimination.
That's true.
They do not have that today, though, Vaughn. They have to play through a single elim. Do we, genuinely, not even a joke, do we think that's going to affect them?
I think it will affect them. I mean, that's why when we had the podcast yesterday, we were kind of talking about, okay, Ball State, they had a great performance in that lower bracket run that they made to make it all the way into that grand final. Got the bracket reset, just couldn't finish things after such a long day of action. This being a single series taken away from everything else, a one best of 7 against Concord, I think benefits Concord more. But even with that, we saw in other leagues out there like ECAC where this team of Ball State has proven to just have the number of Concord time and time again. So it all comes down to this one series and how both teams are performing on the day.
Well, we got to figure out how they're going to play, and I think this first game of the series is going to be extremely telling. As we've talked about before, it's really about putting yourself on the right foot forward, and for a Ball State team that loves to thrive on momentum, I'm going to hope that they get into this one and immediately hit the ground running. Question becomes, though, do we believe they are going to? Hopefully, we're coming back to Cam's here so that we can talk about this, because, ladies and gentlemen, it's prediction time. We got to decide who's taking this one home. And, Vaughn, I'm going to start with you and go down the line.
I think this is going to go to 7, which means it's not going to go to 7, because every time we predict it not to go to 7, it goes to 7. So we'll see what happens this time if I kind of reverse jinx it that way. But who else am I going with but Concord on this one, and making sure that they're going to be the ones coming out on top? Yeah, that's right, baby. This is the Concord. Bring the passion for this team. We'll have to see what they can do in this series against Ball State. but they beat them last time in an outside tournament pretty handily, and we'll have to see if they can do that again here as well.
Taco, do you agree?
I do, in fact. I did say this is probably the closest thing we have to a true rivalry type of matchup in terms of the history of these two teams based on how back and forth they are. And Ball State has the hot hand, but I'm going to go with the same logic with Northwood in that I just trust that when the chips are down, Concord will show up. They were the winners in the fall after really not too much evidence that they would be the runaway favorites to be able to take it there. I think they take it here. Ball State's a phenomenal team, but even if they do have the number of Concord in most other events, I feel like when everything really does come down to it, Concord always shine their best.
Jigsaw, now I ask you the same question. Do you agree?
No, I don't. I think you guys are crazy. They literally just played an Open 4 and Ball State won 3-1. They won 3-1 and they placed better than them.
Also swept them at BBB,
Ball
I'm just saying.
State, yeah, but you know what? It's LAN. It's different. It's not online. This is CRL.
Akron did
This
prove
is
that. That's true.
CRL. Why are we like, oh yeah, you know what? We had the same logic, and you know what? Akron just lost. So you know what? You
Well,
can't.
I'm
you
arguing
can't
in
think
your
about
favor.
that.
Ball State swept them on land. That's what I'm saying.
Oh,
They swept
okay,
them
well
on land.
then- See, now you're confusing me. Why are you against me then?
I'm against you because I'm predicting Concord. I genuinely, look, the cards are against me here to pick Concord. I truly do believe that Ball State in every regard probably has the momentum right now. They have the matchups to prove it, as well as also literally every matchup under the sun. Some people may know about ECAC. For those that don't know, it's basically the Ball State beats Concord show. Literally over and over again, every single time that this league happens, it is Ball State taking a win over Concord, and I don't know why I'm voting for Concord outside of they are CRL fall national champions. It pains me to state that I expect to see another Helix masterclass. When he gets into these positions, he is just so unbelievably difficult to beat. The problem becomes, though, Chicks, like you said, the track record goes for Ball State. In every statistic, Ball State should be the team coming out on top here.
I think the difficulty is that how many times I've also been like, well, it should be this way, so therefore I'm going for. Yeah, this is the time where
exactly.
Exactly. It comes off of like we all thought Akron would take it, and then no, Maryville found a way. Akron, I mean, and the worst part is I really don't want it to come down to people being like, well, Patty had an unfortunate 50. It was kind of like a weird deflection own goal. But ultimately, Maryville played phenomenally throughout a lot of that series. Even when they went down like crazy, they still rallied back in Game 7. And I feel like with Ball State, I'm not even predicting them thinking that they're just not even close to Concord when it comes down to all of it and it needs to clutch up. I really just think Concord is just that good when it really matters. But we did say in the fall, half of the reason is because Helix had the best bracket run of his life, a unanimous MVP of playoffs. Can he replicate that this time around?
It's time to find out. It looks like we've got ourselves a series on our hand. Like we said, a rivalry that has been brewing for what feels like forever. Concord are former champions here, but not the same success. Ball State, they might not have the highs, but man, do they have the momentum. The question is, what is better, consistency or a hot hand? It's time for us to find out. Our third quarterfinal of the day. Casters, take it away.
As we've mentioned, we have our fall champions playing out against the Spoiler Alert team. Ball State loves to play Spoiler. They love to beat you when the stakes are high. And as we mentioned, statistically, this Ball State has beat Concord. I don't understand why I'm the only one on the desk that thinks it'll happen again today. But you know what? Someone's going to be right and someone's going to be wrong. Not the entire desk this time, because no matter what these two we've mentioned are going to play one heck of a series.
Yeah, at least some of us will happen to know ball. One of the actual strange things about Ball State is that there's no lower bracket. This is a team that thrives on lower bracket runs, but this is single elim, so they have to be able to show up when it all really does count. I know they've probably been scrimming for a while, running through some ranks to stay warm, and they've been having to watch 2 nail-biter of a series. I think they want to avoid that at all costs, and maybe the best way to do that is to open up with scoring, but it looks like the defense is ready for Concord.
Couple of demos here, and Go will take it off the sidewall, try to bit more pressure. Helix in the way, Wolba to pick it up, gets the 50. This one trickling down. Oath doesn't have the angle, so instead just puts it back to Go. Go with boost. Oath's going for a bump on CMOS, but Crispy in the way to flex here. Still more control by Ball State. Have more potential upfield to keep on shooting shots, but that one just not strong enough. And with that, little bit of a clear in space for Concord.
So a nice flurry of goals as Wolva almost own goals. A crazy banger of a shot, but it is going to mercifully miss that goal, and that's not going to be any easy ones in this series. And I think that's really what we've been trying to focus on throughout all the teams we're watching. You have to make sure every goal is earned, like that one attempt from Helix, but can't pop that one over the first defender.
Back down, CMOS off the corner. Can't do any more than that. Low boost for everybody on the field other than Helix and CMOS, but that touch by Helix isn't the best. In fact, Gug gets to it first before his teammates on his own side. Another huge clear, and this will be the setup. Wolva in midfield, 2 players jump. And just like that, Crispy is the last one back in order to get a touch upfield. Granted, this one's open. Wolva threads the needle and scores first for Ball State.
Really good job by Wolva to be able to be upfield, but then know just when he needs to turn around. He gets that mid boost and understands the only player that's going to get there in time is him. And poor Helix, I think he realized that a little too late. He's not able to get up to it, beat out that defender. Open net finish, and you can't say that isn't deserved from Ball State. They've really dictated a lot of the offense leading into the beginning of game number 1, so only natural they're the ones that's going to get our first goal and first lead.
All right, back to it. Concord now needed to find a way to retaliate. Granted, they are demoed and just don't have any way to get back to it. Oath off the corner, Wolva trying to find a way to get back to him, but can't connect. It's been a pretty, I think, silent game at times. It ebbs and flows. We see the slowdown and the team's taking control, and then just when it matters most, we're seeing a ton of demos, bumps, and challenges all at once.
Yeah, we even see a previous play where Ball State actually demoed both players forward for Concord. So they kind of had to look around and say, well, I guess we just have to go back to defense now, as there not really is any other opportunity. Half of playing aggressive and getting those demos is choosing your moment. Speaking of, goalie got wiped out of the way, and nearly that 50 found that back post. So Concord will not suffer a similar fate. They're going to be able to go forward. They're going to get physical play of their own. Wolva the first rejection, the crossbar, the second, and finally it's Helix to say enough is enough.
Effort always does a justice. A couple of bumps, a couple of overcommits. Unfortunate as well that God just loses control on the top crossbar and can never find a way to make the challenge that's needed. But again, retaliation, a phenomenal job by Concord to keep putting on pressure and finding a way to even the ties.
Helix, fantastic reset. Can't get around that one from Oath, and Oath knew it. That's why the delayed jump led to a solid 50. Pretty heavy touch, actually. Samas going to get the better of him, get the back pass as well. Crispy, top shelfer, that's straight up for Helix to be able to read off ceiling. Might have a reset, uses it late, and Go will be able to get the save. Another scary effort that Ball State had to parry away.
Back to it. Seems like Ball State not positioned as they need to get on this ball quickly. Both not much boost in the tank, can only bring it back down and keep it on the Concord half. Concord now have a transition. CMOS beats out everybody. The shot won't come through. It's just too high, and a demo will leave space for Ball State now to hopefully get upfield. But it seems like Concord has been cutting when it comes to rotation and getting this ball in possession just that much quicker back.
Yeah, but a lot of it is also Ball State just understanding of their roles and how to maximize their utility within every single play. That last foray forward from Concord looked like a guaranteed shot up until Helix took too much time. Oath was out of position, so he just turned away and immediately bumped the player out of it. And that's the one way that I think Ball State does well compared to other squads, is that they're also improvisational. They memorize each other's play styles, and that's why the chemistry is always on point. Granted, you can say the same about Concord. That's a nice combination play that almost worked, and now potentially here comes another.
Ooh. Helix, the flip reset just a little bit too high to be able to get more pressure and more power behind it. Oath to Wolva, can't connect. Got again off the corner, still trying to work their way around towards that center field to find a good shooting opportunity. Oath demoed for his efforts. and it's just the final seconds remaining. Can Wova push his way through? Still can't find a way to get to it. Got here shooting this one. It'll bounce off the corner and on in, and Ball State will lead late in this one.
Well, we all knew Go was good, but this is otherworldly placement. Doesn't even flip into it, just leans in to get the extra power, and it's just enough to get past, but it's one thing to be able to get it open over the defense. It's one thing to top shelf it. Crispy has 5 saves, all of the saves for Concord, but not even he can touch this one. Helix trying to rescue things off the kickoff and ceiling. Crispy to Samas, back post is available, but only Samas has any boost. Wova has enough to get the save. And with that, Ball State, they think it's over, but it really isn't until this ball touches the turf. It's circulating around. Samas has a catch, but Wova will say game. 50 in the midfield, and Ball State will walk away our dub.
No matter what, we all thought this one's going the distance. No matter what, we thought it would be close, and it is that 1-goal game. Pretty much we're tied on shots per team, 9-9. The difference is the saves across the board. 2 each for Ball State, 5 for Crispy himself, which you mentioned at the end of the day. But I really love Ball State's transitions upfield. That's where they find their bread and butter at goals, and that's where they get themselves that lead.
I have to say the rotation looking fierce from Ball State. They're all over the reads on defense. It looks a little wily, but that's understandable. You're playing against Concord after all, our defending fall champions, as we mentioned. The biggest thing for me is that Ball State are still always finding these creative ways to break rotation, not out of error or really anything impulsive. It's just understanding, hey, I think I see an opportunity to bump someone or be able to take a weird position. Let's see how they handle it. And right now it feels like Concord are getting thrown the occasional curveball they're not 100% on. So definitely something to focus up in going into our game number 2. But a solid start from Ball State, despite it being, I would say, a little sweaty in those final 10 seconds.
I think a little sweaty. All these games have been, it seems like, had the potential to score a 0-second goal because it's a 1-goal game. We've seen overtimes so much today already. We've seen close 1-goal differential games. I don't doubt that it'll continue to stay that same way as we move on forward in this one. No shockers here, at least for me, to start off in game number 1, but I'm excited to see what Concord will do to adjust to Ball State throughout this series.
Well, first off, you need to not hit that ball away like that, as Crispy's going to unfortunately lose that touch, but then gets it back by basically sitting on top of Wova and allowing him to cough it up. Guh will try to avoid that with a more finesse approach, though he will also face a similar fate. Seems like a more passive approach in the first 30 seconds for game number 2 as both teams find their footing.
Footing, for sure, an important part of this game, having that foundation, having the game in your control. We've mentioned about pace of gameplay being important and how teams had given it up to their style. And I think for now, Ball State has put the game in their style and in the speed that they feel the most comfortable with. We'll see as demos keep on happening. Of course, that might change up just who has an opening soon.
Ooh, that's a really heavy hit as Helix is getting back. I think he kind of wanted a bit more boost, but he had enough to be able to get back and get the save, and now maybe kickstart the attack. That's a weird read. Guz not going to allow him to get there, as not only gets a touch, but a nice catch away despite the demo. Going to buy Ball State time to reset everything and then maybe get on forward up until the mistake. Immediate recovery. It's Go with a pre-flip save to keep it even, but it's still not enough to prevent Helix from getting a perfect pass.
What a way for Helix to stay in this play. Just when we think they have enough of a clear, Wova puts that ball across net. That's not where it needs to go. It has to go in the corner or it needs to go upfield. Instead, he serves them the pass. He's positionally aware and he makes things happen. We mentioned how Helix can be sometimes the make or break for Concord. CMOS and Crispy are always consistently good, but when Helix is in his game, Concord seems unstoppable.
Being able to get those offense clicking in that regard. I really think a lot of people, when they think of offense, should really be, okay, touch the ball forward, you flip reset, and it goes in, or you just get 1 pass, 1 goal. In that instance, it does work, but it took some doing a demo in front of goal to be able to clear the path.
Helix again setting up a play, managing to send it to Crispy, who finishes it off. This is what happens when you have an entire roster that is making plays that's beneficial to the team. What is your purpose? How are you going to facilitate offense? How are you going to help the team on defense? For now, Helix has found his place, and that's why Concord is clicking in this game number 2.
Crispy, incredibly good touch holding onto that flip reset. Fortunately, not able to use it as Mas, I think, was looking for the handoff and didn't expect Crispy to get another one. Wova certainly wants one more touch on this one. He's not going to be able to find it underneath the bar. So that's why Oath is there to recover and potentially look for the 50, though. Helix going to sidestep him, lose his life, but still get a clear.
Wova over to Oath, who doesn't have much boost in the tank, but is still lurking, able to steal that boost as well on the side. But a great transition by CMOS and the rest of the team that results in a save from Ball State. Back over through it. Crispy up on this one, doesn't have the greatest touch, and Ga is able to send it upfield. Still time for Ball State to get back in this one. They just need to score quickly.
Low shot and not necessarily handled by Concord, as there was a lot of commotion in front of the near post. Though I suppose everything will be fine once it's cleared. Try number 2 is not going to go to Gun necessarily. He moved up, and now he has to move back. Exactly this. Delayed flick trying to keep it under control, and now potentially has a chance to go through the air. Beats 1. Flip reset pass 2. Just has to beat the crossbar and post, but it's also Helix who will stand as an obstacle. Ball State trying to dish it, trying to just get enough power. They can't quite get there, but that's why Ga will linger on the back post.
The effort, the continued effort. It takes 1, 2, 3, or 4 touches to finally put that where it needs to be for Ball State. They're not giving up. Ga in particular is having a phenomenal game. The only goal now for Ball State, and 4 of the 5 saves that has kept them close in this one. Wolva right off kickoff, shot saved by Crispy, and this one will go the distance the other way. Crispy off the backboard, but can't find the double tap read to put it on target.
And even worse is that blue trail means he was the last one to touch that one. So if he didn't touch that, I don't know if Wova had the save. Maybe could have been a shot, though not necessarily anything to dwell on. You just got to focus on what's ahead. Another Ball State attack with Wova through the corner, beating out Helix, getting a dish past everybody as Crispy had to adjust last second to not own goal that on the near post.
Drop down, trying to find the angle. Same with Oath. Both of them committing to the play, but not getting the best touches out of it. Wova clear upfield. Ga is there, gets the read off the corner, and sends one center. Crispy, well done, but a better 50 by Oath, still staying in the play. This one 50s towards the other way. Seamus, no boost in the tank, cuts it sharp, and Helix there, just trying to buy time. That's all Concord needs to do at this point. They have to buy time and hold on to their lead, but can they do so in the remaining seconds?
So that's exactly why Jigsaw, you see Samaz take that touchdown. He wants to burn off that clock. Unfortunately, he will have to cough it up after the 50, though they can get it right back with Crispy combining with Helix. Peels off for the last second touch, tries to lob it over Ga and does. Every touch that Concord gets is going to waste off precious seconds that Ball State cannot spare. You know they have to eventually send the whole house or do something a bit more creative to break down this Concord midfield.
Helix has the touch across over. Everyone overcommitted for Ball State, so that's an open net to work with and a secure for Concord in this game. Dude, the adjustments made, you can tell their ability upfield to find open opportunities has been so much better. Their saves as well, they read Ball State much better on the back end to stay in this one. Well done by Concord. The series is not over just yet.
This game is certainly just starting up if we have any indication of any clutch moments. We've yet to see one necessarily this clutch. We've seen a couple of goals go in at like 20 seconds, 10 seconds, but can you do it in 2? It really depends off this kickoff and whether we're going to see any shenanigans from Ball State. Looks ordinary enough, but Oath is staying for the fake, so he's going to get one more lob, but no! The ball travels too slow. Concord is going to be able to sneak away with game 2.
It had the potential. I think we need to stop calling games before they end up finishing. Just too late. It's been in close calls way too many times. Just when we think a 2-goal lead is enough, you just never know. But nonetheless, as I mentioned, Concord, a much better job this game. And I love the impact Helix has been able to make across the board between goals, assists, saves, and shots. He's done just about everything in this one.
And being able to cover all your bases is great, especially because in this era of CRL, it used to be you could recruit like a really top-level player, maybe 2, and that's enough. But no, in this time, you need every single player to have pop-off days. Helix showing it positionally. He needs to be in the center. He needs to lock down everything. And if there is a mistake that comes out, which unfortunately Wova did have for one of those goals, then those are the ones you put away and be able to lock it in, especially as we see some more one-goal margins continue to appear, as that seems to be the theme of a lot of the games. A vast majority of teams throughout our series so far have come down to a singular moment.
I mean, let's keep in mind, we have the 8 best teams in Collegiate Rocket League right now in this semester. So, of course, these games are going to be close. The margin between the 1st and the 8th seed, 2nd, 7th, and continuing on forward is even just that tight in itself. And these games have become better and better as the days have gone on. And the time this day has gone on. It's wild to think that we may just get the back and forth series that we expected between these two.
So we do wish for something, but whether or not it is granted is necessarily up to these players and, of course, these coaches. Definitely a lot of strategic decisions coming in on both sides, figuring out how you want to approach this, especially with Samas. His approach was just go straight down the middle, and it nearly worked out.
Crispy has boost in the tank. Wova looking for the challenge. Will just bump him out of the way. Got over to midfield. Oath will not get there in time. Seamus already cherry picking, has the angle and the goal, and just like that, Concord on top first.
This is my favorite way to pass the read. Just go off the backboard, lob it up, and as long as you have a good takeoff the wall, that's going to be in, or at least on target every single time. Poor Wova, ball cam going crazy. It's going over his shoulder and immediately has to react, and not even he can make that save.
I always love a purpose behind touch transitions, outlet passes, perfectly placed. That's the way to score and get that momentum quickly. This one, a miss off the initial touch. Gun gets back to it, finds the save, and now gets the ball upfield. Has a flip reset, does get to it first, but Helix off the backboard, sends it away, and even gets one extra touch. Back and forth in midfield we go. The ball will stay on Concord's half, but safely in their control.
Oh god, that's a hefty 50, and if not for Helix, could have gone straight on in. Wova will try again because Helix is off the ceiling, and he gets the hard read. Gonna get back to this one with no boost, doesn't need to. He'll steal the boost, and now here comes the Ball State counter. Double commit, Helix is gonna be lingering in the midfield, and he will cut out Ball State's ability to move forward yet again.
Wova off the sidewall, gets the challenge a little late, though stays on this one. Go an unfortunate backflip, but he still finds the shot in the angle. Just when you think a mistake happened, he makes magic out of seemingly nothing.
The Alpha Cap hard carry is going to be a top shelf in one yet again. Guh is not going to miss from there, and it's even more impressive considering he feels flips and sits still and says, all right, from basically no lead up, I'm going to have to rocket this one, and does. What a performance he's putting together on offense so far.
Oath doing a little something right off kickoff. Well defended by Helix, but still in dangerous territory for Concord. No boost for Crispy. Will manage to get his own corner. So we'll stay on this one. A couple of demos and bumps, though, trying to happen in that corner. Gug gets to the car first, but that ball does not find Oath in midfield. This one trickling out on target. Another bump onto Oath, and he'll have to retreat. The continued 50s and challenges in midfield have made this game very back and forth. The effort's there, but the finish has yet to be found for these teams.
Will be able to take that one off ceiling, straight spike down into Wova, but that's not going to work, but that's why you just bump. Stayed into play as Wova, clearing the path for Oath to open up a lead.
I feel like it has gotten progressively harder for us to predict what's going to happen next.
Seriously.
And in this case, Wova has done a well job of finding the bump and giving Gut and Oath the opportunity to connect to make that play happen. Everyone working together for every single play. It hasn't been single effort. It has been someone bumping or demoing, someone setting someone up, and someone actually finding the finish on each and every play. Well-deserved goals across the board.
And it's one thing that I would say Ball State does more consistently than a lot of teams that I witness play is the first level of high-level game sense is just obviously understanding basically where you are, what areas you can cover, what teammates you can cover. The other one is as soon as you touch a read, you have to know how many options you have available to yourself instead of just rotating out quickly, stealing boost. And I feel like a couple times now, something has gone off the rails for Ball State, but instead of just bailing and saying, okay, we're gonna have to restart, they'll say, actually, let's just improv something else. You see Wova fail on his read, land, immediately go for the bump, and Now Concord has to deal with the ramifications of that. They have to start playing a bit more predictable. These air dribbles down the middle, they're dangerous at first, but it seems like Ball State, for the most part, has been able to hard counter and get those saves away.
CMOS, no boost in the tank, but difficult to defend between a cut and Oath and net. They do find the save and get this ball out. A pinch keeps it in the corner. Crispy with some boost. Oath there first. The pinch goes back into it. Transition goal yet again, but well read by Wova to defend. CMOS doesn't get the shot here. Helix trying for the read. Bumps out one, but can't get the finish. Now again, CMOS may have got the initial touch, but demoed for his efforts. Ball State hanging on to this lead right now.
And hanging on is really just all about grip strength at this point. They're going down to one pinky on some of these, and yet they're still able to do so, get these clears and move on forward. More importantly, burning down this clock. An insurance goal would go so far for Ball State, but I feel like we're not really blessed enough to see that based on how contentious these games have been. It's going to come down to really defending this lead or continuing to get 50s like that from Ball State, wasting more time as Samas is forced to throw it away.
Wova can't get back to it. Crispy will just block and bump one defender. Ga needs to be the hero on that play and finds the save. Ga manages to get it out yet again, and Oath continues upfield the transition. Well done by Ball State to relieve pressure. Can they do it again? Another outlet pass. Oath will stay, and he'll pick up boost. He'll stall this one in midfield. He'll drop it down, but still yet again stopped by Concord, who will try one last final effort, and that one will just ring true.
I really do like this from Simas. He tries to interfere with Wova. It leads to a giveaway. Helix doesn't overcomplicate it. He can shoot that, put it off the backboard, but why would he do it when he just serve it on a platter right to Crispy? Never gonna miss from there. Hard stop for the Ball State defense to make, and they will not, understandably. Final 20 seconds, we say it might go to overtime, but who knows? Maybe Concord have one more banger in them. Crispy's out of boost. He's gonna take that one low. Guh, well met, but now here comes part number two. Helix, the goal line save, the only reason that is not in.
Ga has an opportunity though, and that net almost seemed open. Helix though back at it, finds the save, will flick this one upfield. It'll touch the ground, and we see yet another overtime today.
Concord dug deep for that last goal, but it really doesn't mean anything, especially if you can't be able to clutch it up in overtime. Weird deflection. It's right to Oath, the player you want taking that shot, and Crispy, the player you want behind it, not only gets the clear, gets the extension, gets the carry, gets the double commit for the 50, and Wova survives to clear.
Huge clear here by Oath, and Wova is upfield, but doesn't get the contact on the ball that's needed. Simas out of the backboard actually loses control of possession. Now it's just Helix last back that can get a clear, but that possession goes clearly back to Ball State. Well defended by Crispy and put off towards the corner. Not much boost left in the tank, and Gud to send this actually back to Crispy, who can't find the way back to the ball. Gud gets past one and can't get back past Crispy, who came all the way through, and now we find ourselves continuing the time to tick up in overtime.
And just seeing a lot of plays that start to ramp up and then one calms down. I think there's a part of overtime where everyone gets reminded, oh right, it's sudden death, and they can't just immediately go on up. There is a little bit of anxiety, and therefore mistakes. Tragedy in the back, Crispy strikes.
Not another own goal. I'm gonna call it one, because that's basically what it was. Oh, that's not how you need to be positioned defensively for Ball State. They're so bunched up. The person front post should be challenging, not facing the other way. The mistake, that'll cost them, and that may hurt them the rest of this series.
Whew, that is a brutal way. That is the gut punch of gut punches when you're playing a contested series, and I feel like Wova understood exactly what was about to happen as he goes into that near post rotation, and we saw the save down. It's a subtle touch from the near post, understandably, but sometimes you really cannot calm that. It's just something that has to happen to you. Still credit to Crispy for being able to plow that one through and get it over the line, but it was a comeback attempt from Concord, and despite it ending in a mistake, I don't know if they're going to get, let's say, as charitable of an ending like that as the series continues.
Yeah, we normally only see those once, but if we see it again, certainly Ball State has that in their heads, and they need to take a breather and a break and realize Mistakes happen. At the end of this day, the series is still early and there's much time to get back in it. Overall, I do appreciate how much effort Concord put in at the end of the series. They managed to find ways to continue to be aggressive, to open up opportunities. Even when Ball State stopped them for the majority of the game, when it mattered most, they made the goals that needed to happen.
And that's the thing, is making the goals that need to happen. It's not necessarily, well, obviously you need all the goals, but sometimes it really does come down to, hey, this is the best shot you're going to get. You have to make it count. And for the most part, it seems like all the teams are doing that. Ball State has pulled off several miracles. I don't know who they're praying to at this point, but they're certainly answering all of them. So if they keep this going, then maybe this minor setback isn't going to be too big of a deal. Though at the end of the day, every goal is coming at an incredible premium here as we are seeing another one-goal margin utopia, the setting to see if that pattern's going to continue.
It may or may not. We have seen a couple games today where the goal differential has been wide, but it has been hard to do just that. Wova patiently waiting, won't get the contact that's needed, but Oath a clear upfield. Helix's first touch a little too strong, and this one will sneak out. Wova manages to find a follow-up to it, but not the best read. Crispy still working the corner. Helix to take over, does get a demo on Wova. Can he get one more? Just fakes out the challenge, trying to get a bump, trying to get something through the midfield, but he can't get it there. Still, Concord, though, pushing the pressure. This one deflected away, and for now, Ball State get it away.
Great resilience and, more importantly, composure from Ball State on the goal line. A couple times now I've seen Concord say, oh, what are you going to do? And then Oath just poker faces through it and says, I do not care. Just kind of stands there, gets the save. And that's important to do so because Concord, they're tricky. They love to change things up. They'll go for air dribble bumps. They'll go for more finessed approaches. They always have something, and you better guarantee if they have a flip reset, they're going to nail it. So I think it's important on Ball State to continue to take away these angles. And right now they're certainly dealing with quite a lot of angles as Concord continues to circulate around the goal, though no contact on that one means Oath finally gets a deep breath for his teammates.
Triple commit a little bit when it comes down to it, but that one ends up getting cleared away by Crispy. The bounce favoring them, but Wova reads it well. Can't get another follow-up 50. Helix back forward, back wall here, and Gus sends it away. No read. Sees Oath in midfield, can't connect with them. Crispy jumps that pass, is away. Doesn't find the way to get the contact, and we're just seeing a little bit of unconventional misses at the end of the day. We're not getting the quality touches that we need to see from everyone on the field.
I feel like this happens a couple times when you're trying to play, obviously, instinctively. You want to go immediately for all the reads. You want to bail out and rotate out and call off anything that you don't have. But a couple times now we're starting to see pre-jumps into certain reads where they're not entirely sure where it's going to go because everyone kind of is inconsistent in how much they want to pressure, how much they want to pre-jump, how much they want to go for these bumps as Oath tries to take out Crispy. And yet, as you see, everyone's adjusting very well. Both defenses are playing both the mix of cautious and kind of conscientious play, along with the ability to rush when they do sense an opening. Oath not able to take advantage of that one.
Missed opportunities everywhere, and that's why we find ourselves at a 0-0 scoreline. Also pretty low on the shot counts. Only 2 for Ball State recorded, 3 for Concord recorded themselves. So it has been tight when it comes to opportunities, and no one has nailed them as soon as they got them. Crispy, though, has some boost and an opportunity here, but well defended by Wova in midfield. Granted, Helix will pick this one up. Difficult to read off the ceiling. He will find it, and now Ball State again on the back foot, need a way to clear this one out, and the bounce goes in the favor. God trying to find the touch through, does get the bump, does get the angle, and Ball State now with the lead.
My goodness, you cannot ask for a better first touch from Guh. He baits in Crispy because he has to go quickly. You do not want Guh having a reset. And once Crispy jumps, Gussie's on the ball cam, gets one extra touch, and that'll be the lead, as well as a pause called by Ball State as maybe some tech issues causing some issues. Apparently their communications had broken down. So as we fix this one, it might be a tech pause for Ball State, but I think a good pause for Concord to get basically a rare in-game timeout to figure out where they want to go with the final 90 seconds.
Yeah, I think they have the opportunity to get back in this series, but they have to figure out a way to get upfield better. A lot of the goals that happen earlier in this game and in this series so far have been off transitions, but teams have gotten tighter with that. They're not only challenging much quicker than what we've seen, but they're also having larger rotations back to make sure someone is there. So those transition goals have been almost completely taken away, and now everyone needs to figure out, how do we reset? How do we find other ways to score other than just lobbing it upfield and someone being that outlet?
Yeah, right now I do agree that it does seem fairly ordinary. I feel like Concord began this game with a lot of demo play and then trying to pass in field and trying to get within all of these different approaches, and then it kind of came to, okay, if the ball goes to Crispy, I'm just gonna take an air dribble and then try to go for a bump and hand it off to someone. But Ball State's doing well to make sure there's always one player around with 30 to 40 boost, enough to basically hit up to the ceiling on a single aerial, challenge early. If they get demoed, that's fine. If they don't, then they win the ball and they deflect it away. And I feel like Concord, with those early challenges, are kind of saying, well, I want to kind of slow it down, but if they're jumping at us too early, then we're just getting met too quickly. And this is where I think the talk has to happen, where, okay, we need to get down to maybe just taking more 50s and playing more combinations, because right now what we're doing is basically just being ego challenged.
There's a lot to think about at this point in the series, especially when it's gone so back and forth. Ball State takes this game, then they tie up the series in a 2-2 scoreline. They certainly have the opportunity to get their momentum back, as we mentioned, them being such a momentum-based team. But at the end of the day, Concord have now had the time to draw up a play and see if they can penalize in the remaining 137 that's left.
And chooses the double commit on the kickoff, something I actually always love to see, because you never really know how that one's going to bounce, but it doesn't work out for Concord. So instead, they're going to actually come out from the pause potentially with another goal given up. Gud doesn't get the flick. Helix, the savior on the goal line.
Back to it, Wolva gets an initial touch, goes for the boost steal, and CMOS, with not much boost, does manage to get a flick upfield. Has some time to work with, but doesn't win his 50. Wolva just to clear to get some space. Oath actually will be there first, but Helix wins this challenge, takes it towards the skies, pokes it away by Wolva, but CMOS back on it, looking for a teammate, looking for a way to score. The double commit will go through, and Ball State, I think, do manage to find the clear here.
Hand off into CMOS. It's a brilliant first touch and another one, but again, Wova is up so quickly. He is basically fearless on all of these challenges, and out of all the players in Ball State, he's really been the one to say, don't worry, I got it. I'm just going to be able to cut that one out before it even begins.
Challenge made. Gets Helix on the demo. CMOS, though, towards the back wall, and Oath will read this wall to poke it away. Wova has the flip just a little too far, though, and can't finish it. Oath again, back on this one, tries off the corner, can't get to it, and one final play for Concord to draw up. Crispy trying to get past the defense, trying to bump and demo as best as he can, but Oath beats out the entire team, just stalls for time, maybe gets one more, but maybe one more opportunity for CMOS.
That's a brilliant touch by CMOS off the backboard. Crispy is going to have another deflection for Helix to get up for. Oath is going to try to just spike that one down, and does so over the heads of the defense. Ball State tying up our series as it's going blow for blow in this heavyweight contest, essentially, between these two teams. We called it a classic, and it's living up to that name so far.
Yeah, it's been exactly that, and that's why these two have such a rivalry and have played each other so many times before. They're consistently getting to the top of their game in similar leagues and just being right place, right time to always brawl against one another. And another close game. This is yet again another one-goal game across the board. That's how close the margin is. Imagine if Ball State didn't have that own goal opportunity earlier. Could they be at match point right now? That's the margin of error we're seeing that's keeping teams from being ahead in a series.
Yeah, and it really does look like this from most of the games, is that we have a lot of really solid offensive movements going forward, and they get their clutch goal, and we're saying, yeah, but we also want to highlight how much the defense has to step up. I highlighted in a previous series when we were covering Northwood that half of good defense is covering in the midfield, and I feel like Ball State has more and more understood that if Concord wants to play in this kind of slow build-up, baiting in challenges, we'll take that bait, but we'll take it so quickly that you don't even have a chance to get the ball on top of your hood. It'll just get met with a 50 50, and you'll have to turn around and kind of dig something else out. I really do feel like Concord is in a situation where I'm not necessarily taking a timeout, but they need to figure something out, because even though they're close, Ball State seemingly is getting the edge in these types of closer and closer matchups.
I agree. Maybe changes will happen in game number 5. Of course, we already see, I think, a double fake right off that kickoff. Kickoff strat, certainly something that has been utilized more and more often in the games, especially this semester. A lot is at stake on the line. Who will be the team on match point for CMOS to get the first goal for Concord?
Man, that's a hit and a half by Samas. Just goes directly forward off that pure faith that that's going to get past the defense. And poor Wova. There's only so many players that are going to be able to save that, much less with any boost in the tank, as he top shelves that one. And if Concord's looking for the best possible way to start, that is one way. But if they see the kickoff linger in front of Wova, it's getting a little anxious. It might have been wiped out.
15 made, Gut is there first, has some boost in the tank, gets past Helix, tries to get it across the board, but pinches it just too strong for a teammate to follow up on. Oath still winning 50s, still playing hard upfield, but Helix can only get this off the ceiling. It's anybody's ball, and Go will be to it first. Oath to also commit. Can he find yet another touch? It's on target. It's out initially. Backboard again. Oath looking to clean up, puts it on top shelf, and Ball State retaliate.
That striker mentality from Oath. He just goes out a little bit, grabs a single pad, and says, I'm right back in it. I know there's nobody on defense that's going to expect me to go on the immediate follow-up. That's why you see a delay. That's exactly why it works for Ball State. Something I highlighted before. They're never ones to immediately leave the play. If there's any chance they can extend something or do something creative to trick up the defense, then that's exactly what they're going to do.
Taking a pinch here off the ceiling, places the ball where nobody is currently waiting for Concord. Open space to work with. Both still trying to get through the rest of the defense. Same with Ball State, but now they'll have to defend. A great touch by Wova initially, still looking to get past Crispy, and this touch, again, outfield, upfield, getting it away from Concord, where they have to restart the entire pressure sequence again.
Felix from the corner, no contact. Probably better that he did not touch that one, as Guz forced to take it across, but not only does he get a great touch, but he gets a good extension as well, as that one should land into Oath, but I think the call off from Wova, who just trusted that angle a little bit better. Still gonna move it forward, nonetheless, and with all these bumps coming in, no actual follow-up.
What a stalling 50. They'll be punched back to the Ball State side, but only temporarily. It clears out the 50 by Helix. Oath credited with the save. Still Ball State in their half. Haven't found a good clear, and Crispy up first will keep it on their half. Wova, the touch a little too close. A dangerous one at that as well, but Crispy cuts it back in. Got demoed away from the field, so he'll have to respawn in the back half. Ball State have been in their half for so seemingly long. Can they get out at this point and get some offense upfield?
Well, with that deflection, it'll at least give one more hit on target, which Smoss deals with, and will not use the reset yet. Trying to bait in a 50. No one's actually going to go, maybe to their detriment, as Smoss is headhunting for Oath. He's going to avoid that bump, and apparently we're right back into the midfield, where it seems like we are having these aggressive stabs forward, but no real connect yet, as Wova's extension also going to be stopped away.
Oath off the ceiling, still has a flip to utilize, and does get a 50. This one off the backboard is the read met by Wova. It is easy as pie for these level players, and now Ball State the lead back again.
And in that lob, to be able to put that one is basically the last person back. He was pretty far up with the rest of the defense. Wova lobs it past 3 different defenders kind of circulating in front of him. And of course, the composure to make sure you drill that one on target. Anything lighter will be saved away. Final 2 minutes here as Concord's trying not to fall into the victim of a Ball State match point. And Ball State, understandably, just trying to make sure they focus on their defense and keep it as consistent.
Wova does get it past one, and Crispy is last back with 0 boost. Helix a great follow-up, trying to get it to CMOS, but no connection found again. Where's the purpose behind these touches? Can Concord follow up on them? They desperately need to, as time continues to tick down. Still plenty of time to make a play, and a 1-goal difference, as we've seen with the rest of the games thus far in this series. Anything could happen in the remaining time.
Ooh, fantastic touch by Wova, and good stop by Samas to be able to cut that one out before it got too dangerous. Near post is going to be left by Helix. A little bit risky. That's exactly why Oath followed to it. And now Guh with a double into the back post. Wova not going for it. Watch how consistent and confident Ball State is with their pressure. They knew they probably couldn't get there first. They're going to back up and then reload into the next attack, which is cut out. And then 1-2 into Samas, into Crispy, and not able to get it back one more time. None needed. Demo play 2-2.
Oh, the demo works like a charm. The defense well set up for Ball State, but when there's no one in net, what can you do? Exactly what Concord needed to get back in this game. They have a well thought out play. It took 30 seconds or so to set up beautifully, but they execute as needed, and now this game becomes tied yet again. Always seemingly one-goal games in this one. Can they get the goal right on back? The double tap arena not made, and this one stays 2-2.
It's so devastating. Crispy got the perfect touch, and actually it looked like he doubted his read for half second. He leaned back a little bit, and that's actually what made it go straight down. Maybe gets a redemption right here. It's gonna have to be off an assist though, or maybe not with the demo back post. Gonna be saved by Oath. Helix stealing some boost as that's an errant touch by Guh. That's right into Samas. He's gonna leave it for Crispy. How about a redemption double? No contact found again.
These are unfortunate misses that we're seeing. Those double taps should be automatic at this level. We saw Wova make one just earlier, but those couple of missed opportunities we mentioned are the make or break. They're just as bad as mistakes. Still one opportunity though with the remaining 5 seconds. Can someone get the ball near net? Crispy has a flip, just sends it down, and we see overtime in yet another game today.
Honestly, we're going to have to get used to this. It looks like that's really how the pattern is going to go. Even when we do see clutch goals, we see an immediate response right back. Oath off the backboard. Wova's trying to get up to it. Samas is a little bit faster. It's a gift for Crispy, and so is this game number 5.
Heartbreak for Ball State. The effort to make those saves, to block, but at the end of the day, Crispy is staying with that play, staying on the ball, and finishes it as needed. Timeout is called by Ball State, so they will get 2 minutes to think about what happened and now needs to win 2 back-to-back in order to take this series.
And really solidly done by Concord as well. 11 seconds in overtime, they saw their moment and they went for it. And I think that's something we've seen inconsistently applied within overtimes. A lot of teams will get to that scenario and say, I guess I could go for that, but no, Concord understands, okay, all Ball State is kind of backpedaling. If I could just get this over the top, it has to be in, right? And yes, even off the post, Crispy's gonna be able to make that fit. And so we will be able to see a timeout from Ball State, and understandably so, going on to match point against Concord here, having to deal with winning 2 straight to be able to bring this Champions Field, dub out the series. It's a lot of stress, despite the fact that, as we mentioned, Ball State typically is the one that comes out on top in the recent history against Concord.
Yeah, I mean, if there's anything to kick them into seemingly like a lower bracket run right now, it's being on the line of going out. They have stayed close with Concord throughout the series. They have traded blow for blow, but at the end of the day, Concord is on top right now, and it has been hard to stop them. It seems like when Ball State get a lead and they get somewhat comfortable, they just can't extend that lead further. They just wait for time to tick down on the clock, and that waiting game often favors Concord. A lot to think about, and you saw Wova seemed a little stressed there. I mean, it's often, not easy to think about how to adjust in the remaining time on your last life of gameplay.
Especially in Rocket League, where any high-level esport, you're going to have these situations where your margin of error is pretty low. I think anyone who's played ranked at pretty much any of the ranks below, like SSL, you can get away with a lot. You can miss a couple reads, you can get kind of a sloppy touch, and it doesn't really impact you, but it really does seem like you can play 5 minutes perfect Rocket League, and then you have 1 second in overtime where it just doesn't quite go right, and it goes right in your net. And I think Concord thrives off of that. I've seen plenty of tournaments where they really just wait for mistakes or try to generate one weird touch and everything falls apart for their opponents. Ball State are going to be not invulnerable to that. Of course, they're capable of being overwhelmed, but I will say they're hanging in there. But I think in a way that makes these losses more tilting because you were that close and still couldn't bring it home.
Taco, if you were coached too fast right now, what would you say to Ball State? Like one line or something?
I mean, in my mind, I'm thinking it's really just coming down to, okay, we're challenging quickly. That's all well and good. But at the same time, we need to make sure that if we are giving away a play in the midfield, if we're not challenging it immediately, we need to immediately cover everything else. Because on that overtime, everyone kind of panicked. I think their brains kind of froze. They were not covering the options. I thought they could. They had 2 players back, and yet both of them went for the same read. That cannot happen, especially if you're in comms. And another loss certainly cannot happen for their season's sake. Neo Tokyo, the heartbreak map, if there ever was one, trying to kickstart another one, but I guess we're gonna have to wait for another pause as it looks like Concord's turn to go through some technical difficulties.
These things happen, of course, throughout the series of the game, and it's something that at this time, at this point of the game and the series, it's hard to figure out, how do I come on top? How do I, get through the pauses in the gameplay? It can really throw off your gameplay. But at the end of the day, you have to work through it. You have to live through it. And these are seasoned enough players that they can work through it.
I think there's a lot that kind of throws you off. Certainly tech pauses are one of them, as we see this one. Luckily, this comes right off the kickoff. We have a little bit of banter going back and forth from the players as Oath says, hey, can you make it 1-0 Ball State? I was definitely about to score from the corner there, as everyone at Concord saying, no, that's not gonna happen. So we're just gonna restart a little bit, get everyone back into a kickoff, and I believe we'll most likely restart from essentially where we just left off. We'll be going right into the beginning of Game 6. So a full reset on game number 6 to start off, which I suppose is as good of a start as any. As if there's any high-stake matches, we want to make sure the players are at their best level of comfort to start it off.
Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of funny. You could tell Ball State is in good spirits. I know you guys can't see chat, but we can see chat. They're, talking about, they got that game because they had to go out. It's just funny stuff, but they're certainly still in it. Their mind's still in it. They're still understanding, and this is just more of a timeout. It already happened. All good. Move on forward.
Yeah, I think a part of this is also just, at least in my history of coaching teams, sometimes when you get breaks like this, it's good to just say, hey, just get back, do what Guz's doing, check your phone, update the socials, and just relax, take a deep breath, because the worst thing you could do is just over-fixate, and you have to make sure your hands are glued to the controller, and you can't have any distractions come in, because sometimes it is good to just rewind a little bit and say, hey, we might have been losing this, but if you look at the bottom left at the score differentials, 2-1, 3-2, 3-2, 0-1, 3-2. It's all 1-goal games. It's coming down to singular moments. So the last thing you want to focus on is saying, man, we're getting destroyed out there. Man, we're throwing these games away. No, it's really just, we have to focus on playing consistent, because if, from Ball State's perspective, they are the better team, at least historically, throughout a lot of these matches. So I think it's just going back to basics and trying to figure out how to do this. And the Des predicted, maybe the Concord's experience and just clutch factor is going to shine through. And it's certainly quite the narrative as we lead up to this Game 6 as we reset server.
I definitely didn't want another swept desk. We can't have swept desk across the day. That would be, someone has to fight for Ball State in this one, and I was more than happy to do so. I've doubted them before, and they've called me out for it. They've called us all out for it, let's be honest, when we predict wrong. So I think, and most importantly, they've shown us why this game, I love the analogy. If you simulate this game like a series, a best of 7 series, 100 times over, 50 would likely go in the favor of Concord and 50 would go in Ball State. But today we only have one series, and that's the one that defines who moves on forward.
Particularly when we've talked about Ball State in lower bracket runs. With no lower bracket, it's really just, how does it go? We've even talked about that even later with St. Clair Green, where it's a team that actually, whenever they get to the grand final, it seems like they have to lose the first one to then win the reset and be able to take home the trophy. But how does that work when you don't have another game to get or series to give? So there's a lot of questions about this, but as you mentioned, it doesn't seem like it's bothering too much of Ball State. You can see Ga and Wova kind of joking around the comms, cracking a smile as they're kind of bantering with Concord in this new test lobby that we've loaded up into, and looks like everyone's given the thumbs up, so we'll be able to roll right into Game 6, as it looks like everybody is fully prepared. And honestly, with how much is at stake, it's really a testament to the mental stability and the coaching for both sides, looking pretty relaxed after such a high-stakes match about to load up.
Yeah, I gotta say, Crispy is one of the most serious faces I've ever watched on cam. he does not seem like he's phased in the slightest. You move on to his cam and he's focused. He's ready. He's locked in each and every time. I think Helix as well also just seems to be focused. Ball State a little more jokey, but that's understandable right now, being that they're down by. They're at match point. They could lose right here, right now. So they have to keep the mood up. They have to keep the mood high. And being a little jokey, be a little, it's still serious time, but make sure that you're still understanding this is a team that has played together a really long time. And this is a team that's ready to enjoy playing together and put it out on the field right now.
So, of course, we talked a lot about Ball State, but Concord, they are very much a team that people have said, yes, you can struggle through every single open, but it is never about how you start a semester, it's how you finish it. They were our champions in fall on this very map against Northwood, and now they have a chance to be able to solidify maybe a bit more of a higher level approach against Ball State and execute in our first round of the bracket. Kicking off in Game 6, Ball State trying to bring it to 7.
Yeah, Felix to take over after the initial touch. Wolva 15 in midfield. Got a demo on Helix, so nobody there. He'll respawn back. CMOS back over to Crispy. Got in net. Helix looking for the shot. Gets it over. Ga. And the team play for Concord rings true to start.
Look at the tiki-taka. One pass into the third, into another one. And poor guy, he's just paused because he doesn't know when to challenge. That is why you find those passes in space, not necessarily directly to your teammates.
Concord unfazed after our pause, after the timeout. Looking strong to start off in this one. Drop down. CMOS off the corner. Wova reads it well, sends it up to Ga, who trickles it back onto the Concord half. Ga off the corner. Shot here strongly on target, but saved away by Crispy. Back up the sidewall. Oath is there, still in control, looking for another touch. Gets it in front of net, but Crispy, again, exactly positioned to defensively save time and time again.
Oh, Crispy, what a layoff to Samas. He's a little too far away, so he can't wrangle that one. It's going to go wide. At the very least, they have another attempt as Crispy's the first up for this one. He's going to dish to Samas again on the sidewall. Demo a little bit in the corner is going to reset Ga back into the back post. As Helix will beat out Oath, looking for a reset. Not going to find any, but sustained pressure and winning these challenges is keeping this Concord attack going and going and going.
Back up the sidewall, CMOS there. Tries to send it towards the backboard, but no follow-up from the rest of Concord. This one out into the corner, just past Oath, even though he has a boost and Helix has none. Helix still getting there and stealing boost to boot. Ga has an opportunity, just sends it upfield, gets the clear, but Ball State need to do more than just clear the ball upfield. They haven't been able to conjure up some sort of play upfield just yet.
Crispy, another steal away. Samas going to duck underneath one challenge, trying to go past another, but actually going to hijack his own touch. His back post, or back wheel rather, not getting this one. Helix also is getting close enough, though Ball State's defense starting to crumble a bit. They're not getting up for these reads, and that is the penalty.
Too slow to it. They have to be quicker to the ball. They're stuck on the same part of net. They have zero boost. It seems like Ga and Wova, nothing in the tank. Oath maybe with 12. Right now, Concord is doing everything to make sure Ball State just can't move and get out of their half. They have to pick up more boost pads. They need to challenge quicker. They have to put better shots on target. Crispy saved this one away. 2 opportunities like that. They're just pot shots, and they need better opportunities to get back in it.
And this is where the mental really comes into play for Ball State. They have a timeout. Yes, they're saying they're joking around as we're dealing with tech pauses, but this is also the thing that really separates a lot of good teams from great teams, is whether you are down, you aren't starting to freak out, you're not just diving in at the play, you have to be able to say, okay, it's 2 goals, which means we just need 2 solid shots, and we have half the game to do it. Problem is, if the scoreline continues to grow, then it really starts to get out of hand, and understandably, the tilt might take over. Here might be another chance for Samas. The Wova will stand up cleanly. However, no one has the back pass. Crispy right on time.
Crispy just looks too good right now to be stopped. He has been everywhere where needed, upfield and in the backfield, has 2 of the 3 saves, now has a goal himself and an assist. He's across the board, helped out his team, and the lead continues to grow. Sometimes a timeout, a tech pause like that will do you harm, and for now, Ball State just doesn't seem like they have the momentum or they have anything to get going, but there's a little something, a bump and transition gives them a little life.
Ideal way to score right after you're scored on. You then get the answer back and it resets everything, but this time you at least say, all right, that is the plan for goal number 1. Let's see what the next kickoff has in store.
Great start for Ball State, but Concord, as we've mentioned, have just been consistently better in the first 3 minutes of this game. Can Ball State continue to do and replicate what they just did? Pass here in mid is deflected away. Still good defense by Concord. Challenge here by Go will keep this one on the Concord half. Will the sidewall, not much boost in the tank. The 50 will go straight to CMOS. The shot almost got in, but what a save by Oath on the final seconds, and he can save it yet again.
That was probably the loudest doink I've ever heard off the bar, and it really had to be, as Oath could barely reach that one. He just had to ricochet that one off his own frame. So here comes Concord on defense, or rather here went Concord. That's going to give away to Go. Unfortunately, he can't wrangle that either, so it's right back down. You have to wonder, yeah, Ball State not necessarily having to rush too much, but every single time they fall out on some of these plays, it's not going to be good. That is even worse.
Unfortunate, the 50, the angle is just wrong for it. Wolva actually makes it an orange stream behind that ball, and now Concord back to a 3-goal lead, which just seems deafening with the 1:20 that's left. Can they find an answer here right off kickoff? Bring it back. Oh, just too far away from it, and now there's a little bit of stall that makes that shot so much harder to defend. Gus still able to find it, but you could tell there's double commits. There's panic right now for Ball State. They have to work together, but this seems like maybe just too much to handle in the remaining minute of time. Shot off, another opportunity, saved by Helix, and Concord maintain their 3-goal lead.
Well, the shoulders aren't sagging quite yet. They're not giving up, though. It feels so incredibly frustrating to get through this Concord defense. Another one off the post after the save. And Samas will just daintily carry this one down. The task is clear for Concord. Just take your time, stroll down the field, and Ball State will slowly be suffocated out of this series. What a performance by Concord down the stretch, understanding what they needed to do and just executing to the utmost perfection. And right now, Ball State flailing on this one, and it's such a brutal way to see this series come to a close.
Yeah, I think unfortunately the game just got a little bit out of their control in this one, and it was hard to come back after they got to that 3-goal margin. At the end of the day, what can you do? Ball State played a close series. After all the tech pauses, we get our first goal differential game that's wider than 1. Congratulations to Concord. They move on forward, and they do beat history that has been against them.
Yeah, seriously, Ball State has been really showing up in every single one of these types of matchups. In the last matchup, in fact, just a couple days ago, we did see Ball State 3-0 them in a best-of-5. Before that, we've had a couple sweeps within the CRL Opens, and you're thinking, well, you know Concord's good, but how good can they be? Well, this is evidence of that. Against a team that seemingly is going to be taking pretty much every CRL match against them in the past several months of CRL. No, it's going to be Concord doing exactly what we predicted on Desk, saying that I think when it all comes down to it, Concord just refused to lose this early on.
Yeah, they played overall a really consistent series. They were able to have better opportunities upfield, and they used their mechanics to their advantage. They had some really solid plays at the most important times, and ultimately they didn't make major mistakes. Every little mistake that Concord made was minor, and it was able to be fixed, or a teammate was able to bail them out. Ball State made a lot of big mistakes when it came to own goals or bad touches that cost them goals throughout this series, and that's so much harder to come back to.
Yeah, and as we look at the replays, you'll see a couple of them. First off, no mistake here. This is just phenomenal play out of Concord. But as you see the series continue going on, a little bit late on the aerials, a little bit no one marking. You have two players flat-footed, and it's one of those things that you got to wonder, maybe it's just caution from Ball State. They understand the state that they're in that they need to get forward, they need to get offense, but more importantly, they can't give up anything. And in that kind of concern for making sure the defense locks in, they're playing too slow and they're trying to just park the bus when you simply cannot do that against the defending semester champions.
Yeah, overall, I think Concord showed us today what makes them a great team, what still puts them in contention to win this entire thing. I mean, they are the reigning fall champions. Why not be able to do it again when it matters the most? We're going to go to a quick break, and when we'll be back, we have yet more to come for CRL this spring.
Stayed out of this bit, but I don't get tired of it. You told me I'll never be happy. I'm not sad at all. Maybe I'm a fool, following my dreams, but mama, you're gonna see me on every magazine.
Welcome back, everyone. I got Samas here from Concord after their 4-2 victory in Game 6. No more Game 7s here. How does it feel, Samas, confidently getting that victory against a team who seemed to have your number this season?
Yeah, it feels good to beat Ball State finally when it matters. You know, they've been owning us, beating us every single time, basically, besides like 2 times this semester or something. So, yeah, it feels good, but we could have played better, though.
Well, we'll look at your performance that happened during this entire series. The one thing I really want to highlight, though, it seemed like passing plays were the bread and butter for your team. Have you been like working on those in between the finishing of Open 4 and kind of like the BBB land that just happened and now?
Usually we like, don't want to say too much, but like our passing plays are definitely not our strongest bit. So the fact that we were able to pull those off, that is really nice to see.
It was nice to see. I mean, we saw some really clean plays, especially towards that final game. But I want to really highlight that Game 5 goal that we saw at the end of it from Crispy. What were the comms like after you guys clutched things up so you didn't have to worry about an overtime?
Oh, mostly my side was just relief, because I think Game 5 was probably my worst game. Like, oh, it was just terrible. But yeah, definitely a lot of screaming going on.
I gotcha. Well, how do you keep the vibes up going into Sunday? Are you guys going to be back-to-back CRL champions?
Oh yeah, I think that's a pretty obvious answer. You know, I'm gonna make sure, you know, I warm up more tomorrow, and you know, Crispy and Helix did well, so they're not gonna have an issue. We're going back-to-back.
We'll have to see if that happens. Any final shout-outs from you, Sabas, before we send you away? Thanks for joining us.
Shout out Concord. Shout out my family. They're watching right now. And shout out everyone around me. They're all amazing.
Awesome. Well, thank you for joining us, Sabas, and good luck on the competition tomorrow.
Thank you.
That was Samas from Concord. We got to hear his thoughts about how they played. It's so interesting how these players are like, yeah, I just won, but I didn't play as good as I wanted to, Bass.
Dude, they just don't seem to recognize the fact that, oh, yeah, you just beat, I don't know, one of the top 8 teams in all of Collegiate Rocket League. But, you know, business as usual. Again, Concord are former national champions at this point in the fall. They look poised to do it yet again. And with a performance like that, as we mentioned, is got to feel good here, chicks, considering the fact that Ball State just had their number all year long.
Yeah, at the end of the day, Ball State made way too many mistakes today. When it mattered the most, they had some sort of way to not get in front of the ball. The defense was sloppy. They ended up double committing, or they just own goals, which is something that we've seen that exact play on replay. It's just unfortunate we didn't see the best of Ball State when we know they've done better before, and we know they can match up against Concord quite well. I mean, again, replay this series over, we might get a different story, but at the end of the day, this is only one opportunity, and Concord made the most of it.
And it does kind of feel like it's the narrative we have painted about Concord all year, really both this semester and the last long. Taco, this team's just clutch when it matters most, especially Helix, a player that seems to step up every time that he's on camera.
It's the player that we bring up, not necessarily because it's like, he's the obvious weak link. It's more so just because any other player in that scenario is going to pale in comparison to Crispy and Samas, 2 players with a lot of EU RLCS experience, deep runs within a lot of those tournaments, and they've obviously always stepped up throughout a lot of these tournaments and outside competitions, but it's seemingly, when it comes to playoffs, Helix just elevates, and the biggest thing is that you don't necessarily have to be the star, but you cannot be the weak link. A team is only as good as how basically the worst player plays, and if everyone everyone's playing super well, then going to be really hard to topple that. Even Ball State, a team that we recognize as one of the best chem teams in all of CRL.
And unfortunately, it's one of those things where that seems to be the trend here today. We have players that are really on and players that unfortunately are the demise for their team. Not going to point any fingers on this Ball State roster here, as I still think that they did put up a great fight, but we've got one last brawl to schedule. It is St. Clair Green versus Cumberland for our final quarterfinal here today before we move on to the semis tomorrow. Now, this is very much a tale of two different stories, similar to many of the ones that we have painted here today. St. Clair Green, one of only 2 open champions this entire semester. Cumberland, on the other hand, snuck their way into playoffs, just barely making our Spring 25 National Championship in 8th seed. They are a very good team, but one of the things we have talked about a lot here, Vaughn, is that they're good against the best teams in the nation. Winning against them is a different story.
Exactly, and that's the biggest thing. We even saw a recent finish between these two teams in another competition where St. Clair took it in a best of 7, 4-2, and Cumberland looked solid throughout the most of it, but you could definitely see that there was a different level of competition being brought by St. Clair Green on offense, on defense, and the synergy is the main thing. If Cumberland and Nex specifically are not popping off, then that's a rough spot for the rest of the roster. Nightya and Puller can do as much as they can, but the star of the show there needs to be Nex to step up in the series if they want to upset St. Clair Green.
Honestly, the star of this series is Europe. Seriously, it's absurd how many Europeans are going to be in this lobby. The entirety of St. Clair, a Canadian school, but a European team. All 3 of their players are European. On the other side for Cumberland, 2 out of the 3 players are European. The only American in this lobby is going to be Nightya. So I guess for our American fans at home, that kind of settles the debate of who to root for here. But realistically, if you're rooting for the underdog here, Chicksa, you are rooting for Cumberland. As much as we do believe that this is going to be a fight, like we have stated, Cumberland have a massive uphill battle. The question for me is, what is it going to take for them to actually be able to climb that mountaintop?
I mean, we've mentioned about Nex being a major facilitator for this team, but honestly, my eyes are on Nightya because, as we mentioned a lot today, the weak link. What are they going to do? All 3 players need to be working. Nightya is such a phenomenal player when he is hot. When he gets going and he finds goals and he continues to push the boundaries of gameplay, he has had some of the most clippable moments that I have ever seen and casted over before, but sometimes he just plays flat. And as we mentioned today, you need everyone working. If Nightya is on, they'll give Cumberland a chance to get back. Polar is probably the most consistent of this roster. I'm not the least concerned about him. He's going to be on defense, he's going to be on offense, and he's going to do things right the majority of the time. Probably one of the more experienced on the Cumberland team. I expect him to lead them, but at the end of the day, if Nightya isn't on and if Nex isn't also hitting his shots when they need to, Cumberland is going to struggle.
On the other side, we've got a St. Clair that has not really struggled against anybody. Taco, they are far and away our best team from the semester this season. They have been unbelievable with 2, like we said, open championships, as well as some pretty impressive results in other leagues and competitions around the collegiate space. I don't know if there is necessarily a key to victory for them, but if they are paying attention today and, want some advice, what would you give them?
Well, recruit well. Recruit 2 of the defending CRL World Champions, and then Arju, who was on Genoa, which was de facto the best team in Europe, and at least if you base it off show matches, Northwood versus Genoa, the best team in the world. So I will say the talent on this team is outrageous, but they really just have to not change much. I think the biggest thing I see in the matches against Cumberland is that they did take them the distance, Cumberland, in the past, but they did lose most recently. And I'm going to St. Clair mainly just because when it comes down to gameplay, St. Clair is consistent. They do not make mistakes. They're incredibly mechanical, and they always choose the safe and high efficiency option, whereas Cumberland feels like they gotta get sick and tired of getting pushed around. They go for something risky and then immediately get penalized.
Well, I think I got your answer in the middle of that one, but let's switch up the order this time. We'll go from Taco to Vaughn to Chicksa. Taco, what's your official prediction?
My official prediction is that St. Clair Green is too good to lose in the first round. If they did, it'd be just as inescapable of a surprise as potentially Northwood almost dropping in our first round. It really does feel like this team does everything right, but I'm not saying that because Cumberland is leagues below them. They can contest with the highest level, but as Vaughn mentioned earlier, Cumberland is a phenomenal team, but they're like just an inch usually in each tournament below the highest tier.
Is that inch going to make a difference here today, Vaughn?
I think the biggest thing for Cumberland is that they need to not get ahead of themselves. Focus on their general gameplay. Like we heard from Speed so many times ago when we've interviewed him in the past, is that fundamentals is key. And that's a big thing that a lot of these teams forget when they try to go for those flashy plays, the flip resets, the off the ceiling and off the wall double taps or whatever have you. We need to see those fundamentals on another level for Cumberland if they want to get it. And right now, the team that is on another level is St. Clair Green with their 2 wins and the most recent champions and the #1 seed, so I gotta go St. Clair Green on this one.
Jack, so we're getting close to sweeping the desk again. Is the trend going to continue?
Yeah, I'm not going to be a hater this time. I'm not going to go against everybody. I do agree. Just like statistically speaking, of course, St. Clair Green has been the most consistent team in CRL this spring season. Their worst finish is a 4th place finish, which, I mean, at minimum, if they move on forward, it's 4th. So, you know what? The trend continues on forward. It's going to be hard for them to lose. Cumberland really, they have to have a perfect game and a perfect series in order to come close with the consistency we see out of St. Clair.
I believe that they are a very consistent team, and I do believe we can see that perfection from Polar, but my boy, I'm sorry, can't pick you guys here today. Cumberland is probably not taking the victory here. St. Clair, like you mentioned, they do not finish worse than 4th, which means a semifinal is inevitable for this team. I feel like this is a curse beyond compare. We've survived a couple of the curses here today, but man...
Seb's never going to let us live it
I'll
down.
just say,
St. Clair
no,
get cursed here.
Seb doesn't get to say anything about curses. None of you guys know this, but in the background, in the middle of the Maryville and Maryville, I'm trying to remember.
Akron, yeah.
Akron, thank you. The words escaped me. In the middle of the Maryville and Akron series, Seb comes in and is like, oh, Maryville's going to take this. They proceeded to give up 10 goals in 2 games after that. So, yeah, look, the curse is real. The question is, can St. Clair escape it? I really do believe this team is more than capable, but the time to prove it is now. St. Clair, the best team in Canadian Rocket League esports history, but they've got a challenge in front of them. Cumberland, the newcomers on the block, are ready to play. They've got their biggest test of the season ahead of them. St. Clair, this might just be another day at the office. Let's find out. Our final quarterfinal starts now.
The Great Green team from the Great White North, the top seed in our playoff, St. Clair, finally take the pitch for our last quarterfinal against the little program that could. Cumberland sneaking into playoffs for their first time in their program's history, but can they get to Championship Sunday? Vaudeville, we have a best of 7 against all odds to find out.
That we do, Taco. Cumberland, you talked about the little program that could, but they don't want us to doubt them whatsoever. We had them off our predictions so many times, counted them out until they had to force us to talk about them based on their placement and making it into the top 8. They want to keep that conversation going about their squad and how good of a school that they are. Well, to do that, they need to take down the top dogs out there in St. Clair Green.
And that is a challenge and a half, but I honestly, Cumberland is a team that I am not doubting out. It's really just due to the consistency. I think if St. Clair did not win as many opens, or at the very least just didn't challenge deeply in, I mean, we were talking about their performance throughout the semester. Their worst performance was top 4. So really, they're not struggling to be able to go on through. So Cumberland is going to be able to have to lock in, as we've talked about before. Yeah, you can play great throughout the season, but it really doesn't matter how you play throughout the season, because the spring championship is single elim, and it's just about playing great throughout a 45-minute period.
And we've seen a lot of highs and lows, hills and valleys between most of the teams competing today, except Cumberland, I would say, for the most part, on how well they can show up in these big moments. Well, St. Clair Green, we know how strong they are. They got 2nd place in the most recent LAN, 2nd place in Call League, but they got 1st place in the last CRL Open, and now they want to get 1st place for CRL Spring Championship. Can they do it? Anything but a grand final appearance is a disappointment for this roster, so they know this is the stepping stones for greatness.
And at least off the rip, it looks like Cumberland's going to get our first real chance. That one's not even off the bar, but it's still not going to prevent Cy from getting it clear, or at least a lob up for Jazzy to take over, as he's going to send this one now to a pre-jumping side. That's the coordination you speak about. That's why you bring him across the pond.
Cy, the CRL 2023 World Champion, proving that they can go toe-to-toe with the best. Polar can't save the shot whatsoever. Hook, line, and sinker in the back of the net before they can even notice it.
And I do really like that play. And as you notice, the pre-jump, he was already up because that's how much trust St. Clair have. Actually, when you watch them play, they might look like they're arrogant almost when they're playing because they will. Pre-jump plays, it looks like they're not trying, but no, actually, they're just that coordinated that they can get away with it. And that's what I think makes them so spooky playing against those perennial powerhouses we do have in CRL and frequently being able to pass them right through on the brackets.
Looking at Sai again, try to go for the air dribble bump. Polar denying them access to their side. Jazzy, talked about Genoa, one of the best teams that we have seen in collegiate Rocket League history, helping to form this roster at St. Clair that seem to be world beaters. But it's still a coin flip between them and Northwood on potential winners of this championship this weekend. Still have to prove themselves worthy of that moniker, and a single goal helps, but we need more where that came from, Taco.
Honestly, the biggest thing I feel like when you're playing against a team like St. Clair or Northwood or any of our top 2 teams is once you get their first goal, it's like, okay, cool, we can't score. Like, we can't actually stay in this game, but it's a different question if you can defend off the backboard side. Really wanted a clip and a half, and he's not going to get it this time.
Only a single shot so far for Cumberland. Polar the one with it, but doesn't matter when Next gets control, he takes advantage.
I would say, how do you calm this? But I don't think you do. I think you just cheat up and say, hey, I'm going to 50 this right into you. Next says bet and takes it right off his hood and in. Poor Arju cannot predict that.
Beautiful touches coming through from both sides of the pitch. I talked about the lack of shots from Cumberland. Well, they are all about efficiency, and we saw that happen before. Last moments, we witnessed them during the lower semifinal in Open 4. They took their moments and made the most out of them. But St. Clair Green, they are no slouches on defense. Even with only a single save, they've been putting up some pressure and easily able to break out their side.
Fuller's trying to slow this one down in the Dominus, actually, which is a bit unusual for his card change. He is someone who switches around a bit too much, but going for the shorter hitbox, not necessarily something we see too often. So Polar been experimenting on the lead up to the Spring Championship, which really just shows the confidence in his skill. We talk about how consistent he is as a player, and it seems to be shining through as he's yet again going to send St. Clair packing on their last attack.
Sai seems to be the one who's been the most in offense for setting things up for their team. Arju taking most of the shots as well, and Jazzy kind of there on the back end to assist as best as possible. So that seems to be the strategy for St. Clair Green for now. Cumberland, though, looking on their back end. It's really just who can get control of the ball and make something of it afterwards. No boost in the tank really for most of them. Polar just having to work with what they have, and I think St. Clair are just kind of content with holding the midfield line, not giving them too much room to work with, and waiting for their time to strike.
I do like Cumberland chasing these down. Next knows he's not going to get there first, but he knows St. Clair also doesn't want to just send it right back, so he plays off the catch. He's able to get on top of that. Knight is not able to get on this one. Polar, no boost. He might get bumped, actually, as Arju was arriving a bit late, but a couple seconds off and on for that one. Could have very much been in. Might still be Jazzy with a dunk. Knight hits the first save and the second.
On the miss from Arju, could have been a bump and left things open for Jazzy to strike, but all for naught. Evens out in the midfield this time, though, and a touch from Next could have been enough to push them past the finish line for that game-1 goal. But Sai will easily take this away into the midfield. Has possession of it for now. Knight, a good stop, and Polar on the fall-through. Talked about how all of these members of Cumberland needed to play their fundamentals well, and they're doing just that.
We'll see Sai be able to lob one forward, but it is to no target as the demos continue to come on through from both teams, really. Another brilliant pass, but Knight gets in the way. Not sure if that was going to get through, but I guess we'll never know. Try number 2 next. Should be first to this one, but Sai chooses his angle well. No double. Final attempt is going to go to Cumberland as they're ringing it through the corner with a boost steal. An Arju bump, a Polar aerial, straight into the sky. Can Next get to it first? No. St. Clair going to get that deflection and the spike down. They will survive into OT.
Could have been a photo finish there to end off things in regulation, but Jazzy tries to beat things out off the get-go. Good touch and follow through. Does almost dunk Knight. A good bump, though. Opens things up, but not enough. Polar with the epic save. Sai delays things in the midfield for now. Polar can't get control either and does even out yet again. Cumberland taking a sigh of relief there, Taco.
Yeah, it's one of those moments where you understand you're basically just praying that they miss or that it gets a deflection, and they got a little bit of both as the shot wasn't necessarily the best from St. Clair, but sometimes those are the hardest shots, the ones where you know you're uncontested, you have to hit it with power, get in your head a bit too much, and that cannot happen, especially in overtime. This is our pace setter game, and Next is usually the player to set that for Cumberland. He gets the 50, and it kind of goes past into a shootable position, but no one from Cumberland wants to be able to take a rip.
Archie got faked out by Knight on that play. Try to get too fancy with it, but doesn't need much for the shot. Polar saves the day again for them on the goal line and still keeps it in action. Still a chance though for Arju. Got the flip reset. Tried to get it off the ceiling, but did get control of it for a moment. Sai does have a touch here, waiting for Next to try and bait them out as well. Both teams going toe-to-toe every time, meeting in the air for a 50-50, and eventually it will even out.
Cumberland facing a lot of pressure, but importantly, they're getting on their angles correctly. They're not overcommitting. They're not leaving gaps for too long, and because of that, they will stay alive. That's the most important thing you got to focus on. It doesn't matter if you take 20 shots to your goal as long as you're the one that scores that overtime goal. Next, trying to at least bait in the first one, but Arju, patient as a saint, able to take it away.
Good flick forward by Polar. Jazzy can do a decent amount with it, and actually a good bounce off the roof of their car. Does keep it in play. Off to the corner it goes though. Sai, not the best of touches. Does have to get bailed out by his teammate. A demo in the midline does open things up again. Arju no boost though, just has to bait out the rest of the team on Cumberland. And so far, so good for Cumberland to hold on, but they're looking to close things out. The fake comes through and Polar scores.
Next has a freestyler resume. Of course he's gonna hit this one. Or is he? Leaves it for Polar. Jazzy bamboozled. And so is St. Clair. Cumberland starts off in the lead in this series. And that is something not many people in the chat may have predicted.
I don't think any of us predicted that either. Sai restarting his game though, trying to fix some jitters there, so we'll see if that is going to be enough for them to get back into the game. But right now, the team that's locked and loaded is Cumberland, especially with Polar. We saw how they needed to step up. We had plenty of pressure from them, and even Naya got involved on offense as they could. Everyone on Cumberland did their job, and that's how they got the win at the end of the day.
Yeah, the one thing that is entirely consistent with Cumberland, it honestly might just be to do play styles due to Polar playing a midfielder role, Next just being, how do I best describe this? Insane.
Yeah.
Just let him chase everything. Just like, just go crazy. Just go all the way around the field. Naya does take a very passive role, and that's not to insult him. He is an incredibly mechanical player, but he does kind of fit better into that role to say, okay, I'm just going to fill in all the gaps. I'm going to be like Liquid. I'm going to be anywhere I might need to be able to cover our options, and he's been challenging the ball so well. It's why he's joining Polar with those 4 saves. And again, I don't care how many saves a team has, because no one's going to remember that. They're only going to remember the fact that they took this game 1 victory.
Well, we'll see as we get into game 2, once Sai gets back into the lobby itself on Forbidden Temple, how things change from here. Maybe the game resets just enough to reset the mental for them as well, but it looks like we do have one of the players joining early, and it's on the side of St. Clair. You guys got to coordinate. Come on, guys.
I mean, they're in the same room and they're not even talking. Man, there's a lot of people in that room, or maybe I'm just double counting people, but regardless, I mean, I think we have all 3 and then shuffle the coach, and then we also have the program manager / sub, I believe, in the room. So, yes. I mean, you can't say they're lacking in support, much less with all the players that we do know tune into the stream, root on St. Clair. They're going to need it. Cumberland seems like they are here to play pure focus in that room to be able to get into Forbidden Temple and see how this series is going to continue.
As it continues, eyes on the prize for Cumberland. 3 more games is all it's going to take to pull off the biggest upset of the day and the tournament. Nobody has predicted them, except maybe themselves, to come out on top in this series, and that'd be a huge boon for them to really upset the status quo for this championship Saturday, excuse me.
Oh, my goodness, Sai really had to watch that one carefully because it's so easy to own goal that one even when you're flying right back to your own goal. Next, gonna leave that one for Naya, which leaves it to Polar. It's so well orchestrated, and yet they're gonna botch that last note in the symphony. It's not gonna go through. Here comes St. Clair, and they're just gotta take and waste no time to get their shots off. But unfortunately, a team bump means a very sloppy beginning to this game too.
My camera just bugged out that time because the game did not expect there to be a team bump there, and neither did the players, so it didn't know how to react to it. But Arju, he's going to try and bait out Polar, does that expertly, flicks it forward, but Jazzy not in the best position. Seems like there's a bit of a miscue between these players, almost enough of a dunk from Science, still no dice.
And again, that's one where you're getting maybe a bit too confident, saying, okay, I'm going to go for the double here. It doesn't go through. Then you miss the rebound down. But now you got to make sure you don't give away the counterattack. Next just throws it downfield. Half a clear, half just to test whether or not the rotation truly locked in. Speaking of another play where all 3 are up for it. I know St. Clair plays a little bit confidently, but maybe overconfidence is something to be aware of.
They had the game reset. Bit of a mental reset as well going into game 2, and it would be a great start for them if they can get that first goal. Even with the first from Sai in the last one, did not prove to be enough at the end of the day, so need something to gain confidence for them on offense. Decent touch, thinks off the post. That'll be a chance for Jazz to set something up here. Does have the connection, but not exactly where they wanted it to be.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the way you want the play to be able to land is directly onto your bumper, but no one can really deliver you that was perfect of passes, particularly because the defense is doing so well at cutting them out. St. Clair starting to ramp up the pressure, try to play predictively and full send into those challenges, much like this one, which deals Nightya a lot of damage as he's continuing to try to hold these 50s out, and I suppose that's going to work. Cumberland bending, but not breaking.
We only saw 5 shots from Cumberland the last game. 4 of them were for Polar, and that proved to be enough. I talked about that shooting proficiency and efficiency on their side. That's what we're probably going to come to expect in this game as well, especially with the 6 shots, that we see from St. Clair Green up to this point.
Jazzy really in control, and 50 down by Nightya is next is going to just burrow his way through this one. Polar should be open in the middle. That's exactly where the pass is going to go. A bit too high, though. Polar will just decide to bail out, and hopefully his teammates have the same idea as Nex had to get all the way back. Doesn't get the rebound, but neither does Sai. He flies by, potentially a hard angle, but an open one nonetheless.
Some clean plays so far by both teams, and with the outward aggression of St. Clair, eventually something has to give, but the defense of Cumberland has proven to be the better than a lot of rosters throughout their CRL journey into this spring championship. And now, as the underdogs of the entire tournament, another win would be huge for them, but they got to contest with Arju, the big man in charge.
Oh, man, these boosts just do not click in for Cumberland. They're running out, and you see a wave dash attempt from Polar, but he actually doesn't nail it in time. He rushes the reset, which then leads to his car kind of bucking in. He can't get the save, and therefore it's kind of a free one from St. Clair. But I will say it's due to them understanding their opportunity, having the game sense to sense that Cumberland will not have anything to get up for these aerials, but maybe it doesn't even matter. Or the immediate response, Sai has nothing in his tank.
Cumberland were just waiting for St. Clair to score first and take the wind out of their sails completely and have them dead in the water. And that's exactly where we are seeing them here. And from the last game, they were going nowhere fast, especially in that OT. And who else but Polar ended things off with a victory for Cumberland, now brings them within 1.
Sai will get a ceiling pitch. No shot. He gets this one. Next is saying, I don't even want to figure that one out. I'm just going to get the first clear. Nightya, you can take the second one, as it'll go back to Arju. Next tries to cut on in, but he will not be able to have this dance. Everything going back to the St. Clair side as we're approaching our final minute. And both teams, I think, are getting a clear understanding that, yes, if we have anything go wrong in the back, it's definitely going to our net. So how about we all just rotate back and play safe?
Yeah, might as well. We don't want to give everything up like we did before, but we also don't want to go to an overtime if you're St. Clair. The record so far, not the greatest against Cumberland there. Jazzy does tee things up on a dime for Arju, who drops it down and gets in the lead they were looking for in the last one.
Again, it's the boost. Next is the only one really with anything in the tank. Nightya gets it, but he's all the way back, so Polar has to basically pre-jump this one. It's in the no man's land where he's too far away to challenge it, but also he's so far away that he basically just has to guess at where that shot's going to go. Arju almost never misses from there, whether it's Team Evo in RLCS or whether it's St. Clair here in CRL. The reliable striker gets his team in the lead. Cumberland going to have to take a deep sigh and just start from square one.
Speaking of Sai, we saw them be the one to strike first and only for their team in the last game, but Arju is the one who has stepped up to the plate big this time. Exactly where we need to see them leading the charge for their team on St. Clair Saints Green, but will it be enough? Still 30 seconds remaining for Cumberland. They showcased how they were able to turn things back in their favor in a moment's notice in the last game, but can they do it here?
Next, a lot of boost. He should be able to get there before Arju, but Arju times it better. A bit closer to the read, but not going to sting any less for Cumberland, as looks like they have those wide open chances, but they're snatched away by St. Clair Green. Going to choke out this clock as well. Polar just going to throw it downfield for Arju to hit into open space. Nightya instant challenge off the corner. Needs someone in the middle. Nexus trying to deliver it back, but no one's up for it because no one has anything. It's up to Sai how he wants to end this. He's going to try with a reset, but at the very least, Cumberland will have one last chance as that one gets past Jazzy. A reset from Next. It's coast to coast from Cumberland. Arju, a miraculous save to rescue the victory.
That was too close for comfort for St. Clair Green. Cumberland came out swinging from the get-go. in this series kind of bowed to their opponents and said, okay, you can score first, we'll score afterwards, and do it very consistently, but did not prove to be enough in this second game. Arju really stepped up big, especially with the way that we saw them putting the shots on the last one. They put the exact same number up here, at least converted 2 of them this time to goals.
And St. Clair has to feel like, okay, that's a lot closer to what I normally see. And honestly, based on the times that I've casted St. Clair and Cumberland or seen their matchups in different brackets, that's kind of familiar how it usually goes. St. Clair just waits for those weird moments, and as soon as they notice, hey, that player in the backfield's moving a bit slower than normal, or actually, they didn't go to the corner for that boost, I think they might be a little bit slow onto these aerials. They just lob it into these dangerous areas and dare you to go for it. And when they don't, they get good 50s, they get it through. They have a lot of shots, and they deliver on most of them, so St. Clair definitely showing that once the Cumberland does kind of have that too much respect or maybe too deep of a rotation, they're going to pay for it. You have to be aggressive, but most importantly, you have to be confident in every single time you go towards these reads.
Well, we'll see what they can do in this next one, Taco. I got to get connected back to the game as I lost my own connection to it.
My goodness. Well, hopefully we can get everyone back in here as we get to maybe spectate how this game is going to all shake out. But at the very least, we will know that it will begin on DFH for Game 3 as St. Clair has gotten back into the series as our top seed and maybe just feeling a bit disrespected that the lowest seed could even stand with them within this match, as almost giving up a freebie is that first flick.
Not what you want to see when you come back into the lobby and there's almost a goal from Cumberland for the St. Clair fans out there. But even then, they did manage to hold off for now. Good look to start off strong for Cumberland. Less laissez-faire play from them is exactly what they need to showcase. Not reacting, but being proactive on offense is the way to be the ultimate victor in this best of 7. And so far, they've just been playing catch-up, and they overcame it in Game 1, but that can only last for so long.
Yeah, particularly now with Arju trying to get that lob forward. Looks like Polar has this one down, along with a flick. Naya going to be able to, I would say, start something up, but he will not be able to. The instant challenge from the ceiling. St. Clair loves to be able to get those unconventional approaches and really makes you slow down and reconsider where you're going or whether you're going to get a touch. Side plate off this one. It's a Klager off the bar. Arju with a sitter. Going to get St. Clair on the board.
They just wanted Arju to have the last 3 goals for their team. Sai was being kind. He learned from the Canadians there at St. Clair Green is that we got to give the love, spread it out to the rest of the competition there. And St. Clair Green, they wanted Arju to be the star of the show at this time. Sai, though, I'd say basically credited with that goal that should have gone in initially.
Bowler into next to the corner, and we said this is the player that wants to activate. He is mechanical. He is so improvisationally clean. And the thing is, St. Clair's having none of it. They've closed down most of this, and as you can see, their speed is ramping up. This is exactly where St. Clair wants to play. They love being able to dictate pace, just chase the ball around, steal all the boosts, get these weird deflections and potentially bumps, as Naya will be spared that fate. And this is where Cumberland seems to struggle, and this is where I'm most curious about what the coach has cooked up for them as we adjust midway through this game.
That is a big thing. Timeouts are still available for both of these squads, so depending on how heavily favored the series turns towards either side, it'd be a wise decision to use it. Last time we saw after the bracket reset for St. Clair, they were able to come out on top against Ball State. Well, they don't have to worry about Ball State if they move on in the competition, but Cumberland might have their number, but Jazzy has the number this time, and that's their first goal of the series.
That's so tough as well. Next gets beat. Sai gets beating the beat over top of Knight, who goes to the corner. But of course, Polar challenges thinking, well, I have 2 players behind me. No, you had. And then they all got cleared on through. St. Clair with an easy goal. That's another one that might have Cumberland shaking their heads.
Might see something here, though, off the kickoff. Knight had no boost to work with, and Next not in the best position. A good stop in midfield does keep that forward momentum exactly where they want it to be. Flick up, though. Just baits out 2 attackers from Cumberland. They're getting overzealous on offense, impatient. Learned that they could come back and, as I talked about, react to the plays of St. Clair, but now they're trying to start things off fresh on the new footing. It's just uneven ground that they are finding themselves in. They're slipping before the finish line.
And the difficulty is that as the game gets more and more out of hand, this is the psychological aspect of high-level Rocket League that I touched upon in prior series, that you do have these moments where you feel like, okay, we really need to step it up. But in reality, you just need to make sure you take things one step at a time. Don't think of it as 2 goals you need to score. Think of it as scoring 1 at a time in a decently effective manner, and then focus on the second one. Because once they start getting locked into this idea, we have to come back, you overcommit, and this happens.
Gotta take one step at a time, learn to walk before you can run, or learn your rotations before you can take shots, and that's the biggest thing that came back to bite them this time. They were overextended, and Psy will capitalize on that every day of the week, especially on Saturdays.
Ceiling challenges continue to rear their heads. Cumberland not a fan of them, it seems, and they're not a fan of really kickoffs either, as that one really found its way all the way through. The first read wasn't there, and everyone trusted in it. Luckily, St. Clair will not come away with another goal, keeping this at least somewhere in the realm of possible for Cumberland.
This is more to the cadence that we expected going into this series, Taco, from St. Clair. It took them a bit to get warmed up to the last series of the day, and they've been biding their time, but Cumberland, they got a bit of a whirlwind ahead of them, and we'll have to see if they can navigate these rough waters ahead, especially if they can't come back, at least by a goal in this game.
Well, at the very least, they are searching for one, and they might actually get it, because Nex has all the boost. He's got all the time, but he does not have the spacing. Jazzy times that save perfectly. Nex, how about try number 2? Cannot get clearly up to that one in time, and will unfortunately have to take another deflection. Brutal series there of events coming through from Cumberland.
An unfortunate series of events for them, and they didn't even get a serialization in the show that's being produced right now for this best of 7. But does the waterfall down for a moment? Psy easily deflected aside. The demo does not do any favors to Cumberland, who've been struggling to get possession of the ball. We've seen more pressure from the offense than we did in the last couple of games. 4 shots from Nightya, but not enough from Polar, and that's exactly what Chixo was talking about earlier on, and we need to see Polar pop off. We see them whip it in the backboard, but no touches towards the net.
And it doesn't seem like St. Clair is too concerned about it. They trust in their reads and their 50s, and I don't think they're anticipating this one. And even still, Polar's got no boost. He's got to place it. Psy reads his mind, gets the back post save. Next, back for more, but he rushes the shot to the corner yet again.
Not enough time for a comeback from Cumberland. Maybe one for the road would be enough to motivate them to complete their journey to the semifinals. Still have to take down such a Titan squad in St. Clair Green, and they're going to need a little bit extra time in the oven to cook something up. And, well, RG's just going to keep cooking with some goals. 2 to their name in this one, 2 in the last one. The consistency is here to stay.
And the nice pass down, little light touch into the path of Arju. Of course, doesn't really dictate anything, but just shows St. Clair. The biggest thing that I feel like I notice about them is that there's a lot of times where I'm watching a series and they get a little strange. They're not looking themselves. They're going slow. They're getting beat to stuff. And then it just seems like the coach says, all right, I found the plug. All the monitors are on. Now we can just go. And then they just dominate these games. At no point did I really feel like Cumberland was truly in this game. It felt like St. Clair figured out the rotations. They figured out how quickly to challenge. They had all the boost, all the control. And honestly, I'm not going to say Cumberland is just getting outplayed because they're truly worse. It's really just St. Clair is this good that they just make all these really high-level teams, top 18 in the nation, look like they really just don't have a plan.
It's also been the case of we've seen every player step up for St. Clair Green, especially in this game. But in the last 2 for Cumberland, there's always been someone lacking behind a little bit compared to what we saw in game 1. It's not the same story for them, and they want to rewrite history and the record books if they can get this victory against St. Clair Green. So they're going to have to pull out all the stops to take them down in this next one, even out the series again. And, well, we know they have the potential. The question is, do they have the execution?
They certainly seem very comfortable when it comes to St. Clair's side, but Cumberland, I'm sure, will be a bit more stoic as we launch into Utopia, trying to determine whether or not we're on Destiny's path for a Cumberland Game 7 again, or Game 6 effort, being able to tie up the series, or if St. Clair says, okay, we gave you a free one, now it's just our series to lose, taking another one, put it on a match point. Utopia has been pretty much delivering for keeping these series close all day, but this is the top seed versus the lowest seed for a reason. It's not necessarily supposed to be close.
Was too close for comfort in the last 2 games before the most recent one. But now they have gone high and away from the competition in game 3. And St. Clair Green want to keep it that way with the way that they are performing on offense. But for now, they still keep control in the orange half. Arju with the touchdown over the Jazzy. They are going to have to back up on that one. Not the best of touches so far. The first 30 seconds more just wasted off the clock than anything else.
Yeah, Polar has seen enough of the Dominus. He has switched back to the Octane. Who knows what that will bring for his touches and his gameplay, but certainly it's not changing anything about Jazzy. He's just going to go straight down the gullet. Doesn't actually make that one go, but maybe Arju's rebound can. Deflection middle side. Patient as ever, just going to wait that one out, get one feeble touch, and that's about it. As St. Clair does well to keep the ball going, but Cumberland shows a good patience on defense.
Good stop by Cumberland so far. Only really need to make a single save as the other one was wide from Jazzy. But Arju and Sai, not the best performance in this first minute. Not as consistent as we saw them in the last 2 games. So they are giving some more appreciation to this Cumberland defense and respect. When they start doing that too much to their opponents, they give them room to work with. And when Cumberland have room, other teams need to look out.
Polar open shot. Jazzy's trying to recover, and he nearly does. Though that one had a bit too much sauce on it. The Reaper comes out, and Cumberland is here to collect.
I just talked about that it is dangerous to give Cumberland room, especially Polar, who pops off exactly when they needed to. The first lead that we have seen from this side. Aside for the overtime in game number 1, and Cumberland need to have a monumental windfall under their wings after that goal to keep things going.
Biggest thing they know, that one goal doesn't really mean much, especially how quickly it can be taken away, especially with St. Clair always the creative side. Next, though, he's got some creativity as well. That one a bit more ordinary, will be deflected across, but now it's a gift to him, wide open. What a turn of events.
This is what I was talking about, the shakiness that we witnessed from St. Clair earlier on in this game. They didn't look their best and weren't gelling as well as before, and this is where it is prime time to strike for Cumberland. First Polar, now next. They are in charge, but there's still so much time remaining.
I like the confidence I'm seeing from Cumberland on these challenges. Speaking of, as we get one player slapped. In fact, I've never seen a teammate bump so hard that out of sympathy, we have a player actually leave the arena, so I believe we might get this sorted out with a quick game pause, but at least for right now, we are continuing to play on, and Sai is actually right back in, so no pause required, but he might need it to because Nex has an open double off the post and out.
Oh, he couldn't pick up boost, so he had to reset his game. Yeah, whenever stuff like that happens, they do need to call a pause at that time so that we can actually get things going. Yes, exactly what the referee is saying in Arch comms. If there's something happen like that, they need to call the pause word, but it does get reset. Nightya does get the goal, and because they didn't call it, I mean, they couldn't really reset mentally in time.
Yeah, it's a tough one. I mean, when you're in the moment, you don't think about these things, but you gotta. If something goes wrong, you're in your rights to call the pause, and that usually is the downside of not doing so. Halftime, we're saying, Cumberland, hey, what are you gonna do about it? How about 3 goals on 5 shots?
Yeah, that's a pretty good look for Cumberland. This is exactly what we're hoping from them. I talked about their trepidations in the last 2 games where there was always someone lacking behind on their performance, at least in the scoreboard and the stats out there. But now everyone has a goal to their name on Cumberland's end. Credited where it is due, but Arju off the crossbar and away, denied by the sound of the crossbar.
Crossbar ding, I think, highly entertaining from a broadcast perspective, but I'm sure for a player, it's going to haunt some of their dreams, especially as these games come down to probably one shot that's a bit too high or wide. And speaking of, barely getting to these touches, shots going wide and some of these challenges just going straight up the middle, which means St. Clair is going to keep it going. Arju might want that one back, but he gets a heck of a pinch, almost combined into Sai. Jazzy trying to put one home. Arju getting in the way, but I would say St. Clair, just too many cooks in the kitchen, overcomplicating the approach.
I think this game is a bit of a wash for them at this point, especially with the boost pickup issues that we saw before. So now they're kind of positioning themselves and posturing for the next game. They still have time to get 3 goals, and we know they're more than capable of it. But you talked about it earlier on, Taco. It seems like Utopia Coliseum is where the changes of pace are made in each series.
It's not necessarily because when you do get to this arena, it's very rarely a 3-0 at this level. It's typically, you do see that 1-2 margin where it's a little bit more back and forth. And so it's up to the team to say, hey, the last thing we want to do is go on to match point. We need to be able to change things up, whatever that it takes in. And sometimes that is just as simple as the coach saying, guys, calm down. You played them before. You can take games off them. You just got to take it 5 minutes at a time. Stop diving in. Trust what made us get in the lead and be able to get that game win within game 1. Take solid shots, don't dive in on stuff we don't need to, and honestly just trust Polar to know what's best to do. He takes on 2 different players and comes away the victor.
It's the most amount of pressure we've seen so far from Cumberland, and that's benefiting them by the loathsome. But Sai is the one that I kind of want to point out so far. I mean, they were having the issues before, and they haven't really been as effective as we saw previously for this team. So I'm curious if they're going to get some sort of lobby reset or anything of that sort going in between games from now and game 5. But currently, not the best performance from them. Cumberland, of course, took advantage of the situation as they had every right to do so, and they will easily even things up in this game.
And we have this series come to a 2-2 margin. We could talk all we want about, well, I mean, maybe the pause should have been called. It was 2-0 at that point. It was already going downhill for St. Clair. It's a well-deserved win by Cumberland. And I'll see if they can keep it going into a highly pivotal game 5.
We shall see. Jazzy with a card change, I believe. See exactly what they need. I think they've been pretty consistent with the card changes, at least with the presets. I mean, what are your thought processes on that, Taco? Do you think the card changes are really necessary or needed for some of these players? I mean, it helped Polar a little bit, at least changing back to the Octane.
I mean, on a technical level, when you go between card types, when you do have dominance, it's a bit wider, it's a little bit longer, but the shorter hitbox does make wall play a little strange. You do have to change up your timings on 50s a bit, and I think some players like to use the dominance because of the way it contacts with the reads that you're going for, the way you can go for redirects. I think the resets are cleaner, but you're just not used to that. You have tens of thousands of hours for some of these players in the Octane or the Fennec, so you have to go back there sometimes. So I like the experimentation, but a card change, even if it's just a decal change, anything that can help you feel like you might be better off and bring up the mood is exactly what you should go for. So I'm all in support of players switching out cars and doing whatever makes them feel like more in the zone.
We'll see what St. Clair can do to bounce back on Wasteland here. We'll have to see if Cumberland will rally behind their win in the last game and get another, and force St. Clair to get a couple in a row, make it so that they are on match point. I'm going to say it now. Nobody really predicted that they would be there on the desk. We're seeing our just bed being made in front of us, and it not exactly how we expected, Taco.
No, but this is the thing. I never expected any of these series today to be able to be settled within 4 games or even 5. I knew that these teams are evenly matched. It's just about when it gets down to the crunch time of games 6 and 7, can they have the clutch factor? Ball State could not, and we'll have to see if Cumberland is ready to pull the opposite of the season, as you mentioned in the beginning. Sai trying to make sure that is not so. The slowest possible start to Wasteland.
That is what we wanted to see from Sai. Back in the saddle. Polar, not the touch that they were looking for either. Tried to come off of the backboard and get the touch at the last moment, but it did not prove to be enough. Team from Windsor, Ontario, Canada, in the charge this time. But the team from Tennessee, even though they got some storms brewing, they are ready to weather it like the best of them.
Sai. That will be turned away as he's immediately going to trust that's going to be weak clear. And in fact, there's going to be no clear. In fact, Polar actually drives past the ball. High flick on the reverse 45 means that Arju's the only one touching that. Unfortunately, I don't think Knight was on the same page. He's going to have to be on this one, as the backboard was threatening, but well dealt with by Cumberland, and we're going to refresh everything.
I look at refresh everyone's mind and memory banks of that last game and prove that they had a bit of a fluke during it, especially with less than 100 score to their name at the end of it. But in this timeline, they're still only up by 1. They need more where that came from if they want a confident victory to take the lead back in their favor.
Polar should be able to get this extension. Nice first touch. He's going to pay that one low into next. Lob up and over. He might be better off leaving it, and that's what he does. Into Jazzy for the save. Spectacular timing.
Cumberland's going to want that one back. They should have followed through with it, but they expected without a shadow of a doubt that it would have gone through. Counting their lucky stars are the side of St. Clair, and they are closer to the Northern Lights than anyone else, but light is shining in the eyes of Cumberland as they are trying to stare up towards the mountaintop that St. Clair are currently on.
That's so difficult to be able to grapple with when it comes to Cumberland, and that's honestly some of the issues with trying to be able to use your angles effectively. Sometimes, yeah, it looks like you're having an easy enough shot, but you know, you can't get it on target, so you try to lob it, but then you lob it too high or a little too wide, and your follow-up can't get it, and then your next follow-up can't get it because everyone's trying to fix something that's a little bit off, and those are the lessons Cumberland's gonna have to deal with, particularly because the tilt may settle in. They had a gift on the goal line, they took too long, And now it's still to a 1-goal game. We've seen how devastating that scoreline can be to so many of the teams today throughout our quarterfinals.
Good pinch onto the ceiling and passing plays in the air, and Nightya plenty of room to work with to try and clear things out. Good stop out by Sai before they got demoed for their efforts. Arju with the center. Jazzy's got the touch, and there's nobody there. Somehow, Bowler, at the last moment, pinches it with the post and away.
Arju tries to get that one through. Jazzy from the ceiling, just gonna miss out on that one. The clang gonna echo throughout the sands of Wasteland. So instead of getting a goal, they're gonna have to restart from 0. And it seems like Jazz is gonna keep going for those pinches, as it's just gonna miss out on the ceiling to floor.
For those who only pay attention to RLCS, Arju, one of the players from Team Evo who placed top 4 in a previous regional this past RLCS. So definitely keep your eye on this team. Sai and Jazzy even had their own appearances in the top 32 themselves. But next, trying to prove that the Polar Knights, who made their way into the top 32, are also top contenders here.
And it's coming off of a nice deflection there. As you see St. Clair doing the correct thing, you have to have faith in your opponents to make those reads. And when they don't, it could open up a gap because everyone else on defense is trusting that you have read that correctly. They do not, and next will. Good comms from Cumberland. Their third shot rings true, gets them right back into this. And maybe if St. Clair's not careful, they might give away another one. That was open, but luckily for Arju, not on target.
See if there's going to be another strike coming in from Cumberland. Polar, a good touch. Nobody there at the end of it, but an awkward positioning from Arju does flick it over top of one, and a great touch once they touch down. The Nightya has been a dagger every time, as sharp and precise as they need to be to deflect things away from their net and protect their most vulnerable positions. We got to see what Sai can do with this backboard touch, though, dropping it down and not exactly where they wanted it. Jazzy goes under, though, and it sticks. He puts it through.
Nightya missed the corner read all the way in the back right, and therefore he's not able to get back. He can't boost off the wall to get that, and those are the consequences. Something you do something seconds ago. That seems like it doesn't really even matter. 5-6 seconds back, you're not going to be able to get your reads. That is the tiny window that St. Clair is able to climb through, get their lead back, and again, it's Cumberland just having to suffer through the fact that, yeah, you can play a flawless defense, but all that matters is that you don't have enough boost that one time.
Less than a minute to go now. Arju, open opportunity. Nightya, yet again, a thorn in their side. We do see Sai keep the momentum going on offense. Into the heavens it goes. Jazzy pre-jumped that one from a mile away. Tried to just get into their heads and make them second-guess their challenges for Cumberland. Arju stopping any forward momentum for Cumberland. It does have a chance they can get control of the ball. Less than 30 seconds. Jazzy with the drop down. Sai doesn't even need to really do anything, so they're trying to just waste as much time as possible.
There's not much time really left to waste. Pass down near post. Arju gets a little dunk. It's off the post and out. Saved by Nex. Now here comes the counter. No boost from Nightya, but that's where the musty comes in. Beats one. Demos a second. Nightya, no angle. No help. No chance. It's Nex off the bar. Polar gets another dunk. Nightya, you need to finish. Can he beat the defender? He's deflected. Pandemonium in front of St. Clair's net, and yet they will not break.
I am flabbergasted. I cannot believe it. A musty flick comes through, though, and a team bump, and that could have been their demise to go into OT, but somehow they stave off the comeback from Cumberland. St. Clair Green snuck away with that win. It should have been an overtime situation, Taco.
My fist would be through my monitor at a certain point after something like that. You get a 50. I was saying no chance, mainly just because I'm thinking, yeah, he might have a 50, but St. Clair's really well positioned on that. But then it dunks off the crossbar, which is so confusing. The Knight is too far back. Just everything that could have possibly gone wrong in terms of how they predicted that just went a little bit off. A tilter for sure, but hey, they were very much in that game until the final seconds. St. Clair doing what they do best, closing out a game where they feel like they had the control, and that will push them on to match point leading into Game 6.
This is as intense as it gets, Taco. No easy series in our quarterfinals. This is the most competitive Collegiate Rocket League Championship we have had to date. This is exactly what we wanted to see going into Saturday, and I'm hoping Sunday lives up to the expectations that have been established throughout our matches today. Guaranteed Game 6, maybe another Game 7. St. Clair, a bit shaky and not exactly in their top tier form.
and being able to get into this one. Cumberland does cause the immediate pause as maybe someone just not connecting quite as cleanly as they would like to. So we're going to have a bit of an extended tech pause, at least to begin this game as we remedy the situation. But it looks like Polar is all good, so not too long at all. And as you mentioned, yeah, Cumberland, this is a must-win for the obvious reason. This ends their entire semester, ends their season here within CRL if they're not able to come away with this dub against a team that has tormented the entirety of North America all year long. And this semester, they have to feel like is theirs. A loss here, going to Game 7, would throw that all into flux for St. Clair.
All that matters for St. Clair at the end of the day is a win, but Jazzy tries to fake out the world with that first play. Arju fakes out the competition. Polar's not falling for it whatsoever. Nightya, a good touch, and almost had the combination with Polar for a pinch shot towards the net. This is the ingenuity we need from Cumberland to pull out all the stops and come out on top and force that Game 7.
Ooh, next misses the corner boost. I don't think anyone really realizes it except for Arju who's chasing him. The clear still comes through. Jazzy's going to be able to spin around, pass it up to Arju. Roller, Nightya should have the read, but he's going to go for the passive route. Still a giveaway, though, that Polar can deal with. Next, into the ceiling. Clean touch. Another one. Go for the bump back to get Sai out of the way. It's all through the defense. The Knight, understandably, does not want to bite on that one. Jazzy, far side. No double to be had.
Ooh, Sai, patience of a saint. Waiting there, no pun intended, for the shot to come through. Arju almost snuck it through. Save for Jazzy. There's the follow through, and the first goal goes the way of the Saints.
St. Clair so good on the improv. Gets a pinch. It doesn't go through, but Nightya's too slow because he's got no boost. Deflection goes through, and Arju the whole time is thinking, all right, well, I have no boost. I'm going to rotate out. Oh, never mind. The ball came right back to me. Just taps it lightly past the defender. Great patience, great vision. And again, Cumberland is in the unenviable position where they are already down and got to fight from behind to be able to take a dub and keep the series rolling.
Solid touches coming through, but next is overextended. Could have easily led to another goal opportunity for St. Clair, but it went wide. Demo gives them some room to work with. And Nightya, good at transition play down to Polar. Tried to waterfall it down enough for next, but not the best of touches that they could have hoped for.
Good patience by Polar. Doesn't immediately turn on it. Knows he's going to get beat, so therefore plays for the next touch. Nightya playing for a bump, playing for a double. He is not going to get this one. Blue trail means Arju got a piece of it. And that's that come from behind defense that St. Clair is an expert in. It seems like they're all done and dusted. They'll always find a way back.
Both teams neck and neck, even with trying to challenge this ball. And we saw Arju going toe-to-toe with the offense of Polar. Nightya, though, we know that they need to step up. The only American in this lobby, big shoes to fill for their squad. And they still have not been able to showcase their best so far. Jazzy, though, does that in loads right before the half.
Running out of boost. Poor Polar tries to clear to the open space, which he should. Doesn't expect Arju to be there. The ball camp simply does not allow that kind of vision. For Nightya with no boost, he's too far away to challenge. Just hopes the shot is going to be too weak. But of course it isn't. This is St. Clair Green we're talking about.
The first half went the way of St. Clair. If you're a fan of Cumberland, you gotta be hoping for some sort of miracle moment, a breakaway chance for them, a mistake by St. Clair to open up an opportunity for success. And right now, they're just finding nothing.
It's really the most tilting part about playing against St. Clair. A lot of the goals they give up are just well-worked goals. They don't give away a lot of freebies, which is why you don't see a lot of kickoff goals go through. You don't necessarily see a lot of goals where it's going to be super easy to well-work through them. It's going to have to take something really spectacular. Nexus provided that in the past. We kind of both labeled him as the X-Factor player on Cumberland, but as he said, one player does not beat a team. A whole squad has to be able to step up, though. Next maybe could prove me wrong with his air dribble, running quickly out of boost.
As you say that, Polar only 38 points, not a shot save or anything to their name. The rest of St. Clair Green also doing pretty good except Sai, who really hasn't had to step up to the plate that much, especially with this lead that has been built off that momentum of St. Clair Green. They've had a couple of good chances. This might be enough. They could have gotten a better bump onto Sai, but they still managed to bob and weave enough to prevent that from being a tragedy at the back of their net.
Polar gonna hand that off to Nightya, save up over the top next. That's a lot to deal with. He's still gonna go for the angle, which did trip up Sai a little bit as he gets the weaker touch down, but not only is he able to get it out, he's able to get it forward. He's able to get it on the backboard for next to be able to get his revenge clear.
Solid touches coming through. Might be able to see Cumberland if they can at least get something here with a chance, but they need possession of the ball. They'll commit with no boost from St. Clair, but they do set it high and away. Gives them enough time to steal the corner from Cumberland, and even their chances of coming back. Less than a minute to go now, and Cumberland looking less and less likely for this lead as they still have the majority of shots, but not enough proficiency that we saw before.
Ooh, next is a tough one, but Polar still makes a count as it gets near goal. Not on target yet, though. Nightya, double tap, no one up for it. A triple, in fact, off the backboard. Polar's too far away. He's got no boost. It's the classic conundrum for Cumberland. How far do you want to go with how little boost they've been able to muster? A more chance, the back post. This has to go in, and it does.
There is still an opportunity for Cumberland, especially with a goal going in like that. It took them everything that they could throw at the wall for something to stick, and eventually something did. They're still down by 1, 28 seconds to go.
That one would have been truly it if they missed it. 30 seconds, 2 goals are going to be tough. 30 seconds for 1, that's another story, especially with a demo off kickoff. Next, sends it high for Arju. Limited boost, but he has enough to get the first touch and almost the second. But that deflection means Polar has a clean beat. I don't know if Jazzy has this read as he's trying to work it along. He's enough to clear his lines, and maybe that's enough for St. Clair.
Good bump as well in the midfield just to give them no presence of mind, especially the crucial demo from Jazzy. That could have gotten them the win here and now. One final touch could be all it takes, but St. Clair Green deny them access yet again and prove themselves worthy of a top 4.
And that's in GG's from St. Clair. As you said, yes, worthy of top 4, but of course they're going to be worthy. They're the #1 seed for a reason. 2 open victories and deep runs in pretty much all the rest of them. Worst performance from this squad is a top 4, so of course they're going to be able to match that and push hopefully even further tomorrow on Sunday. But that will wrap it up, at least for us in the quarterfinals. An exciting bit of games here, Audible. And this one is, I'm glad, among the category of games that are making my heart race.
I was about to say, got the blood pumping the entire time. 2 back-to-back game 7s, 2 back-to-back game 6s that weren't just kind of stomps from the get-go. We did see towards the end the teams that were better just kind of sail far away into the horizon with their victories, and we almost saw a potential for a comeback by Cumberland. They had the most aggression, but as soon as St. Clair Green got those 2 goals, they realized, hey, let's play some defense, also play some preventative offense even, so that they can't even get out of their own side, steal their boost, what have you, and just be a nuisance to the other team. And that's exactly what got them the win at the end of the day.
And St. Clair seems like a team, when you watch these replays, you're like, what a clunky bit of goals. But no, it's just them being able to put the ball routinely into dangerous positions. They're not overcommitting. They're not getting too overly complex. They're really just making sure if the defense is looking a little scrambled, then keep making them improv saves. Keep doing the things that they're not expecting you to do. And St. Clair, the comms are on point. The confidence is as well. They're such a good team to watch. And Cumberland, I'm super excited about the future of this program. They've started off so well this semester. Top 8 is no small feat despite going out in the quarterfinals of our playoffs. So as the fall rolls around, I would love to see how this team develops, because unfortunately, this is the end of at least the CRL semester for them.
I mean, I'm so curious on how they would have performed if they didn't face off against the #1 seed, right? They took the #1 seed to 6, so how would they have done against the rest of the competition? Who knows? We'll have to figure out once we have some more collegiate events. They're still coming in the pipeline out there, but even then, we got to throw it to the desk here, Taco. Get their opinions, thoughts, and concerns about this series, because my goodness, St. Clair looked rocky at the start, but they finished off strong, Bass.
Dude, I don't know if it felt different for you guys in the booth, but that was the most chaotic thing I have ever watched.
Yeah.
The pendulum swang back and forth. In addition to it swinging back and forth, the goals that did go through were, something. So, you know, that's kind of what it felt like for most of the series. Despite all of that, St. Clair did still come out on top. And Jigsaw, I mean, we were commenting upon this in the back rooms of all of this. It felt chaotic, but it still felt like St. Clair was in control.
Yeah, they very much were. I mean, a huge factor for them losing game #1 in that overtime was, although they had 12 shots, they had way more offense. Cumberland was able to save the ball. They had 8 saves in that first game, which was by far the most they would have in that series. series. And as it continued on, it just seemed like the defense fell apart even more. You know, the Jagged blocks fell and they just couldn't get it together. So Cumberland, some adjustments, some comfortability on defense at the end of the day when they see these more complex offenses. And I think they'd be a great team because when they get upfield and they are able to make plays, they have some great offensive pressure. So they have the pieces of the puzzle, but for now, they haven't all fit them together.
Look, they've done at least enough to get themselves to the semifinals. And honestly, for a St. Clair that, like we said, the minimum that they are able to place is top 4, this feels like business as usual. For Cumberland, this, again, kind of fits the narrative we've talked about a lot here, Taco, which is they are able to go toe-to-toe with a lot of the top teams, but beating them has been a huge difficulty for the squad.
Yeah, more or less, I would say the Cumberland squad fits neatly into the definition of kind of a gatekeeper team in which they will pretty much beat every other team in the nation except for the other teams in this top 8. They will be able to essentially say if you can beat Cumberland or get close to them, you might be able to make a CRL day 2 for the Opens. You might be able to take a dub in a tournament, but if you are beating Cumberland, that's great. But Cumberland is able to pretty much beat everyone except these top teams because they do lack, as Chicks has said, just not being able to handle the composure and really the tact necessary to face up against complex, kind of weird offenses like St. Clair. They take away options and they suffer because of it, which is a shame because I really love watching this team play.
I really do think that Cumberland are going to be a threat to behold in other competitions outside of this as well as in the next semester, as you guys said. Unfortunately for them, things just got a little bit messy here. VOD, it kind of felt like at many times when the pressure got to them on defense, we'd seen a singular error. I don't know whether to attribute that to the fact of St. Clair just with overwhelming pressure or the fact that Cumberland just kind of broke down in those more high-intensity moments.
Both column A and column B. I mean, that's exactly what we saw happen throughout the entire series is pressure getting to be too much for Cumberland and just a bit of a breakdown happening there as well. So St. Clair, they proved to be overwhelming when it mattered most on offense, especially with the pressure that they kept putting on with the bumps, the demos, and kind of unorthodox plays. We could talk about that series, especially with what we saw. I feel like 2 of the series were relatively clean from the ones who came out on top with the Northwood series and the one that we saw with Concord. Here with St. Clair Green and Cumberland, and also what we saw from Akron and Maryville, scrappy plays is the best way to describe it, but they still got the win at the end.
I look to you, Chicks. Are we attributing this to EU playstyle or is it something else?
I think there's a lot of stuff going on other than just EU playstyle. I think it's also respect of opponent, confidence throughout a series. The timeout seems to not do as good of a justice. And I mean, like playing a full game for 5 minutes. A lot of the time we see teams play really good at the start and they get more lax as time goes on. There was a couple of saves there, even on the St. Clair side. I was asking myself, you could have gotten that, and I know you could have. You just maybe weren't expecting it to have the power that it really did.
And unfortunately, I feel like that's a lot of what we took away from that series. I really do believe that was a good series from St. Clair, but it also did raise some questions, if you will, about their ability to maybe beat some of the Titans that are on the other side of the bracket. A reminder, everybody here, that is our final quarterfinal of the day. We have our top 4 teams now locked and ready to go for Championship Sunday tomorrow. It's going to be Northwood, Maryville, Concord, and finally St. Clair Green. All 4 teams, I do feel like, deserve to get there at that point, though, Taco. It really is, I'm not going to say unexpected to see a top 4, because a lot of us did kind of have Akron, but again, that was a coin flip of a match. This top 4 makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, we had Arju be able to be signed, and that's the team that we expected to come in. Ixo also being able to add it to be Maryville. And so, okay, yeah, of course that team's going to play well. But honestly, the path that these teams took to get here is interesting. St. Clair starts off the semester really well, then they kind of falter a little bit, and then they come right back in the end. And you have Maryville, who started off incredibly strong. Honestly, a lot of us were saying that might be like the roster going forward to be able to take the reins from the Northwoods of CRL. And yet, even with a roster change, they fall off. But when we all doubt them, they take a dub. Here they are against Northwood. Who really knows where it's going to happen from here? It seems like everyone is playing at their best. So people might say, all the favorites won their matchups. Well, that's why they're the favorites. They're just that good.
It's almost as if the seeding in this kind of makes sense. Maybe St. Clair agree as well. I think we've got an interview ready for our final winners of the day. I'll be taking this one myself, as it looks like, I believe we've got Jazzy on the line. Jazzy, first off, congratulations on the win. You guys get yet another top 4. We talked about this a lot. Were you guys aware that the worst placement you've had this semester is top 4?
Yeah, thanks. First of all, yeah, we were aware that top 4 was our worst result, and I'm very glad it is.
Yeah, it's got to feel good to know that even at your worst, you guys are still top 4 in the nation. At the moment, you are actually the #1 team in the nation coming into this. It feels like most people have their expectations set for you guys, and it's a bit of a different thing than what we saw last semester, where when you came into the finals or into the championship weekend, there were some questions. What's changed in between the semesters? Obviously, Arju is one of the changes, but really, what has changed in between the two to get this level of success?
Honestly, like, we just got used to playing CL, kinda. Like, since I've never played collegiate before, Psy has. Psy's already, like, won the World Championship in 2023. So we're just getting used to everything, getting used to the new format of CL, getting used to basically everything. And now we're here and we're better. Can't complain.
I would say you guys are better. I will say a little bit of a shaky series here or there. From the outside looking in, that felt like pure chaos. Not only were you guys having some crazy goals, but there was a game, I think you guys won 4-0. Next game, you lost 3-0. Did it feel chaotic on the pitch as well?
I think that was the most chaotic series I've played in my entire life, honestly. It was like completely chaotic. It didn't only seem like it. It also, like, dang, it was very chaotic, very strange. We also played a bit shaky, so did they. But I'm just glad we came out on top, honestly.
I was about to say, look, at the end of the day, you get the W, you get the win, and you move on to top 4. What's the road look like ahead here for you guys? What's your expectations for the weekend? I mean, I think I know the answer, but is St. Clair bringing a trophy home to Canada?
We hope we're bringing home the trophy for Canada. It's definitely our target, and if we don't do that, I think we're all disappointed. That's the main target.
Expectations are set. You guys have got a date with Destiny tomorrow, as well as Concord, the former national champions. I'm going to leave the floor to you. Any messages to them, to anybody else that might be watching?
I just pray Helix doesn't peak. Helix is the GOAT in CL, mostly. I don't know what they give him to like eat or stuff. Like, when we came here, we were like, okay, Crispy Seamer's team with Felix. Didn't know where he who he is, but he's actually good. So I'm very surprised, how they will play tomorrow.
Well, look, I hope that you guys don't see peak Helix for the sake of your chances at victory. Part of me also does kind of hope so, because I want to see a banger of a matchup. Either way, congratulations on the win here today, and best of luck tomorrow in your semifinal.
Thank you very much.
All right, that was St. Clair. Jazzy and the rest of the team have secured themselves a victory, and as we mentioned, a top 4 for tomorrow. It has been a very long day filled with chaos, ups, downs, and left, right, center, everything in between. But now we have finally come to our end of the show. One more time, we want to take a look at the bracket, though, that we have set up here, as, again, we have got our 4 remaining teams. Today, we said goodbye to Fischer, Akron, Ball State, and Cumberland. We have remaining St. Clair Green, Concord, Maryville, and Northwood. Vaughn, which of these matches do you think people got to pay attention to?
Both of them, honestly. I mean, Maryville really surprised us, and with Northwood struggling out the gate against Fischer, it makes it questionable on how well Northwood's going to perform in that series. And if we do see the Maryville upset, it's only upwards from there. But also, as they talked about for Jazzy, Concord, if Helix does show up like they did today, that's going to be a tough series with the shakiness we saw from that roster. So anyone could take these series. Anyone could be the champion. It's going to be a great time to pass.
I'm very excited. Tomorrow is going to be a heck of a day. Taco, unfortunately, this is going to be your last show for this semester. We're hoping you're going to be sticking around, hanging out with us tomorrow, as I can hear the cries in the background. But I do want to also ask you, I mean, hey, look, we've got 4 last teams. Who's taking it all after today?
In my predictions, I said this has to be the time where Northwood tries to come back. But at the same moment, I'm like, man, St. Clair and Northwood, just like, it has to be them in this semester. Within spring, I feel like we had so many moments where we're saying, okay, well, these two teams are playing well, but they're trading back and forth. Maryville was still in the mix. Maybe if they're back, who knows? All I know is that players are definitely set up, or rather the viewers are definitely set up for a banger. I think ultimately I predicted St. Clair in 7 in the grand final, so maybe Jazzy can live up to that reputation for me.
Well, let's hope so. Vaughn, we're also going to be saying goodbye to you, but I'm wondering, is the Canadian blood in you got enough faith in St. Clair to take one home?
In my bracket, I put that Northwood were taking it at the end of the day, but I'm going to change my prediction on this one. Based on the way the teams that were performing today, I'm going to say Concord's going back-to-back, baby.
Oh! Out of everything you could have responded, I did not anticipate that one. Jigsaw, I'm not going to put the same question to you because you still have some time tomorrow to determine what you think is going to happen, but I'll also ask a similar question as I asked before. Which of the two matchups are you looking forward to the most?
Ooh, I think the Maryville Northwood one, they're both the games that went to 7 today. The other two went to 6, so it's bound to go to 7 again. And that means they're going to go back and forth. And Northwood looked a little shaky. Maryville also looked a little shaky when Akron blew. So it could be a shaky matchup, or they could wake up and realize that they are the Final Four.
I mean, either way, it is the Final Four, and if you guys would like to tune into that, a reminder, tomorrow at 3 Eastern is when all of the action goes down. Our championship Sunday will have only one winner. Could technically be a 2-time winner if Concord are able to run it back. As for from every single team, they're terrified of what Helix could potentially do. Either way, we appreciate you guys tuning in here today for our Spring 25 National Championship here for Collegiate Rocket League. We will see you tomorrow. Have a great rest of your Saturday, and good luck to all the teams tomorrow on Sunday.
The Epic Octopus song. Okay, now this is epic.
Never thought I'd hear your voice again, and now you're taking up my mind. One spark to ignite the flame, and then it happens all the time. And I'm feeling every little thing you say to me. Wanna wake up and ditch the city. Break out, these walls are caving in, and you're a tidal wave. The way that you make me feel like I've never been felt before. When look in your eyes, I found the one I've been waiting for. I'm feeling electric. All love is electric. The way that you make me feel like I've never been felt before. I'm feeling electric. Look in your eyes, I found the one I've been waiting for. I'm feeling electric. The way that you make me feel like I've never been felt before. Look in your eyes, I found the one I've been waiting for. I'm feeling electric. All love is electric. The way that you make me feel like I've never been felt before. I'm feeling electric. Look in your eyes, I found the one I've been waiting for.
It's like I know you said stay out of this bit, but I don't get tired of it. Told